Okay, good morning. So nice to see you all. I'm going to kick us off with a welcome and an opening. I'll introduce myself. My name's Jeanette Aitchison. I'm the chair of the Press Forward Board and also the publisher of the Tyee, based in Vancouver. And it's a real privilege to welcome you to the second Future of Independent Media Summit. Thank you for being here. And before anything else, I want to acknowledge the land on which we gather today. We're meeting here in Ottawa, the unceded ancestral territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. I want to give thanks to the people who've stewarded this land since time immemorial. I understand that this land has served as a gathering and convening space for a very long time, as it is here for us today. I also want to recognize that we just recognized the 5th National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in this country, and reflect that as journalists, we have a role and responsibility to play as witnesses and responsible holders of the conversation and public dialogue around truth and reconciliation process. So thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see so many independent news publishers, foundations, students, professors, and those passionate about journalism gathered in one room. We share a common purpose, which is preserving and strengthening journalism that serves the public interest. So last year was our very first summit held in Toronto, and very happily it exceeded our expectations. Originally, Press Forward, we were planning an in-person members gathering in Toronto to do our first strategic planning session. And we thought, since we're all getting together in the center of the universe in Toronto, why not, that's my bitter West Coaster coming out, why not throw together a public-facing part of this, because it also reflects that sustaining and growing journalism in Canada, we can't do it alone. We need to have many partners, our readers, schools, researchers, people involved with public policy. So we decided to do sort of a public-facing dialogue the day before our members meeting, and I think it really surprised us how well it went, how much enthusiasm there was, and how different that gathering was from the typical ways that we talk when journalists and publishers get together. One thing that we really wanted to do was have a space where we talk about the very real challenges that we all face. We all know in this room how hard it can be to try to stand up these journalism organizations, but it's really important that we don't stay in that space and let the end of the sentence be, well, I guess it's all doomed. Because we know that that's also not true. We wanted to make a space to talk about what we can do and what we are all learning as we go through this, and share some of our best practices or new experiments that we're trying, what failed, what has won, what has some traction. And I'm really glad to be continuing that conversation today. What else did I want to say? Oh, yes. Oh, before we go further, I want to draw on some findings from the Reuters Institute Digital News Report 2025 Executive Summary, because I believe it helps sharpen exactly what we need to focus on going forward. So globally, in many markets, audiences are increasingly consuming news via social media, video platforms, and aggregators, rather than on traditional media like print and even news websites. Trust in news remains low and in many places declining. Many people feel unsure about distinguishing truth from falsehood in what they see online. Subscription growth has stalled in richer markets. More people say they will not pay for news even when they trust it or see its value. And there's a rising concern about the influence of AI and how it might affect content visibility, how news is discovered, and how people interact with news. These findings underscore that the status quo is fragile. They underscore that innovation, adaptability, and collaboration aren't optional. They're essential going forward. So today we convene in the knowledge of both urgency and possibility. Over the next sessions, we'll address issues like the still in force Meta news ban and its impacts, the looming threat of Google Zero and other AI-driven changes into how news is surfaced in search and feeds. We'll hear from folks experimenting with new models in revenue, in distribution, and audience engagement, and talk about the possibilities that lie within partnerships, collaboration, funding, public policy, and creating and sustaining good journalism jobs. I want to give a special thanks to Vicky Mochama, Press Forward's Communications Director. She's the major driver behind the summit. Her work has brought this event into being, and so thank you so much, Vicky. And thank you for my fellow board members and Press Forward members who've served on the summit organizing committee. I also want to thank and express my gratitude for all the partners who've come together to make this summit possible. Carleton University School of Journalism and Communications, InSpirit Foundation, Rideau Hall Foundation, Lion Publishers, Unifor, Canadian Journalism Foundation, Mad Ads Interactive, Public Policy Forum, and IndieGraph, and to any others who have stepped in to support us. Your commitment is very deeply appreciated. So in closing, I invite everyone here to make the most of today, to converse boldly, to share failures as well as successes, to build connections that will go beyond this summit, and to leave here not just with ideas, but with new connections and new ideas. We're not here simply to diagnose the problems. We're here to imagine better systems, stronger networks, sustainable public interest journalism that serves every part of this country. So thank you all for being here, for doing this work, and helping write the new playbook for journalism in Canada. So now I'm going to hand it over to Alan Thompson, co-director of Carleton University School of Journalism and Communications. Thanks.
Good morning. So welcome to Carleton University, home to Canada's original journalism school. And literally, this building is home to our journalism school. Our TV and radio studios are downstairs. Classroom studio space is up on the 4th floor. And if anyone would like to have a look around, let me know if there's at a break, if you'd like to see what we do. So it's an honor to be able to welcome you here. Thanks, Vicky especially. Thank you for reaching out. It's great to have you here with us. Thanks for taking the time. And it's appropriate that we are gathered here to talk about the future of independent journalism in this country. In fact, I suddenly realized this morning when I tried to write some notes, it was 80 years ago, almost to the day, October 9th, 1945, when an upstart institution then known as Carleton College, future Carleton University, established Canada's first journalism school. And that moment did transform journalism in the country. That first journalism class took place in a rented space in downtown Ottawa. It was actually in a church hall. And then it moved to the Masonic Hall because there was no campus for quite some time. There were 5 graduating students in the first class, 3 women, 2 men, fresh out of the Army after the Second World War. And before long, young Canadian journalists, professionally trained for the first time in what were then the latest news gathering techniques, ethics, principles of storytelling, flooded the country's newsrooms back when there were newsrooms to flood. And they helped energize and modernize the news business in Canada. But the news business that those generations of Carleton journalism grads, myself included, the news business that they fostered is no more. As Press Forward has pointed out again and again, Canadian journalism is at a crossroads. And Carleton is at that crossroads as well, because we're part of this industry and part of this landscape. And like you, we are still struggling to decipher the future of journalism. People often ask me, especially graduates from Carleton, how are things going? Like, as if, like, is it okay at a journalism school? And just to assure you, it actually is. And despite their parents and their peers telling them not to do this, we still have 90 young people who show up here every fall and want to explore a career in journalism. And I think even in the last few years, and because I'm the director, I decide who teaches what, so I put myself in the first year undergraduate Journalism 101 course, so I get to meet them. And I find there's a bit of a, I don't know if you call it a Trump bump, or if anyone's old enough, I'm not actually old enough to remember this, but I know that after Watergate, there was just a bit of a surge in interest in journalism, a sense of mission. Like, I want to do that. I want to be Woodward and Bernstein. I do wonder if, and I don't know if anyone's written about this, if there is a bit of a Trump bump that, for all his ills, at least it's reminded people, now I know what journalism is for and why I want to do that. And I'm wondering if that's why we're seeing more enthusiasm among the generation of young students who are coming here. I'm a product of Carleton, but also a product of the Toronto Star, where I spent 2 decades. And I think it could be said that for a long time, Carleton was probably guilty of focusing its curriculum largely on preparing reporters with jobs for those major daily newspapers, legacy media like the Star, the Globe, the CBC. It is still our goal to prepare our graduates for careers in journalism, covering the fundamentals, but we are evolving and trying to keep pace with that shifting media landscape. And I began my career in a small, independent, small-town newspaper. In fact, it was called the Kincardine Independent. And it is deeply concerning to see what is happening in especially small towns and rural communities. Press Forward has noted this erosion of reliable, independent news coverage. Entire communities no longer see themselves in the news, don't see themselves on television, don't see themselves reflected in the news, think news is an urban phenomenon. Hence, while I don't agree with the convoy about anything, except I think in part, those people descended on downtown Ottawa angry with traditional journalism because they thought it didn't reflect them. And there's maybe some truth in that. So I'm determined to continue to make sure Carleton's journalism program does more to prepare our graduates for careers in community-based journalism organizations. And our curriculum has shifted over the years in other ways. We do devote much more attention to the work of freelancers, entrepreneurial journalism, how to work on your own, how to take care of yourself, how to be aware of trauma and stress. My colleague Matthew Pearson created Canada's only journalism school course on trauma-informed reporting. Chris Odette-Longo is launching a new course this year on media management, and believe it or not, that is the first time we've had a course at Carleton on the business side of journalism. Nanaba Duncan introduced the journalism of inclusion at Carleton. Adrian Harewood created new courses on journalism and race, as well as the history of black journalism. Duncan McHugh has created a course here called Reporting in Indigenous Communities, and most recently, a new certificate in journalism in Indigenous communities. So my 20-some years here, we're lucky if we see 1 or 2 Indigenous students in our program. Many don't even self-identify. We don't know until they graduate who they are. And the huge barrier that's been identified is just the move, the relocation, the hurdle of leaving community and going to university. So this program is specifically designed to be able to deliver journalism fundamentals online, and there are 20 students in this certificate, and it's just going, it's amazing. They launched in September. The students who complete that certificate will have the option, if they do want to come to Carleton and study journalism, they'll be able to go directly into the second year. So we're trying to make those kinds of changes. But like all of you, still struggling to keep pace with this rapidly evolving, devolving media landscape. And it might surprise you to hear me, the head of a journalism school, say this, but, and I read this somewhere, I don't remember where, so that's my form of attribution. I do agree that the news industry as we know it is experiencing an extinction event. And I've been doing this job for 40 years, and I am deeply troubled by the death throes of a business that I've been part of for so long. But there's something very important in that I want our students to know and understand. There is an important distinction between the news industry, as we knew it, and journalism. Journalism as the backbone of an open democratic society. We can and we must work to save the latter, to save journalism. Even if we can't save the industry as we knew it. That industry is going to change, is changing, has changed, and being replaced. And many of you in this room are what is changing this industry. And so I just keep reminding our students, try to understand the difference between the news industry and journalism, because it's journalism that we're trying to save. We also have to figure out how we, as people who want to preserve and foster journalism, can deal with what one commentator described as the major problem with our information ecosystem, the plumbing. Here is our plumbing problem. Our sewage and our drinking water are now going through the same pipes. That is the problem with our media ecosystem, and that's a problem that those of us who are determined to save journalism, not to save the news business, that's the challenge we need to address. And I'm really, really glad that we could host you here and that you could have these discussions in the home of Canada's original journalism school. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm going to ask my AI in and for the newsroom panelists to come on up, pick a seat. I'm also going to, let's rearrange. I'd like to be able to see the people I'm talking to. A little bit of a semicircle happening there. Excellent. There's no order. You can pick whatever you want. A seat. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alicia Dacey. I am the managing editor at Future of Good. And I'm going to let my guests introduce themselves, starting with Eric.
Hello. Is this on? Hi, I'm Eric. I'm the director of audience at the Narwhal. That means everything that involves finding ways to get people to discover our journalism and eventually support it.
Thank you. I'm Randy Kitt, and I'm with Unifor. I'm the media director. I spent 20 years working at CTV, TSN, and Discovery Channel, and now I'm sort of in charge of Unifor's media policy across the country.
I'm Paris Marks. I host a podcast called Tech Won't Save Us. I also, I write books. I write other things. I don't know. I talk about technology. That's my job.
Hi, I'm Nikita. I host a podcast called Newsroom Robots that explores AI's role in journalism. I also lead a team of brilliant-minded people who are working on intersecting and looking at technology and its impact on newsrooms, and we help executives in their AI strategy, training journalists all across the globe, and also building AI products.
Excellent. So today we're going to talk about probably the most controversial and difficult thing that I think everybody here is dealing with to varying degrees. So AI adoption or not adoption in the newsroom and how we keep up or don't. And so I'm going to just start things very broadly. And folks, please feel free to jump in. I want this to be a conversation. We'll let the conversation go wherever it wants, and there will be a Q&A as well. But I'm going to start really broadly, and Eric, I'm going to put you on the spot. How is AI adoption going at the Narwhal? How's it going, guys?
Slowly. We've been having a lot of discussions in our newsroom, especially over the past 6 or 8 months, kind of figuring out where we want our guardrails to be. So earlier this year, we joined an AI kind of business of journalism lab cohort through the Google News Initiative, and really that became like a prompting point for us to have more internal discussions about the role of AI in our newsroom. And so what we've kind of been navigating is we formed an internal working group at the Narwhal, which consists of probably about a third of our staff, and it's a broad mix of folks from editorial to operations to audience, and kind of working through and discussing how people feel about it, how they're engaging with AI already in their lives or in their work, and how we might want to shape our policies around AI. And so we're trying to tread very, very carefully and recognize that, there's a lot of questions around AI and also a lot of, especially when it comes to audience trust. And I think that's maybe an added layer of that for us too as an environmental publication and all the questions around the environmental impacts of AI. So there's a long, long list of questions, and we're also working to share back and discuss and engage with our audience in this journey. And so we've had member newsletters that we've sent out, and in those we've kind of shared updates about the ways that we're thinking about this and in keeping them in the loop about the working group that we formed. And then through the lab, starting to kind of assess some tools that might be possible use cases for us to help inform where our policies might end up lying. And so we went through the process of drafting some AI policy, and as part of that process, we sent out an internal employee feedback survey for people to share their own thoughts across the newsroom, and then that helped inform our initial draft guidelines, and then our working group assessed that, provided some input, and now we're at the point where we're kind of working towards those final public-facing guidelines, and then there'll also be a whole other set of more specific internal-facing guidelines.
When you sent your information out to your readers, what kind of general feedback did you get? Were people concerned or were people gung-ho?
I would say more on the trepidation side, yeah. And that was specifically sharing it back with our members, our recurring donors, who are some of the more passionate, engaged folks that interact with our journalism. And there are definitely some question marks about, first of all, I think an unfamiliarity of what do we even mean when we're talking about AI here? Where are the differences of what's generative AI? And I'm sure we could get into some of this. And then also, one plan that we had shared back was you've probably seen in some news orgs or some news websites where you can hear the AI audio readouts of stories. So we were kind of teasing a plan for that, and then that brought in some questions like, what's the energy usage of this? And so then that kind of, was part of our process of trying to figure that out, and how do we communicate that back to folks and still make sure that we're reassuring them that we're taking cautions and not really jumping ahead of things before we know what we're prepared to get into.
Randy, are you hearing some of the same things from other newsrooms or from your members at all, especially around AI adoption and the loss of jobs, or is that really a concern?
Oh, right. The workers and our members are worried, and they're coming to us, and they've just been through 20 years of decline, and they're afraid. Sorry? Hello? I just have to speak. So the workers and our members are afraid. and they're coming to us and they're telling us that they're nervous. They've just had 20 years of decline. They're watching, the members that are left. So we'll have our media council in a couple weeks, and there's about 60 members there. When I started in 2013, there's probably 200 folks, and those are just the representatives of the workplaces. So every representative loss represents a certain percentage of the whole industry, and they've watched all their colleagues slowly disappear, and now AI is the next sort of battleground, and they're worried, and so we're taking this to our employers in bargaining and asking for collective language to protect not so much our jobs, but to protect themselves almost, because the guardrails you were talking about putting in place to keep the journalistic principles intact need to be, and I think it's simple. The guardrails need to be people, and if it's not people, then it's not going to work, because you can hear from the technology experts and the IT folks that, oh, this stuff is 90% accurate or 80% accurate, but in 10 years or 5 years, it's going to be 98% accurate. And I don't think that's good enough for the journalistic product, right? We need people to be the guardrails, and AI has to be looked at as a tool. So some companies are seeing this and giving us language that protects the product, I think, and in that way protects jobs. But other companies are afraid to give us AI language because they don't know what it means, and we find out that they're just as nervous as we are about where it goes. I think it's important that folks get trained on AI and generative AI and what it means and what it looks like and what happens when they put a story into it, or if they're writing a story, or they put information into it, or if they inadvertently put a source into it, and then all of a sudden that information is not confidential anymore. What does the training around AI look like? Companies, a lot of employers, they're not sure what it looks like either. And so there's a lot of fear and trepidation. And I think if we just take a step back and realize that AI is a tool that can be exciting, and some of the other panelists are going to talk about probably how exciting it could be.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask Nikita, because she travels all over the world dealing with this fear in newsrooms and that trepidation. Can you tell me what it's been like the past, even the past year, because you have been, your job is basically to help newsrooms, forgive me if I'm wrong, help newsrooms adopt AI.
Yeah. Especially over the past year, I was a Knight Fellow at the International Center for Journalists, and my entire goal at that time was traveling across the world, worked across 6 continents, helping journalists and newsrooms adopt AI and understand and train them on AI. What I often find is a lot of the fear stems from a lack of AI literacy at that time. Also, when we say AI, I think we're doing a disservice to ourselves in newsrooms when we're just calling everything artificial intelligence, because there are different forms of this technology. We have been using AI since the AP has been using AI to write stories since 2014. They have automated their financial earnings reports since 2014. What type of AI are we talking about? Generative AI, machine learning. That's really important for us to start disclosing to people, and for journalists to have an understanding of what it is, so that we don't put a blanket AI to everything. What really stems into the adoption of AI is understanding this technology, how we can start using it, and for jobs, starting to understand which tasks of my jobs is AI going to help me in, and being able to understand what are those high-value tasks that I can concentrate more on. One thing I always start off whenever I talk about generative AI is it's a machine that's just predicting text at the end of the day. It's learning from thousands and thousands of patterns of input data, and then predicting what the next word is. To me, that is language generation. AI models are doing the work of language generation, but we are not in the business of language generation. We're in the business of knowledge. Knowledge is what we are doing. That is a core distinction. And so as Alan said, the news industry might change the way we know it. Journalism is not, because that is a foundational thing to any society. These AI models cannot function without journalism. They cannot function without real-time factual information, and that is something only a journalist would do. We have to start preparing for seeing what that future is going to look like, start equipping our newsrooms, because the problem that's going to happen is that if we don't do it, others will. Technology companies already are, and they are going to lead and shape that future, and that is something that we may not like end up happening because we completely get out of the picture. And so that's where it all stems into, like, once you show people the tools and what it's capable of, what it's not, I often see innovation spark in newsrooms. People are empowered. Finally, oh, this was a task that I could only ask my product team to do. Suddenly I can wipe code something, just build something out for myself, just for the specific workflow, and it's helping them save time, and they're able to do a lot more work. So that move from fear to innovation is when I see what I see really, really powerful happening at newsrooms.
Well, that's interesting, because I think a lot of us as independent media, we really market ourselves as small but mighty, and sometimes as more trustworthy than legacy media. And AI and trust can really blur lines. So do you think, and I think Paris, you might be able to kind of talk about this a little bit more, but is it worth it to immediately jump into this, and do we risk that audience trust by adopting these tools unilaterally?
I think it definitely can. And, I want to come back to a point that a couple of people were making, that I think we need to be clear about what we actually mean when we talk about AI, right? Because I think for the past couple of years, when you say AI, often that means generative AI, but sometimes it doesn't mean generative AI. Sometimes it means other things. And actually, like, it's really important to make the distinction between these different technologies, what they are, how they work, the potential trade-offs of actually using them. I would be much more critical of the use of generative AI, for example, and I think that I'm open to more discussions on the use of, the AI tools that have been around for a lot longer, that don't have the same degree of kind of resource demands and consumption and things like that. But I think that we've seen very clearly over the past couple of years that when newsrooms announce that they are using generative AI in the reporting process or to generate stories, then you immediately see readers who are questioning, the value, the trust in what is being created as a result of that, right? Because there is a degree of mistrust in what is coming from these models, from these technologies, because as you were saying, a lot of these generative AI tools churn out a lot of false information, right? A lot of things that are inaccurate. And we have seen publications already have to kind of pull back stories that they published with generative AI. And of course, readers see that and they say, like, what is going on here, right? And I think like a piece of that as well is also to understand the way that certain companies are rolling this out. When we talk about generative AI, we talk about the impact on jobs. Part of it is that these vulnerabilities are already there, right, within the business model of so many media organizations. And for me, when I look at some of these bigger publications rolling out AI and then announcing a bunch of layoffs, I say, were you looking to do that anyway? And does AI now serve as your justification for laying a bunch of people off who you wanted to get rid of and get off the payroll anyway, right? Is it really actually going to, like, improve the journalism, result in more things being published, because you're now using these tools? I think that is probably rather unlikely. I think it's actually more that now this technology serves as a justification for something that I wanted to do anyway, and now I can say, oh, because of AI, we need to do this. The circumstances have changed, because we see that not just in, say, media companies and news organizations, but we see that in many companies across the economy where AI rolls out, and it's not that it's going to make things so much more productive and so much better and things like that. It's like, oh, this is the opportunity I can use to do something that I wanted to do anyway, whether it's, attacking workers in various ways or what have you, right?
Well, and speaking of trust, and something I want you to answer is, over the past 20 years, as the traditional models have been in decline, and we have dealt with the Googles and the Alphabets and the Metas and the Apples, there is a real sense of betrayal I think, from legacy media over how these models have stripped away funding. So should we be cautious about, about open AI and these other tools, or, is it more of a, they haven't proven themselves to be quote unquote evil yet? Do we jump in, or I don't know? I think the audience disagrees with that.
I don't know. I think I'd call them evil already.
Yeah. I might too.
Like,
Trying to be diplomatic here.
Totally fair. Listen, I think that if we look at kind of the impacts of the platforms in these companies, right, we can see that they pushed this pivot to video because this is what they were interested in a number of years ago, and so many news organizations had to run along with that because this was the new framework within which they were kind of their algorithms were boosting things. They were handing out often money in order to encourage this kind of transition, and then within a couple years, they were not interested in that anymore, and it all went away, and a bunch of people lost their jobs because now Facebook wasn't interested or as interested in video as they were before, right? And there have been a number of these like initiatives, a number of these moments when these platforms, these really powerful technology companies decided, oh, they want to change or encourage news or content, consumption to look a particular way. And now I think with generative AI, we're seeing a new version of that, right? They want us to consume information in a particular mode, but that actually has really severe consequences, not just for trust and things like that, but you think, we have already experienced this to a certain degree in Canada, where you have Meta banning news from its platforms, and that has implications not just for kind of the traffic that is going to news websites, but also the what the public is actually seeing in terms of consuming news, in terms of what they see in their feeds and things like that. And you have bad actors now taking advantage of the fact that the news is not there and creating things that look like news, and then kind of putting it out to deceive people, right? But now with generative AI, you have, of course, Google, which is a major source of traffic to a lot of news websites, essentially enhancing this thing. It has already been pulling snippets out of stories and web pages for many years and sticking them at the top of results to discourage you from clicking through to a link, because it's like, oh, look, your answer, what you were getting is right here. You don't need to visit a particular website. You don't need to visit a news organization. And now they have taken that to the next stage with the AI overviews that they put there, where they have ingested all of this journalistic content, but also everything we've posted on social media, everything that they've been able to find online, books, movies, what have you. And now they are churning out information that they're generating based on having taken all of that data and sticking it at the top of your results. And of course, we're seeing in the data that is resulting in many fewer people clicking through to news websites, to just websites in general, because, oh, the answer or the perceived answer is there, even though those AI overviews have been proven to be rather unreliable in many instances as well, right? And so that creates a really serious problem. And so then when you look at kind of the kind of newsroom implications of that, we've seen a bunch of news entities start making licensing agreements with the generative AI companies to get some degree of revenue. And okay, so there's some short-term cash there that comes with that. But, what are kind of the longer, medium to long-term implications of making those sorts of agreements with companies that have become that have made it very clear that, they don't really see the value in journalism. Google, of course, is providing this money. They've made it clear they're not going to extend that over after the 5 years. We've seen in general the major tech companies, the various platforms, basically demonstrate to us, if not vocally say it, that they do not see journalism as something that is as important as they used to perceive it to be, whether it's taking it off their platforms or de-emphasizing it on the platforms, because of course Meta may have taken news off of the platforms in Canada, but in other markets we're seeing it be deprioritized anyway, right? So these platforms are not trustworthy actors. And I think that is like a key part of the conversation as well, where they have become so dominant in the way that people consume information. And, I think as part of these broader discussions we're having about the relationship to the United States, Mark Carney is, of course, talking about a sovereign cloud now, the infrastructure that kind of runs so many of the digital services that we use. At what point do we get to the
the moment where we need to question the reliance on these platforms in general, how we have allowed them to, kind of dominate the information ecosystem in Canada, the way that, as Alan was saying, you have kind of your sewage and your drinking water kind of mixed together. At what point does the government need to step in and say, this is really unacceptable? Like this has severe social consequences.
Well, and that was kind of leading to my next question. If we as an industry decide, we want to adopt some of these AI tools, generative or not, who is responsible for leading that discussion, and who is responsible for ensuring that happens? Do we think that legislation needs to happen, or is it something we can handle as a news media?
A few points as well I want to make on top of that. First of all, I hear this comparison all the time of this is the same thing as pivot to video. We're doing a pivot to AI. AI companies are pushing in this money for us to adopt AI. There's a huge difference that I find, and I completely disagree with that comparison, because what happened with pivot to video and then the legislation and everything with social media that's been pushed through, the pivot to video in hindsight was really the news industry reacting to just what these technology companies were pushing out to adapt to one specific format of news. AI is an infrastructure shift, and it's nothing like what social media and the pivot to video format was. It is impacting every single industry, and in fact, it impacts your business from all the different landscapes. Like it's impacting your reporting, it's impacting the way your audience are gonna reach you, it's impacting the way in which you will be making money. And that's how we have to start looking at AI and not comparing it. The key difference between video and AI is, again, over there, we were at the mercy of technology platforms. Over here, for the first time, actually, we can take control of this technology. There are open source models that are not hosted, that you don't have to go. If you don't want to go from OpenAI, you don't need to use OpenAI's model. You don't need to use Meta's model. You can use other open source models that can be created, that are being created, that Canada itself should be creating a lot more of, because we have that technology power that journalism and news industry should be able to create as well and implement that technology. That's what I mean by leading AI and getting journalists in control of this technology instead of, again, reacting to what technology companies are putting out. That is one thing. And so the second part is when you're thinking about everything that is happening with Google Zero, all of that, what we are seeing is, again, a shift in the user experience of news. How people are going to consume their information is, unfortunately, because of things that we have done in the past where people already have been getting things from aggregators and social media. We have never been that direct point of contact. They hold all of the power already, and they are completely changing the way in which people are going to get news. So all of that referral traffic, everything that you were waiting for somebody to discover your news on your platform, all disappeared, because why do they need to send traffic away to you when they can summarize all of that? When that can be into multiple different paths and personalized, hyper-personalized for you. And on top of that, what's happening with Sora 2, OpenAI came out with this new video model, Sora 2, and they've created a new TikTok-style video social media app. It's all AI-generated videos. I've spent the whole week just like taking my phone and constantly going through. Some of these videos are just so realistic that I don't know if I'm looking at TikTok or YouTube Short or a completely AI-generated video. And now if that all starts to infiltrate our social media, what does that mean for if we are having a different set of guidelines, technology companies are pushing out a completely different set of agenda, there's a huge misalignment in the way in which we're thinking. And something that I always talk about is that we have to adopt a first principles thinking mindset of like stripping away all of the assumptions of how we are doing things, what we are doing, going back to the fundamentals of what does our information ecosystem look like with today's technology and rebuilding journalism up from there. What does it mean for journalists and journalism to be in control of this technology? And what does it mean for how people are going to get trusted, verified information if technology platforms are dominating all of this? And the key part over here is also legislation, in my opinion. And that is about AI-generated information. How that gets disclosed to people needs to be very important. I think there are two separate things, and we can't just wait for legislation, but we have to take control of this technology in two key ways. First of all, we have to build an infrastructure for news. A lot of the funding that keeps on happening and we're talking about is all about how do we just put more into reporting. Right now, we also have to strengthen the infrastructure, our technology infrastructure, because we are otherwise, once again, at the mercy of technology companies. And so that's the key thing. And then the second thing is we have to involve our audience, be out there and start asking them how they themselves are using ChatGPT right now, because I bet you a lot of people are. A lot of your younger audience are. According to the Reuters News Institute, this was back in January when they did their survey, 13% of people were getting their news from ChatGPT between the ages of 18 to 34. That's a big number for January when Google AI overviews, all of this was not out. Perplexity, all of them, OpenAI, have been giving out free premium licenses to students because they're capturing that younger audience habits. And that's what we need to be focusing on, those two things of build your infrastructure, start talking deeply to your audience on how AI is already part of their information.
Yeah, I think the answer to whose responsibility it is all of our responsibility. So, there absolutely is a role for government to play in creating legislation, and we all need to be in on how that looks. But if we think that we're going to be satisfied with that, with what we end up with, we're all going to be very disappointed. And also the government moves so slow and AI moves so quickly. We're going to be behind the 8 ball, no matter if we rely on that. Employers have to take responsibility, workers have to take responsibility, and the public has to take responsibility. And all of us have to do our role to educate and to play our part to make sure that we're using AI responsibly.
That feels really daunting, especially when none of us have any money. How do we do that? How do we take that responsibility when we're struggling to hire journalists and keep our newsrooms running? I'm sure if someone had the answer, they wouldn't be here. They would be making millions of dollars elsewhere. But I'm curious, to me that seems daunting.
Yeah, it is. I think part of it, to build off of Nikita's point, comes down to the things that we need to prioritize as newsrooms right now. I think it's very easy and important to prioritize the reporting resources, but we also need to prioritize our operations, our web ecosystem. We recently this year hired a web developer, kind of recognizing that we need to move faster to respond to how people are engaging with news and information, and thinking about how do we build and strengthen those direct relationships at a time when everything is so disparate and we're worried about a Google Zero scenario. And Google is a massive source of traffic for us. It is, I think, for most publishers in this room. And so how do we continue to better own those relationships? How do we create incentives and reasons for people to want to come back to, as archaic as it sounds, to come back to our homepage, and creating an experience that people will actually enjoy coming back to, and kind of pairing that with journalism that people want to engage with. And that also kind of maps over to, people are consuming video, of course, and so we brought on a video producer who's actually here in this room, and thinking about how do we create different kinds of news that meets people where they're at. Not everybody is going to want to read a 15-minute article. Some people want to read a couple-minute explainer or a newsletter or a piece of vertical video. And so I think we need to be really strategic about how we're trying to strengthen those relationships. And at the same time, I think it is a challenge, especially for smaller newsrooms. We talked about those deals that publishers are striking with these AI companies. We don't have a seat at the table for that, even if they're flawed. We aren't really getting that money. And so, how do we maybe find ways to pool our resources together? How do we use Press Forward as a platform to advocate for the things that we need?
We've got about 5 minutes left, and I want to turn over if anyone has questions. Ty, I see you in the back.
I think we also recognize that this is a monumental shift in
Just speak loudly.
we know that it's a monumental shift, right, in the world, and we don't want to be caught flat-footed. if this could potentially be something that we could use. So I guess my question for the panel is, in your work, are there newsrooms that are actually doing this well? Are there role models that we can turn to who are actually doing this responsibly and actually using AI to enhance the work of journalism within their newsroom?
Just so everyone could hear, are there newsrooms, are there models that you folks have seen that are doing this well that we can look to?
I can answer that. The Nordics are the people to look to for inspiration, and specifically just the way in which like Norway and media companies over there, and I'm going to highlight one media company called Tromsø. They operate out of a small region called Tromsø over there, a local newspaper, 25 people. They have about 5 of the people who are completely just focused on AI. A lot of former data journalists who are now going and doing PhDs in AI because it's sponsored by the government. And now they're really able to build up that infrastructure of AI over there. Why I'm talking about them is a lot of what they have done has really been able to help them in the news gathering process. Now, they're not thinking about AI for news generation or anything, but it's all in the news gathering process because they themselves are former data journalists. They know all of the work that needs to be done, how AI can be helping them. They're building and being able to report on stories they never were able to before. They're able to do it on much more volume of stories as well, covering a lot more stories that they couldn't ever before. And that's one of the ones I want to be able to highlight and tell you. Look at the Nordics. They're just filled with examples that are there.
All right, folks, final comments. Does anybody have a final comment?
Yeah, I think I would just add, I think we need to be aware that there is a lot of hype around the technology as well, and that is going to die off, and the actual kind of long-term implications of this are going to look very different from what is being pushed on us at the moment, and we need to recognize that, right? If you stick a chatbot on your website because you want people to engage more with the journalism and it starts churning out false information, that is reflecting poorly on the publication, even though maybe you wanted to try to make it more accessible or something like that, right? But there's another piece of this as well where we have a growing number of studies that suggest that generative AI rollouts are not actually making businesses more productive, and in some cases are actually creating more work for the employees who end up having to use it. But on top of that, these tools right now are heavily subsidized by companies that are losing a lot of money to try to encourage us to adopt them, to try to encourage everyone to be using them. And there's going to come a point when they are actually going to have to make money on these things. And then the cost for everybody to use it, who have been rolling it out and expecting everyone to use it, is going to rise significantly. And of course, if you're thinking about journalistic publications that are already kind of stretched, those tech companies are going to be looking for more of that money, and it's really not clear what the payoff is actually going to be there.
Speaking of that study, by the Stanford Social Media Lab and BetterUp Labs, they said that 95% of companies say AI has not provided any return on investment for them yet. So on that note, I'm going to leave it. We've run out of time as much as I wish we could talk for a couple more hours. But can I get a round of applause? Thank you so much.
Goes like 70%, 30%.
And then we lose, they're like, oh, all right.
Sort of like, hurts your heart.
But it adds like a layer of like element there that's like fun to watch the game. Oh, it's gonna be like, hey, I think I don't know.
Can everyone hear me? Yes, perfect. All right, so we're going to do this very fast. My name's Jeff Sharp. I'm the founder of Lookout Media. We're a local media company based in with local publications in Vancouver and Ottawa. And today I'm going to quickly go through sort of how our business operates. As you can see by the title slide, tried to do this a few different times, failed a lot of times. I think we found a process that seems to work, and hopefully everyone here can maybe learn a little bit from what we're trying to do. So obviously, we're all in here to produce impactful journalism. That's why we get started to do this. And a lot of times what ends up happening as your organization grows or when you're starting out is that things get busy. You end up being in meetings all the time. You're getting distracted by shiny objects. Maybe there's a lack of clarity around roles and responsibilities, or you have goals and you're not quite sure how to achieve them. And so a lot of times it can be a real struggle to move from where you are to where you want to go. And you end up being burned out, lack of focus, maybe your organization stalls in terms of what you're trying to do. And at the end of the day, what this creates is an unsustainable media business that produces mediocre work. And so this was my challenge for a long time. I've started multiple different media businesses, trying to figure out what would work, and a lot of times they sort of stalled out and failed. And so with the Lookout, I decided to try to find a system that would work, something that could easily implement and just use to sort of grow the organization. And so far it's been really successful. We're in 2 cities, lots of email subscribers, 3,200 paying members, and the vast majority of that is because of the incredible journalism, but it's also because we've created a system that seems to work as we try to grow sort of month over month, year over year. This is not something I invented. This is just a system that I found. I know other media organizations have used it before too. It's based on a book called The Entrepreneur Operating System. I just call it the Media Operating System, but it's a book that anyone can use and find. If you're really struggling with these setting goals and achieving them, managing your team, sort of running meetings, this can be a great way to help streamline that so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. And so, great thing about it is you don't need an MBA to do it. I just have a political science degree. I have nothing in sort of like financial management or anything like that. But for those of you who are leading a team, it can help you create a vision, a roadmap, and a way to sort of move forward step by step. I'm going to quickly run through sort of examples of how we're using it and the sort of steps that are part of it really, really quickly. But again, encourage everyone to take a look at the book if this is of interest at all. First things first is you sort of work to create a set of values that your organization has. And so this is easy, once you set this, then the people that join know what you stand for, know what you're working towards. Have a focus or specific focus or purpose that you're trying to achieve. So for us, it's making discovering and understanding local news easier for and accessible for our readership. Setting a 10-year goal. This is something that, if you can achieve it, incredible, really a big stretch goal, but it's something that you're sort of aiming for as a North Star. Then you're figuring out who you're talking to, what's unique about you, and the process by which you do that. So for us, it's engaged, we call them engaged locals. They're 30-plus people who love living in their city and want to know what's going on. We do this through the format delivery and really good audience engagement. And our process is really simple. We deliver stories over email, put up a paywall, and ask people to become members. And then from there, you're going to have a few other things where you're setting specific goals. So the idea here is that you have a 3-year goal, 1-year goal, and quarterly goals, and each one leads to the next. So your quarterly goals are helping you get to your 1-year goals, and all of this is you're working with your team to develop this so you're all on the same page. The real beauty of this, though, I'd say, is that there's clear processes for having meetings, especially like your weekly meetings. I'll talk about those quickly in a second. But the other key part is that it helps you identify those issues that are stopping you from achieving your goals, whether they're sort of weekly ones or long-term ones, and helps you with the process sort of work through that really quickly. Part of that process is also building an internal wiki so that your team has access to all this information. They understand the process of what they need to do, and so everyone is on the same page as you're working through things. An organizational structure, a lot of this is, I'm sure you already have as well too, but having a clear understanding of who's responsible for what and who's accountable for, different things that are going on in your group. From there, with the different accountability that you have, you can then create sort of different metrics that you're tracking, so that each person is accountable for something related to the success of the organization, as you sort of work through the goals that you've set. And then the last thing is effective weekly meetings. I don't know about anyone else. I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to actually run a good meeting, and this really does help with that by really focusing on the specific things that you're trying to do, and then setting a time aside and a clear process to work through those issues so that you can get things done in a more timely manner. This is especially good for small newsrooms that are starting out. When we did this, it was only 2 of us. Now there's 5 of us, and it still works quite well. So that's the presentation. If you're interested in it all about it, the book is called EOS by Gino Wickman. Highly recommend it. Yeah, it's $10 or something. Really easy to read. If you do have any questions about it, I'm always happy to chat, because it really has been a bit of a game changer for us in terms of how we're doing this. So that's, yeah, quickly presentation. Any questions at all?
We have time for questions. Anyone has them?
Perfect. Okay, thanks a lot.
This is moving faster, so yeah.
Oh, no,
Go ahead. You did that so quick. Eric, if you want to wrap up like 5 minutes early,
that's the normal. Okay, so to wrap at 11:05 or whatever.
yeah.
All right. Is this mic on? Yeah. Okay. I'm back. You can't get rid of me. We're going to be talking, the 5 of us, about community partnerships, collaborations, and what that means in the journalism space. I think an underlying piece under all of today's conversations is about the changing kind of news landscape, whether it's Bill C-18, Google Zero, questions of AI, how we're building direct relationships with our audiences. And I think a big piece at the heart of that is how we work together, how we connect with our audiences, and build relationship and build that community if we want to find ways to sustain ourselves as news organizations. And so I think we've got a pretty great mix of people here today, kind of speaking to various aspects of that collaboration and community. So I'm just going to let everybody kind of introduce themselves and maybe share a little bit about what collaboration in the news ecosystem means to you. Go ahead.
I'm Andre Goulet. I'm the director of the community at unrig.ca, which is an aggregation website of 30 publishers around the country, independent journalism publishers, and the director of Harbinger Media, which is a podcast community of 80 progressive podcasts around the country. And Jeff helped us set up that network 5 years ago this month, this podcast community. So when I'm thinking about community and collaboration, I really think about a lot of the people in this room who have podcasts at Harbinger, who are publications who are part of Unrigged. And for me, that's just like the thread that kind of blends together a kind of camaraderie and solidarity in a moment of crisis and opportunity in independent Canadian journalism. I'll keep it at that and pass it on.
Hi. My name is Magda Konieczna. I'm an associate professor of journalism at Concordia University. And I've been working on a project called Documenters Canada, inspired by documenters.org in the US, with some of the folks in the room, Clément, our network lead in the back, and Gabrielle from Pivot. And we're sort of building slowly a network across Canada of news organizations that are working to train and pay community members to document public meetings. And we're really exploring how that can be sort of built on local collaborations. In Montreal, we're working with a bunch of different community groups to help recruit the folks who will be the participants in the program, working with our news partners.
Hi, is this on? Yeah. I'm Anna Sofia Ibon. I'm a program manager at the Inspirit Foundation, so coming at this room from a very different place in the ecosystem from the foundation world. Inspirit, just for those of you who don't know us, it's a public philanthropic foundation based in Toronto, but operating nationally, that funds arts and media initiatives in service of social inclusion and pluralism. We've been funding independent journalism since 2019. And yeah, where I come from in this conversation is really I'm in a place in the system where we're working with independent journalists, media outlets, other foundations, like some in the room, Rido Hall, hi Alison, like media education initiatives, policy. So we're kind of working across the system to support it in working toward a better status and trying to find ways to fund initiatives that are working in the media space, to connect them, and we'll talk a bit more about that, but I'll leave it there.
Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with the mic. Hi everyone, my name is Yara Almur. I'm managing editor of The Green Line. We're a hyperlocal publication based in Toronto, and really our vision is to create tools, information, and events that help people overcome their challenges in the city, but also a big part that's important to us is to build community with each other. So partnership are really one of the backbones of the Green Line, whether that's media partnerships with other publications, with academic institutions like Concordia and Magda, and even local organizations in the city. All of this is really important for us because one, it's really at the heart of being able to drive the social impact that we aspire to, but it also, as a small and young publication, it's a way to diversify revenue streams and allow us to be sustainable. One thing I want to add is, as I was saying, community is really central to what we do, and we connect with community and build these collaborations on so many different levels of what we do, whether that's before deciding what the story is in these consultations, throughout the reporting, through projects like Documenters, for example, and other partnerships where, with the community center, for example, we've involved people in the reporting process, but then it also doesn't stop at the reporting, it's what happens after, and that's a big one for us, where we collaborate with local organizations to co-host events, to bring people, not just to share our information, but to connect them to the resources and offer an intentional space where people can commiserate, brainstorm, and start to build that community and think about more partnerships. So that's us.
Awesome, thanks. I wanted to dive in specifically into the Documenters program. Magda, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about the genesis of how that came to be. I know it was like something that started in the States, and you're part of the efforts to bring it over to Canada, whether that's with the Green Line or beyond. So maybe if you could tell everybody a little bit about that.
Yeah, just trying to think about how to make the story a short one. So you might be familiar with Documenters, founded by City Bureau in Chicago in 2016. They started training folks to go and cover police accountability meetings in the wake of police killing of a young black teenager. And that network has grown. I can never keep track, but last time I checked, it was 29 different sites across the US. And I'd sort of been thinking about ways to, do some of the things that Yara mentioned, really build community around journalism, create something that's not just, collecting information and sharing it out kind of thing. And so a couple years ago, I worked with some of our amazing master's students at Concordia, including Clément, who was then in the master's program and has now has since graduated, to think about what it would mean to bring documenters to Montreal. Out of that, we ended up, our first partner was the Green Line, and the goal really is to, there's sort of four things. By training and paying community members to do some of this work, which I should say is not journalism, but is documenting, sort of creating notes, some of the raw material maybe for doing journalism. We're increasing the amount of local news and information, but also how relevant it is to community members, because it's being produced by the community members, shared out within their networks. It's increasing accountability by ensuring that folks are at these meetings. Some of these meetings, in Montreal, we have 91 municipalities in the greater Montreal area. Some of these meetings are totally there's no observers in the room, and so we're aiming to kind of change that with the documenters project, and also just giving folks the skills and understanding of what goes into local decision making, and information production and sharing. And so since the fall, since September, we're partnering with Pivot in Montreal, and then we have a couple other partners we're sort of in very early stages with, one in Alberta and one in the Maritime provinces.
Awesome. Yara, maybe you could speak a little bit to what it's been like implementing the Documenters program through the Green Line.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, it's been really fun, but also I will say it is not easy. The most important thing for us is it really helps lift the veil for community members on the process of journalism. So you're bringing people who have no background at all in journalism, who maybe haven't even ever been to a public meeting, get to know how these processes work. But it's not just about how local governance work, but also how journalists produce this information. So the first sort of challenge there was to find the right amount of training to help people understand this, and obviously pay them to go and document these public meetings. And the way it works, they come back to us with notes, and our journalists will turn those into stories. And I think we've had so many different iterations of what notes look like, from something that's closer to meeting minutes to something a bit more intentional. Where we landed right now is more of a summary and video summaries. We were talking earlier about meeting the audience where they are and sort of shifting to that. So this is what we found has been working. But through all of these different iterations of what the end product looks like, the constant has been bringing in the lived experience and the expertise of community members who might be directly affected by these decisions that are happening in these public meetings, because they can come and tell us, I went to this meeting and I care about this particular agenda item because this happened to my neighbors, and this is how I see it play out. So this is really what makes it worth it, because as Magda was saying, in a lot of those meetings, there's nobody there. And some of our documenters have come back saying, I was shocked at some of the conversations that were happened, just because city staff or developers, specifically because we cover housing a lot in Toronto, speak with no accountability in a sense. So it's really important for the documenters to be there. But what it's also meant for us is to reimagine, how do we really examine this power dynamic with the communities we report for, because we're also reporting with them, not just on them. How do we sort of share ownership of this project while still maintaining, the rigorous fact-checking, the journalistic standards that we want to adhere to, and producing something that everyone can benefit from and be proud of, while ensuring that the Green Line also can continue operating sustainably and fit the Documenters project into our existing workflows. So it's been a really interesting journey. I think this month comes to a year of experimenting Documenters at the Green Line. And it's been something really exciting, because it also shows you people care and people get involved. And to come back to this idea, again, from the first panel about trust, I think bringing the process of journalism closer to people help them build this trust and want to, come to you to the information. So that's really about it for us.
I'm curious if you've found that it's changed the way that you or other folks at the Green Line think about how you do journalism.
I mean, I think for sure it's brought fresh perspectives into our newsroom from people who we might not normally always cross paths with. Even though I would say at the Green Line, we've always had this idea that we're reporting for the community and with the community, and before documentaries, we had a little community outpost out of a community center where we were polling people on their information needs, and sort of we trained local youth to be their own storytellers. And funnily, one of those local youth continued to launch documentaries with us. So that's really been what's interesting is how do you bring people who with no formal journalism training to your newsroom and give them the tools to be able to do that with you. So that's been the biggest part of it for us, for sure.
Thanks. Anna Sophia, InSpirit is kind of in the mix of this project as a funder. Can you maybe speak a little bit to why this was a priority for InSpirit and kind of what it means for InSpirit to support those like relationship building initiatives?
Yeah, I think I'll start by saying InSpirit is in a particular place in the journalism and the funding ecosystem, in the sense that it's one of the only philanthropic foundations that has journalism as part of its mission. So we think about this a lot. A lot of our peers in the funding space might have other priorities, right? Housing, environment, arts. There's a million areas, and ours, or one of ours, is journalism. So we think a lot about how do we support independent outlets, how do we support the system, how do we partner with others, other foundations, other people in academia. But I think within that mission, which I feel very lucky to be, I lead a lot of our journalism strategy at InSpirit. We have some room for experimenting and for thinking a bit differently about this field. So for us, when I started chatting with Magda about documenters, this piece about really centering audiences that are not at all familiar with the world of journalism, who are going to their neighbors and thinking I don't even know how to get information about the person I'm supposed to vote for because there's nothing, there's no reporting. And seeing there's a huge disconnect between some of these citizens and the media world. Yeah, just got us thinking about that and digging a bit deeper. And I think we actually, Magda and I both live in Montreal, and a few years ago there was the closing of this network of hyper-local outlets, Metro Media, which were some of the papers you see in the subway or on the corner streets. And that left a big information gap, right? And we were talking about that, and then again, because of InSpirit's position in the space, we talk to community groups a lot and to nonprofits in the space as well. And I was chatting with the Table de Concertation, which are neighborhood roundtables that offer services to different localities in the city. And I always ask people, where do you get your news? Do you read the news? And these folks who are very, very, very deeply tapped into communities we're like, you know what? We never talk about this, but it started coming up in our meetings. And we want to start our own newspaper. And I was like, well, there are many folks that are doing journalism. Like, well, how about we put you in touch with them and think of different ways that you can bring your community perspective, and then let the journalists bring what they're good at doing. And I think that's part of what's key to this panel is collaboration isn't collaboration for the sake of collaboration, which sounds nice, right? And a little kumbaya. It's let's find what are the needs, and then how, by bringing together people that have different expertises and places in the system and resources, we can do something that we couldn't do separately. So I think documentaries, going back to your question, was one way to experiment and leaning into these new ways of doing that you all are championing in this room.
And InSpirit was also the initial founder with Unrigged when we launched in November of 2023. And they gave us some money to kind of like keep the lights on because we launched with $0. So that was really helpful. And that's different than documentaries, which is very much about connecting with the people face à face with the community. And then what Unrigged does is it connects the journalists with each other and the publications with each other just to keep a door open so that maybe they're more likely to do some content sharing in Montreal, doing a lot of translation back and forth between French and English. So having InSpirit kind of be in our corner has been really nice, even for morale. And so it means like, we're in the early days of organizing a conference with InSpirit and some other foundations and the Solidarity Economy community and the Unrigged journalism community in Montreal to kind of bring those voices together to have conversations about how do we move forward from here to like loop in foundations more than only our friends at InSpirit. So yeah, we love documentaries because it's such a like wonderful thing to bring to Canada. And I love that Inspirit's able to do both the public facing, supporting that, and also supporting the more in the community of journalists connections, like with what Unrigged does.
Building on that a little bit, I know, journalism organizations historically didn't always collaborate a lot with each other, and I think we're moving into a bit of a different ecosystem where there's more of an openness and willingness to collaborate and build off of each other's strengths. And Andre, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the work that you're doing to kind of build those relationships and community, to break down some of those silos to help foster those collabs.
So I get a really interesting inside look at a lot of different publications, like La Converse is with Unrigged, Ricochet, Pivot, The Breach, The Resolve, Press Progress, 26 others. And I get to see how the cookies are made in each context. So one interesting thing is seeing that there's some commonality. A lot of publications have kind of charismatic founders, or plural or singular. A lot of everybody's a nerd about journalism, which is such a cool thing to be a nerd about. So that's one of the engines that kind of drives the whole vibe. And with a lot of independent media, it tends to be values-based too, because we see the kinds of stories that we care about not being covered adequately in the mainstream press, and that really drives that energy too. And maybe too, because of the scale of independent media, it's easier to connect with Clément, who was with L'Organe, which is a French language publication at Concordia, and then having the Concordia journalism department loop into other things. The capacity for building relationships is really possible. There's still a lot of egos involved in stuff, but I don't know, Unrigged kind of exists to create a space where people can come, be invited to have a picnic, be invited to go out for karaoke, be invited just to hang out and stuff. And it's been really successful the last year and a half, and an interesting kind of model for journalism that scales back the competition and creates more of a deliberate community around journalism. So yeah, that's, makes sense? Magda came out to a drinks night at Veldstil Elysée a couple months ago. Anna Sophia we live in the same neighborhood, so she jogged by me when I was reading in the park, and we chatted a bit a month ago. We drove up with Pivot from Montreal and a Communauté. So there's these very ground level ways of people building relationships with each other. Also, those guys were out drinking until 2 in the morning. And so, but those sorts of ways are really effective, important ways of building relationships. And that's something that I think independent journalism can profit from or benefit from.
Thanks. They're just out building community. Yeah. Anna Sophia, you kind of spoke a little bit about a few of the pieces that Inspirit focuses on, whether it's the funding, but also some of that education piece, including trying to elevate the conversation around support for journalism in the philanthropic community. Could you talk a little bit about how that has been going and what it's like to kind of establish something that's maybe not as, I guess we can probably say there's not as much of a culture around philanthropy for journalism in Canada as there might be down south, for example?
Yeah, so I've been at my role for 3 years, and one of the first things that I did when I came on was gather some of the independent outlets that we were funding at the time, with the intention of asking them, what do you need? And with the expectation that the answer would be money, right? Obviously. But there's, okay, money, and then how do we get more money in the system? And Inspirit, I know we're named a lot in these rooms, and we don't want to be one of the only foundations that's named. I mean, Riroja, you're doing amazing work at convening local journalism conversations, and we want others at the table because a stronger system requires more foundations in the room. So going back to 3 years ago, we come together, and then the answer is money and connections to funders. And I was hearing our grantees at the time saying, every time I go to a funder, I have to explain to them why is journalism important, and then explain to them why they should fund me. So what we did, it took a bit of time, but what that conversation led to was us co-creating these practical guides, both for foundations and for journalists who were interested in either accessing philanthropic funding or, if in the case of the foundations, exploring how they might support journalism that serves the public interest, that advances philanthropic foundations' missions. And for that, we collaborated with the Canadian Association of Journalists. Brent was one of the co-authors for the guide for journalists. We collaborated with the Philanthropic Foundations of Canada organization, which is basically what the name entails, an umbrella organization for foundations. And we had April Lindgren at TMU come on board with a huge amount of knowledge about the local journalism space and about journalism philanthropy. So there was this work of translating knowledge from one sector to another. And for these two industries or fields that don't talk to each other very much, that don't have necessarily the same vocabulary, but that are operating in the public interest from their own corners. So that was very important, and having that knowledge out in the open, it's led to, for example, me being approached by a publisher and who says, oh, I read the guide, I want to access funding through a foundation, can we talk about XYZ? I'm like, of course. And then having a foundation come and say, hey, can you tell me about how you do your contracts for funding media? Because we've never done one of these before. And then I'll hear months later, oh, there was actually a grant that happened, right? So that's been really cool to watch and important. And it's led us now to very recently with the partnership of 3 other foundations, the McConnell Foundation, Euphrazine Foundation, and the Sonner Foundations, to launch a pooled fund, which basically means different foundations pooling their resources into one. That's going to support independent journalism for years to come, we hope, or we intend. I know many of you are aware of this, and some of you might have applied. The first round closed last week. But the idea behind this is pooling resources, accepting that not every foundation can be an expert in funding journalism, and not every journalist should be selling the case for journalism funding on top of doing all the work that you're already doing, on top of finding resources for your own outlets. So it's pooling resources, distributing it in a way that's guided by the priorities of the media field. So for this fund, for example, none of the funders are involved in the decision making. They're involved in the initial creation, the structuring of this, the governance, and then the decisions will be taken by media, people from the field of media. That I'm really excited about personally. I think funders don't need to be involved in all of the decisions, and many of them don't want to, right? Like so many foundations don't have staff. Like that's one of the first things that I have to tell journalists when I'm asked about how do I access foundation funding, why are foundations not answering my emails? Like, over 90% of foundations don't have any staff. They're just run by boards of directors. So it's tough to delve into a new funding area like journalism if there's also your local food bank asking for cash, and there's the local art center, and I mean, need is everywhere, right? And journalism is super important. So kind of my job I see as translating across these 2 areas, and Inspirit's work, and we have others joining the field, and yeah, we want more. So if you have any funders in your networks, send them our way, and we can chat.
Just something, it makes me think of, like, again, the forward-facing aspect of what the Green Line's doing and which documenters I think is going to be doing is so important, because it's challenging to reach audiences when you actually invite them into your space, or you go into their community center, or you put on a conference or whatever. I don't know, it just feels like journalism and independent media can use some hype and some rizz, is that what people say? You know what I mean? Like some razzle dazzle, that's what our generation says, right? So having stuff like that, I think, is important. I wanted to ask you about the Narwhal, though, if you don't mind us turning the mic around. So, like, everyone knows the Narwhal's been super successful, I think, and I think they're a real model for what successful independent media looks like. What do you guys do to connect with your audience so that they feel involved? What do you guys do to create community within the Narwhal space?
Yeah, happy to answer. I actually am here via Toronto where we just held our first ever community listening event with about 15 or 20 BIPOC environmental leaders, and it was a day-long kind of facilitated conversation where we were hearing about, how do you consume news? Where do you feel like the gaps are right now when it comes to environmental coverage? What are you kind of looking for? What are you hearing from people in your communities about how they might feel or not feel represented right now, and how do we start like building those relationships, and also sharing back a little bit of a window into our reporting process and how the Narwhal operates. And we recently created a bit of like a guide to so you're being interviewed by the Narwhal, kind of recognizing that public officials or policymakers or CEOs have an basic level of understanding of how the media ecosystem operates. But when you're interviewing regular people out in the community about maybe an industry project that might affect them, this might be their first time speaking with a reporter, and they might already have like a baked-in mistrust of news media. And so how do we kind of explain to them, this is what on the record means, this is what off the record means, this is how we go about our process, and like why we might speak to you for half an hour for a story, but maybe you're not even quoted in it, or there's one line, and like kind of helping to build that understanding and those expectations so that there aren't really those surprises, and that we can continue to like build that trust over time.
Can I toss to Yara for a follow-up question? So they do kind of like a macro. Is this okay?
You want to see?
No. It's okay. They do like a really macro, like big thing, because the environment's something everybody cares about. Even if a lot of the reporting's more local. So what can the Green Line, for instance, or documenters, what can we learn from the Narwhal in how they approach audience engagement, or just like, because I really see them as a big success story. But so how do we feel like from our perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Eric was saying about listening sessions is something that's very important and very crucial to what we do. So as I was saying earlier, I think putting your audience first means involving them at every stage of the process, before the story, throughout the reporting, and then after. And then for us, one thing that's really big and really important, and my favorite thing we do at the Green Line, they're the story circles. I'm just going to take a step back to explain the process that gets us to the story circles. But basically, almost every month at the Green Line, we roll out what we call an action journey. And it's rooted in the idea that we don't want our audience to just engage with the news that we are sharing. We want them to engage with each other and the world around them, whether that means their immediate neighborhood, the city, the province, and really understanding the mechanisms and the spaces that exist in this. So throughout an action journey, week one, we break down the problem, the statistics, everything that's bad that's happening, and there's a lot, of course. Then week two, we dive deeper into solutions, and that means talking to local organizations who are on the ground and who are doing the work, whether that means helping someone who's facing an eviction notice, or connecting people who are feeling lonely to community, or something about transit, all of these different topics. And then week three is when we collaborate again with some of these local organizations and invite everyone to join us in this event. And part of it is sharing our journalism, and that's very important. But two other really important part is, one, these local organizations can connect directly to people and offer them the resources. As journalists, we can't feed someone that's hungry necessarily, but what we're able to do is connect them with a food bank that can, and that's a big aspect of our events. But then my favorite part is story circles, which are also facilitated conversations that end up being unstructured because people really want to chat. There's so much value in meeting in person and seeing someone face to face and sharing those jokes, and we always have a meal, and that really breaks down these barriers, and then we can talk together, not just about our problems and brainstorm solutions, but also how the Green Line can help. We always have this question, what do you need us to produce for you? And then we create this feedback loop where, again, in week one, we're going to look into that. But then after the event, we're also collecting all of these chats that were had and share them back with the community. Like, this is what we brainstormed and what we came up together. This is what this person recommended for someone in a similar situation. And then be able to follow up with that later, saying, okay, last November we had really successful event about building community in Toronto, and a lot of people were asking, well, I want to know where the third spaces are. So in May, one of our very successful action journey was, what is a third space? How do you access them in the city of Toronto? And the last part of it is also bringing fun and joy into it. You know, the world is a terrible space on so many levels right now, and people are exhausted. Nobody wants to doom scroll. So really bringing this aspect of camaraderie and this aspect of there's something fun we're doing together here to build community. We've had basketball tournaments, battle roasts with comedians. We've had board game nights. Sometimes we dropped the whole structured event and we came together to make a craft and a zine. And that really brings people closer together, and they get to know our journalists too. So you open this direct line of communication for people to come tell you, this is something I'm concerned about in my neighborhood. So yeah.
And I just want to add on that to say, I organize picnics in Toronto or Montreal like pretty frequently, and I always feel like I'm really irritating people by spending a ton of social capital to like email them and invite them to a picnic. And I always think no one's going to show up, but then inevitably at least 15 journalists will show up and they'll like hang out and like create relationships. So it is really satisfying because as journalists, we doom scroll too. And it's not really useful to get hung up on hopelessness, but one thing that can really elevate morale is relationship building and building friendships. So sounds corny as hell, but like it's true.
I think that's, you both kind of started to touch on this, but maybe one wrap-up question is just like, what's giving you hope right now? Where are you finding inspiration?
I mean, I'm humbled by the work that all of you guys are doing. It does not sound hokey at all. Like, you do so much work around building building community of journalists, and that really goes a long way. One thing maybe I'll just add on to, because we're really in the stage of learning from all of you. But one thing I'll add that maybe hasn't been mentioned is we're starting to explore, as you said, sort of. Not hoping and expecting that audiences will find us where we are, but trying to find them where they are. So how can we, when these folks create these notes that really are aimed at their neighbors, how can we, reach out to the local library and get them to share it out, reach out to the community center, reach out to a journalist who's working on a particular topic. So like kind of really micro focused targeting around, hey, like this week we have this thing that you might want to share. It might not be every week. You might not want to subscribe to our newsletter, but there's a particular topic that is going to be relevant to the folks that you're already reaching, and how can we kind of get into those conversations? And I'm hopeful that we can sort of build that out into a very laborious process that hopefully then creates echoes and has folks that then eventually sort of finding us on their own as well.
I have two things. One is not an answer to your question, but I want to put you again on the spot, or not you, but the Narwhal and the Free Press. Because when I think of collaboration, funding, partnerships in this space, one example that I always like to highlight, which I think was brilliant, is a few years ago now, I think, the Winnipeg Free Press in Winnipeg and the Narwhal came together and basically co-hired a position for an environmental reporter in Manitoba. And that was funded by the Winnipeg Foundation. So basically a beat for environmental coverage in that region. And why I think it's brilliant is because it's adding environmental coverage. It's giving the Narwhal reach into a geographic area that maybe before they weren't able to cover as much. And then it's giving the Free Press this deep knowledge about environmental reporting that they didn't have on staff before. And then for the Winnipeg Foundation, they're able to fund that through the Narwhal's registered journalism organization status. Whole other conversation that we don't have time for probably. But I just named that because I would encourage you to think about where are those needs and gaps that can be met by partnerships that in the end further your reporting, your audiences, your reach, and your revenue. So just giving that as one example that's relevant for this panel. And then to answer your actual question, I think what gives me hope is that every time I'm in these spaces with independent publishers, everyone's uplifting each other in some way, or like giving shout outs to each other, even though the world of journalism is super competitive and the world is not the greatest place to be in right now. And that gives me hope. So yeah.
I think my answer is a bit similar to what Ana Sofia was saying, is that I find the hope is in people. I think hopelessness comes from isolation and from being alone. And I love being surrounded by journalism nerds, honestly. They're often the best people to hang out with. But also, for me, it's really seeing that the connections we make in the community are lasting connections. Last summer, I spent 4 months in that community center, and we were training youth. We were embedded in a social enterprise market where the youth themselves decided to cover some of these business people in their neighborhood. And then a month later, I was walking by and I saw one of the students pull up a chair and sit next to one of those vendors and have a conversation with them. Two people who are really completely unrelated. And it gives you like this fuzzy, warm feeling to feel like, you know, this relationship was built there and it's there to stay. And just seeing people who passed by this engagement outpost one time and chatted with me for 5 minutes, came back months later to an event and wanted to continue building on that relationship, because we always find something valuable in connecting to others. So that really brings me hope, as cheesy as it is. So.
And Canadian poet John K. Sampson of the Weaker Thens sang, "I hate Winnipeg, but we love Winnipeg. We're happy Narwhal partnered with them." We do a series of symposiums called Progressive Publics with Unrigged, where we invite academics, journalists, and activists to have conversations on stage over the course of like 2 days. So we did one in Calgary, Montreal, and Toronto, but we're doing one in Winnipeg to piggyback on the NDP Leadership Convention and have some conversations with academics and journalists who are in Winnipeg at the end of March, I guess. So that's one thing, that just like targeting like an event that will be fun and then like working towards that gives hope, and then the collaboration with other people gives hope. And then on a more practical level, tonight, if you guys want to come out for a drink, I think a bunch of us will go to the Lieutenant's Pump, I think it's called, which sounds disgusting, but like apparently it's good. Apparently it's good. And the Unrigged Steering Committee has like $500 to put towards a round of drinks. So we're looking forward to doing that, and I hope you guys can join us.
Awesome. Well, we have a little bit of time for questions, if anybody has any.
Wait. I'm coming, sorry. Here you go.
I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering, like I'm from Saskatchewan, so it's very expensive to travel out of Saskatchewan, and I serve communities that are not progressive. They don't live in reality. They're drinking the sewage, they've mutated. And so I serve a lot of rural communities. I worked in northern Alberta, and I hear a lot of you guys are like, I'm progressive, and that's fair, but how do you reach people who live on a total different planet? Like I don't hear a lot of conversations about how to reach out to that audience. So it's great you're doing work, but like I feel like the Narwhal's preaching to the choir that they already have. Like how do you get people back to reality? That's what I'm kind of wondering.
I can speak to that very briefly, and then if anybody wants to jump in. I mean, one thing we talk about a lot at the Narwhal is how do we bridge divides with our journalism, and how do we not just like speak to the converted or people that, you know, might be hardcore environmentalists. And it's hard, but you know, I think we see pockets where it kind of breaks through, and I think it also comes down to like the kind of stories that you're working on and the relationships you're building in community. You know, we have a reporter in Alberta that recently went and covered a meeting of rural landowners who were frustrated about oil and gas leases on their land and unpaid rents, and kind of really representing and showing the perspectives of those members of the community. And we saw the response and like the readership that was coming to that story. The harder part is like, how do we get them to keep coming back and like build an ongoing relationship? But I think there are ways to do it, and also thinking about the language that we're using in the story and the headlines that we write to do that in a way that is truthful, but also doesn't feel alienating to people. It's hard.
I want to add something to that. With the Green Line, what we do is really we found the best way to talk to people across different, you know, the whole political spectrum is really to go back to the basics. Everybody cares about the affordability crisis. Everybody cares about food, about housing. So on choosing to focus on these areas is where we can talk to anybody, whether they agree with our politics or not. And it's really also the fact of being hyper-local and speaking the language of people with their direct experiences I think we're able to do that because we're a hyper-local publication. So we're not really concerning ourselves with like the big policy debates and all of that, but really the day-to-day, how do I eat? How do I have shelter? How do I connect to my neighbor? And that speaks to anyone, wherever they fall on the spectrum. And that's really helpful, honestly, to once you have this buy-in from people and you put them together in a conversation. With these story circles, we're always saying, you know, you might not agree with the person sitting next to you, but we just want to listen to each other and really understand where each person is coming from and why, and what they need to immediately be able to survive and thrive in the city that we share. And I think that's really helpful.
I can add something from the foundation side of the world. One of the things that we're pushing, and especially through the design of this fund that we just launched with these other 3 funders, is support for mission-based mission-based funding, basically. So rather than support for only projects that might be thematic or might make outlets feel like they have to structure their stories in a certain way or communicate their editorial line in a certain way, just really focus on strengthening the local or national news ecosystem and supporting leaders that are well positioned in their communities to do their journalism and obviously following any journalistic ethics and all of that. But I think pushing for mission-based funding from the foundation world is an indirect way of getting to your question.
I have a question, if I may. A lot of the organizations here are wonderfully hyper-local, and you've been talking about, community meetings and meeting people face-to-face. Do you have any tips for, I think you two might be able to help, for those of us, Future of Good, we are across Canada, we're based in Ottawa, I'm in Winnipeg, my reporters are scattered. How do we connect with our communities across a nation as big as Canada in a micro way, not just a macro way? Is that impossible?
It's tough. I think it just starts with like looping back with your audience and sharing some of those perspectives across the country and providing some insights to help humanize stories and people in different communities. But maybe I'll open it up a little.
Well, I just think partnering with your homies is the way to do it because, yeah, Canada's gigantic, and that's one of the big challenges for distribution of like everything we do. So creating relationships is actually kind of essential. So yeah, there's certainly no easy fix, but like I think really being open to relationship building, yeah.
I also want to add to that because this is not necessarily hyper-local, but what we found works for us when we're dealing with politics and things where people might disagree is really be super transparent about the process and giving people the tool to disagree with us if they want. So we have a section on our website, we call it Fact Check for Yourself, and we're just linking everything that we used in the story and telling people, don't take our word for it if you don't want to. Go and dig. These are some resources that can be a starting point. And especially with like 2 elections earlier this year in Canada and in Ontario, we found that people were really reacting very well to that, saying, well, thank you for showing me where you're getting that information about different parties and being able to make up their own minds. So I think this is something else as journalists we really need to give credit to our audience and their own critical thinking skills and their own ability to, make their own conclusions. As much as I would love for everyone to agree with me and have like the same politics, it's not always possible. But I think with that, at least we can agree on the facts, and it's a good place to start.
Can I add to something our Saskatchewan friend was saying, if we have a second? Like the online world is madness, and like that unraveling of the social discourse and stuff it's so bad, it's worse than toxic. So going back to finding new ways to reconnect or finding more like old media ways, like we partner with community radio a lot, which seems to be a bit of a Trojan horse for allowing conservative politicians to support community radio. Like they're able to get funding and there's support from like it's not the usual suspects who are supporting community radio. So I've just like been deliberate about going to their conferences and like doing outreach from our media community to there. So I wonder too if there's like ways of just trying to like live offline and reconnect with people who do things like terrestrial radio, as backwards as that might seem. But yeah.
If I can actually just jump in on that as well, I think like I really believe in the ability in the power of like bringing folks in, right? And so that's what Documenters does. Like, I don't care about your politics. Go to your local public meeting. Don't yell at your neighbors like you yell online. Hopefully, I think no one really does that, right? And I think there's we can start to rebuild maybe a healthy discourse on that level at the very least. We're working on a site in rural Alberta, so we'll let you know how it goes. Hopefully to launch later this year.
I think we maybe have time for one more question if anybody has something.
At our publications and go to places like you were saying, Andre, like we go to a lot of farmers markets and hang out and chat with people. And every so often we'll get somebody who comes who has very strong beliefs that may have gotten information from not super credible places. And I think just like engaging those folks with conversation, I've found that, just kind of setting things aside and being like, well, you really care about this. Like, you've taken time out of your Saturday to come down here with these materials and like talk to me and ask me why we're not covering this, and like really digging down into what their motivation is. And it's helped me to understand that like their motivation is the same as my motivation. Like, they care about their community. There's like fear about the unknown, about where we're headed, about what's happening. And I think that like I don't think that that's an answer to being able to like reach across the aisle and like make everybody understand, but it's helped me just practice a little bit of empathy and think about how we can actually connect on kind of a shared thing, if that's helpful.
And our friend Eric Wickham, who presented about Unrigged at last year's Press Forward and who helped build the Unrigged website and who now works with Press Progress. Last year in October, he and I went to the Solidarity Employees International Union to represent Unrigged and hand out magazines. And on the bus back from Niagara Falls and their big gala night, a guy who had like lost his mind on Facebook talked to Eric for 30 minutes, and Eric patiently listened. And it was like really special watching someone model just like empathetic listening and just like nodding your head. And so, yeah, keeping your mind open, so important.
Okay, I think we'll wrap it there. Thanks, everybody.
It's coffee time, so take a break, get outside, grab some coffee, and we'll be back in the next 15 minutes.
All right, now I can crash. I think we got it.
Yes. I have every attendee. I try to hang out with them, but it's a weird thing. Don't send an email.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Just wait till everyone gets a chance to settle back in. My name is Matthew Demera. I'm the founder of The Resolve. We're a publication focused on Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities in Canada. Today we are having a oldie goodie discussion, one that we perennial favorite, about funding. Today our panel is about the new funding environment, how things have changed. As publishers in independent media, we are often very concerned about where our next dollar is coming from and how we're going to keep funding the important work that we're doing. But I think our panel today is coming from a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different business models. So I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves first. If you can introduce yourself, your publication, and a little bit about your business model and how your funding works.
Sure. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for everyone helping to put this on. So my name is Adam Rayburn. I own a independent radio station and community website in northern BC in Fort St. John. As I was referencing before, I think we're the second largest federal riding by area, and only about 70,000 people live in our area. So our primary model, we've been doing this since 2003. Our primary model is advertising, but we've expanded more into events. So we host and run a number of community events, and then advertising services. So we're running businesses, social media campaigns, Google search, all those other things, anything digital marketing. Basically, we're even expanding from that. Marketing as a whole is what we're trying to do to fund the journalism side of the business.
My name is Jan Frolick. I'm officially here representing the West End Phoenix as their Director of Partnerships out of Toronto. They are a nonprofit. They are primarily funded by donor, microdonor, and subscription base and some advertising. But I'm coming also from a different perspective in that I am the money person. I owned the largest sales agency in Canada for many, many years called Magazine Network. And I represented 26 publications across Canada with a specific focus on hyperlocal arts and entertainment publications. I was the founder of the Canadian Alternative Newspaper Network when Alternative Newspaper Network meant something entirely different. Arts and entertainment focus on 18 to 34. So I am a funder. I'm not a funder. I look for great funding for great people and great organizations. That's what I do, and it really excites me.
Okay. Hi. I'm Leila Savage. Does this work? Yeah. Okay. I'm the founder, executive director, and editor-in-chief, so I have 3 jobs, at La Converse, which is a community-powered media serving marginalized communities in now French and English. And we're a nonprofit, so a lot of our funding is, well, now we have our JO status, so we do have some tax credit for reporters through Quebec and Canada. A lot of it is philanthropy, government subsidies, some project-based funding, because we do have a school where we do teach reporters, mostly youth, actually communities, how to do journalism. And then we have a studio as well that we rent out, so we do specific projects with mostly our communities and in partnership with NGOs. And then whenever I'm invited to speak, all of that money goes to La Converse. So any time I'm invited, but also I'll do some specific workshops with youth to help them do journalism, and that is also a way for us to fund our activities.
I'm Allison McLaughlin. I'm here with the Rideau Hall Foundation, so I'm the thing that doesn't look the same as the rest of the things on this panel. I have the real pleasure of also managing the Michener Awards Foundation for Public Service Journalism. The Rideau Hall Foundation is a national charity. We like to say that our mission is to build or help build a better Canada for all. And part of that is and has to be helping to grow and strengthen local news across the country. So we find a variety of different ways to help fund convening opportunities like this, to work with Anna Sophia in different ways, to bring people together to talk about how news and journalism, especially independent media, is important for our democracy, and to sort of embed different ways to do that in all of our program areas. So really happy to be here talking to you all today.
So when we were sort of preparing for this conversation, we were feeling like this is like, again, a panel we have every year at every conference, and trying to find an answer to how we're all going to pay for all this great work that we're doing. And we don't always get answers, but we wanted to sort of talk about first what's changed in the last 5 years. I'll start with you, Adam. Just in terms of the funding situation, what's different now from 2025 to 20?
Well, there is funding. That's probably the first part, right? So we've been doing this, as I said, since 2003, and kind of always been reliant on our own. Basically, we had to go out there and figure out how we were going to pay for the product and the service that we were offering to the community. So that the biggest change is there is actually a movement where we're seeing funding from whether it be foundations or government and other organizations. We're actually starting to see that. So I think that is a positive, but I also know that it leads to, I think it was Kelly from Saskatchewan was mentioning it, the backlash I get from taking government funding in my right-wing area is extreme. So I think it does also lead to some negatives as well too. So, the positive is there's funding and we have to continue to work to grow that, but it's also can lead to some other issues for the organization as well too.
I'm going to skip you just for a second. Leila, if you can sort of talk about specifically for La Converse, what's different now in terms of funding, and like what are the programs that you have now that you didn't have then?
I think that what's changed is that when La Converse was born, I was mentioning this to you before, it was before George Floyd happened, and I really intentionally need to say that. So we started off with a $5,000 Facebook relief fund from Facebook Journalism Project. I was a 5,000 American, and then after that there was the Facebook Accelerator that gave people $50,000 to learn how to do reader revenue. And I was really honest with David Grant. I said, I don't need to do this. I really need the money, otherwise we will die. And he was like, okay, go for it. And then GNI had a GNI Innovation Challenge, and we applied to that, and it was $150K. And we said, white supremacist tactics don't work. And they were like, yeah, here's $150K. So it was much easier for a lot of, especially BIPOC organizations, to be born during that time where diversity was in, right? And Facebook and Google seemed to care. Honestly, they were American, and it is easier for them. I'll say this as somebody from Quebec. The things that I said to Facebook and Google, I could not say to people in Quebec because they're going to think I'm an extreme radical extremiste gauche. Là. Excuse me, but it's true. And so we had an American ally, whether we like it or not, funding-wise, we had an American ally that cared about diversity. And so this is why La Converse was able to be born and to be where we are today. Now that those players are out, we need to replace them with other people that really care about the mission that we have. And that's really hard because they had a lot more money than a lot of philanthropic foundations, right? And so I think that's the biggest change, right? That impacted a lot of independent publishers as well, right? Like Facebook and Google allowed a lot of independent publishers in Canada to be born, right? I wouldn't have been here today. La Converse wouldn't exist without it. And so now that shifted through the CJC fund, but that's like $10,000 a reporter if you have a full-time reporter, right? And so for us, we lost money with the C18. And then, there's the whole ban that also affects our ability to be known and have more reader revenue. So I think that's the biggest change. And then on the philanthropic side, I think that there is, thanks to Inspirit's work, a lot more openness to funding journalism. But again, I'm not really sure that the philanthropic side cares as much about the issues that we care about, but because it's always in trend, right? So like, is diversity still the #1 priority for philanthropy in Canada? I'm not sure. Sometimes it's the environment, sometimes it's diversity, sometimes it's polarization. And these are things that we don't really cover the environment. If we do, it's from a racism point of view. But I think that that's changed. And then for us as an RJO, that's huge, right? So now we don't need to rely as much on maybe philanthropy, but we still really need it as mission. And then what's changed for La Converse, that's another conversation. So I'll leave it there.
I would definitely agree with that. Equity, inclusion, seems to be out of style at the moment, right? So, and not just for corporations and small donors, but and I think that is our biggest challenge, is that it has shifted away from, in 2020, there was this portal that seemed to open, and you're right, around the murder of Mr. George Floyd, where everyone was like bought in, and they're like, yes, I'm gonna. This is the right thing to do. And since then, we've shifted away from that. I don't, attention span is difficult at the best of times, but and I think people now, first of all, they really want to be, they want to know where their money is going, right? They want to be super intentional about it, and they want to be supporting immediately climate change. They want to support immediately housing and food insecurity, things like that. And if they don't see it or understand it, they just don't do it. So that is a challenge for us at West End Phoenix, because we tackle these things, we're hugely embedded. We tackle these issues issue by issue, but literally issue by issue, because we are a print, slow media issued paper. So our funders are like, maybe it's not exactly what I need to fund right now when I have the money. So we are finding the same thing. It's like, what's in style, right? And how do you jump on that?
Yeah, and let's go to Allison. In 2020, what was the Rideau Hall Foundation's relationship with funding journalism?
Back in 2020? Yeah, we didn't have one. And it was in 2021 that we partnered with the Michener Awards Foundation to give it a home. And then we also started a new program called Catapult Canada, which was about breaking down barriers to learning and post-secondary education for Canadians across the country. And we granted La Converse a small grant through that. And then we started to think about how, the role we play through foundations and through giving, and all of our other priorities. And we started to think about how through things like learning grants, things like some of our granting with through democracy programs, we could expand our giving to local news in particular and journalism organizations. And then we also thought, well, how can we do it through a convening way? So we're convening different groups. We're investing in opportunities like this, convening our own meetings. And then we thought about how we can support local news through ads and our own very small, albeit, advertising dollars, and putting a percentage matching the Quebec provincial government's 30% to ad revenue in local news organizations. And so really thinking about the different kinds of ways we can give money. So back in 2020, we weren't doing it at all. Now it's actually a part of how we do a lot of different things. And I think we're seeing other foundations and other philanthropic organizations kind of come on board in a variety of different ways, which is, I think, a little bit exciting.
I just want to ask a follow-up question there, actually. What was it that made you have that jump? Because we've heard a lot about how foundations aren't that interested in journalism. What was it that made it a priority for you?
I think there's two answers to that question. One was our relationship with Michener and sort of like reinforcing their connection to public service journalism and a deepening kind of investment in local news. And then the other is, I think, more philosophical, and realizing that to do and achieve some of the things that we want to achieve in education, in democracy, in young people having opportunities, that we need to fund local news and independent news to kind of lift up those things. And last year we had the opportunity to meet with Steve Waldman from Report for America, and he really kind of reinforced that whole dynamic that journalism is probably not going to be every foundation's top priority. It can't be, because they're created to do a whole bunch of different things. But if it's the second and third priority, then that's going to help uplift all of their other important objectives, whether it be housing, whether it be environment, whether it be education, whether it be democracy. And I think we've really leaned into that philosophy, and I think we're trying to talk about that more and more in the environments that we're in.
Let's talk a little bit about government funding. Adam, how does Energetic City benefit from funding, and how are you feeling about the situation right now? And yeah.
A lot. So we had a newsroom of 2 people prior to some government programs. We're now up to 5. So we've been able to take the funding for the most part, and our goal now is to take that money to help us to build the foundation of the business so that we can continue with those people working in those roles and hopefully continue to expand, but also hopefully one day, and under the, always the issue of will this funding disappear one day or not, be able to sustain this on our own. That is what my major goal is to make sure that if these programs were to ever disappear, how do we continue to operate and keep the staffing and the reporting and the work that we do at the same level that we're at today? And so that's one of my big things, is how can we parlay that money? And so, yeah, we've taken advantage of the programs and will continue to, and really, do appreciate, especially, things like the LJI that do help us to get someone in. We have someone reporting specifically on Indigenous communities in our area, which is a major topic that has not got any coverage before. So it's played a big part in helping us to grow and hopefully to sustain in the long term.
And Jen, how does the West End Phoenix benefit from government grants?
We don't.
And it's
No, it's just not part of our business model. We are subscriber-based, microdonor, large gifts, and me, right? It's me going out and telling the story of why we should be funded. So there is no Meta money, there's no Google money, there was some emergency measures money that came in, but not enough to sustain what we do. So.
And is that like an ideological decision, or is it that the programs don't fit with your model?
That is a very good question. I'm not sure, because I think it's the amount of work that it takes to actually access this money. And it's a small, lean team, and we have money from elsewhere. We're pretty robust, and we are very, very active in our community with the event side of things. So we're always looking for diversifying our revenue streams through basically our community. So we haven't had to do that yet.
And Layla, what programs do you use, and what happens if a new government comes in tomorrow and those programs go away?
Yeah, at La Converse, we actually now, was not the case always, but we're lucky enough to be getting access to programs. So we got funding from federal, municipal, provincial, on different levels and for different programs. And so from the Quebec government, we got MCCQ, so Minister of Culture has a fund for digital transition, but it's a year fund. And so this year we got the biggest amount of money we've ever gotten from them, but it's only a year. And so we have no guarantee we're going to get it next year. So that would be bad if we wouldn't get it next year, but I have to learn that I can't expect it. We got another one specific for youth, so like on a project. From the Montreal government, we got a specific grant for a Hood Heroes project, for the Converse School project, that are like not really rooted in the mission of journalism, the newsroom, so more like in our other programs and specific series. And then on the federal, it's the RJO, right? So now we have the tax credits on the federal level. We have tax credits at the Quebec level. We got one LJI once, but because of the restrictions of the program, it was really hard for us to sustain the rhythm that they were imposing on us. So now we're trying to see how we're going to pivot maybe with another organization to be able to get an LJI. And then there's very few, like about $20,000 you can get for I forgot what the name of the program is, but it's like support for aid to publishers. So there's a little bit of a pocket, right? Which essentially now that we have RJO, about 70% of our newsroom staff is covered, which is huge. So it would allow us to actually have a much bigger newsroom. The problem is, where do we get the remaining 30%? And then there's the charge that you need to add, right? And then when you get more people in your newsroom, you need more people to manage them, right? And so our problem is we cannot really afford senior staff, right? So if we only have junior staff, they require a lot more hand-holding and a lot more strength, and a lot more process, and maybe more HR. We don't have those resources because we don't have enough mission-based funding. So I think the problem is that now if that would go away,
I'm not sure we'd be able to survive because there's not enough philanthropic dollars going to BIPOC-led media, specifically mission-based. And then there's not enough government funding going to BIPOC-led media specifically because our challenges, I think, are different. And then on top of that, there is not enough money just to begin with what we're doing. So like at the end of the day, we are not going to do advertisement because it's not rooted with our mission. It's completely disaligned. We will not do sponsored content because it's disaligned. And so I have no problem with getting government funding. The problem that I have with is advertisement and sponsored content. So, I'm not really answering fully that question, sorry. But yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about what you'd like to see change. Like, how can we make things better? A lot of these programs weren't necessarily designed with your outlets in mind or with the independent sector of media. A lot of these programs were designed for Newspaper Canada and like the larger organizations. What would you like to see? And we can jump between philanthropy, between government funding, between other solutions you might see as to how we can bridge some of these gaps.
I think Layla raised it, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday with the senator. More funding to help us figure out how to run the day-to-day operations and teach us to take that funding and make it even more, right? And so we have a benefit. I have a benefit in Northern BC. There's a fund to help with local businesses hire people, and they'll provide the salary for that entire first year. That I've taken advantage of, not on the journalism side because journalism doesn't qualify for that program, but on the other side, we've been able to parlay that, and over that year, we no longer have the risk of having to pay for that person. And now we can hopefully, as we have done, go out and find a way to make sure that through the work that they're doing, that they can continue to fund that position going forward. I think that's really important because journalism is very hard to fund just on its own. And so we need some help to also be able to build that foundation to grow the revenue, whatever revenue model you might have, so that we can sustain ourselves over the long term.
And Jen, do you have any sort of...
Oh, I have a list. Like, honestly, it goes. What's what Andre was saying. Where's the Riz, right? First of all, my kids, all of them would die me saying that on stage. The story, right? Like I've worked with so many publishers, not as much with journalists, to be honest, but the publishers really struggle telling the bigger story. They're so in what they're doing in the moment and making sure they're getting out a message, a daily, weekly, monthly, whatever it is. But I think aligning ourselves to a global framework. I mean, last year, I was at the United Nations for anyways, I was there, and we were talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. And journalism and what we all do aligns to at least 5 Sustainable Development Goals. And we're leaving money on the table because there are so many organizations, and I very much believe in social good. And I believe that there are organizations that have a mandate, and they do, to reach these through their corporate social responsibility, through their environmental sustainability goals, all 5 of these. And they are, and I wrote the list because I never remember them: quality education, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships and goals. So I think aligning ourselves to those stories as a network of publications is critical to get more funding. Because that is my background, because I did network a number of publications across the country, I know it works. And if you have a single voice or a team of people, and I think that is part of the solution, is investing in a business development team that can go out and tell your story, pool your numbers, explain your reach, and how you all are doing this good work for the benefit of democracy and, telling the truth and everything we need right now. You will get funded. You will find those people because they do exist. And I understand very much like where you stand with no advertising, because so many of these companies have absolutely contributed to environmental destruction, inequities in those very said communities, war economies, definitely. But I think we have to take a look at it in maybe a different way and stop. Don't look at it as a donation to your publication, but look at it as reparation. These people, these organizations are still profiting from your communities in your communities. It should be a payback. They should be responsible for putting money into your publications in your communities as payback directly to the people's stories that you're telling. And this, I get that we probably have a very long conversation about this.
I think Layla wants to respond.
Okay, what was your question, just to begin? Because if we're going to talk about reparations, we need to talk about the media industry. And I mentioned this a couple of months ago in a Toronto conference on standards. Somebody was mentioning that we need accountability for standards. And I said, well, when are you going to hold legacy media accountable for the weapon of mass destruction theory they've been telling people that has impacted Muslim communities in Canada? So if we're going to talk about reparations, reparations should come from legacy media that have harmed the very communities that publications like us are trying to repair the link with. I wrote an op-ed last year at Neiman Lab on predictions about it's time to talk about equity, and we could circle back to it. But one of the things I said, it's like, we cannot ask our public to give us money because they've been harmed by journalism. Journalism doesn't represent something that's good for a lot of communities, Indigenous communities, Black communities, Arab communities, BIPOC communities. And so right now we're at a level where we're just repairing the harm that's been done by our colleagues so they can see journalism as something that's actually serving them and good for them. And so I cannot then put an ad from Hydro-Quebec if they're harming Indigenous communities, because I'm going to look like a sellout. I cannot partner with publications that have been building their entire model based on producing harm to the very own communities we serve. And so for us, our number one value is integrity, which is a very important value to me as a Roma person, and it's trust, right? So people can't see us as a sellout. And so if they want to repair, they can give us the money. We don't need to put their logo on our website. Fine, give me the money, but don't ask to be seen. They can give money to the pooled fund that Inspirit just started, so we don't need to have any ties with them. Actually, that pooled fund should mainly be corporations and legacy media. It shouldn't be philanthropy, if you ask me. They have a lot of money. Why are they not giving it to pooled funds so that we could benefit from it, right? But reparation, I cannot repair the harm by putting up the logos of companies that are harming our communities.
I would definitely agree with that. And I think that's the power position that you have, in that they don't need a logo. I believe very much in that you go in and you don't just need to ask for a check. This is about full, total partnership buy-in. And part of that partnership buy-in is, I'm not putting your name up, and you're going to do the work of being a part of the community with our rules. So, and I've done this, and it does work. But yeah, it's a tough one.
Okay, I want to continue this afterwards, so I have a lot more to say about that. In terms of the existing government funding, in terms of philanthropy, what practical changes would make things easier? Layla, your publication's been around for about 5 years. You've gone through some growing pains. In terms of philanthropy, what would you like to see different from funders?
Mission-based, multi-year, and we talked about it, Vicky. But 1 year is not acceptable anymore. 3 years is. I'm talking 5 to 10 years, because this is what I'm seeing in Europe. And if you really want, and if you really believe in publications like us, give us multi-year commitments that are actually equitable and help us reach the goals. Be an ally, right? You're not just providing dollars, fine. Open your network to me. Introduce me to rich people. I don't know rich people. I come from a working class. My friends are not rich people. I'm just being honest. I don't go to golf, okay? But maybe you can give me a membership to the golf club so I can hang out with the rich people. Actually, I'll tell you why. Couple of weeks ago, I was invited by Mission Inclusion, which is one philanthropic organization that funds us. They gave us a 3-year commitment for our school, and they don't give us a lot of money, but they actually provided us with a lot of help and support. And it's not enough. I don't want to say, yes, they give us not enough money, but they're going to help us. That's not what I'm saying. Give us a lot of money and help us. But they invited me to a golf club where they did a gala, and this is one of the most it is the most prestigious and elitist golf club in Quebec. People pay $60,000 a year just to be there. So I was like, I need a membership to that golf club because that's going to help me get more money. Introducing us and bringing us in power circles. Anna Sophia did it. I remember I was 35 weeks pregnant. I took the flight. I went to Toronto and I went to C4C, Philanthropic Foundations Canada. I did a presentation. A funder was there. The following year, we got mission-based money, right? We need more of that, but we need also philanthropic organizations to get together and decide how they are going to fund us, right? And so I think that the process that I'm seeing in philanthropy is really hard, At some point, if you believe in the organization, reach out to them and ask them what they need. But a lot of the funding processes are really, really hard. There's a committee and the committee evaluates, but who's on that committee? You know what I mean? And so we know this because a lot of LJI and all of these programs, okay, it's media friends. Who are these friends? What if they don't like me? What's going to happen? What if they're friends with the person at this media? You know what I mean? And I think that the whole model of having a big committee deciding if the media gets the funding, if you've been funding them for a while, at the end of the day, if you believe in our mission and you're happy with what we're seeing, you don't need to make it that hard for organizations to be getting the money. You can hold us accountable in other ways. And I'm sure we could brainstorm about it, but I'm seeing, you can ask us for impact reports. You could ask us about the number of publications, number of stories we've written. You could ask us to explain what's happening, what are the growing pains, what's not going well. There are tons of ways for you to hold organizations accountable that I'm seeing outside of journalism, but I'd find that currently a lot of the models are really restraining, and project-based is nice, but sometimes it adds you a growing pain. In our case, we've gotten a lot of project-based money, and it forced us to hire staff really fast without a selection process that was filtered. To be honest, I don't have an HR person. I'm not an HR expert. And then that person leaves. And then what do? And then you're forced to want to stay them. But truthfully, is it really that position that you needed as an organization for your growth? Right? We talked about this. I'm not sure. So project-based funding needs to stop. Everybody says it, and I don't really think that people are listening, So, yeah.
Yeah, Allison, do you have any thoughts about how we can make the process better, or how other foundations, or what your role is in the future in terms of addressing some of these concerns, or just addressing sort of where philanthropy needs to move in terms of supporting journalism?
Yeah, I think that it's really interesting thinking about how we can move from project-based funding, which we do a lot of. An example was we did a bit of a pooled fund for the election funding, and it was specific money that was going to news organizations across the country to ramp up their election coverage for their communities. Many of you folks actually access that funding, and we tried to make it as easy as possible. So I think that that's one thing we can do with project-based funding, is make accessing that money easy. Another thing I think we can do is help organizations like yours understand how to work with funders, that we do need impact reports, that we do need to tell our funders how things are going, and make it a little bit easier for that interaction to happen. Just a lesson learned from our funding with the elections is that we said, just send us a report when you're done. Didn't work. We were chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing, and that takes energy on funders' side that, as Anna Sophia said, we don't have a lot of people to do that. So if we can make the the sort of like the relationship a little bit easier and understand each other a little bit better, I think that would go a long way, because it would make us giving you money easier, and then you telling us how you use that money easier, which is just going to get us all more money in the end. So I think there's that. I think having more foundations understand their role that they can play in funding news organizations, I think the more that we all are part of this, the better that's going to be too. So the work that, again, Anna Sophia is doing to encourage more funders to play a role in this is just going to advance everybody. And I think just trying to have people understand that mission-based funding, that operational funding is really necessary, and that's going to be the game changer in all of this. And that works on the foundation side of things too. You know, when we're going out to try and get money to then be able to give money, people don't want to give it to operational funding, right? So, you know, we're taking a small cut of that money to be able to manage our own operations. So it's a message that we all have to get behind, is that, you know, it's not the sexiest thing, but yeah, like you have to fund HR, and you have to fund technology, and you have to fund all of the things that are going to get more money. And that's a message that I think we can all talk about, not just you folks from a fundee side, but us from a funder side too. So maybe it's trying to do a better job of coming together to like double down on some of those messages and speak so more as a community, a whole community of both organizations that are receiving funding and organizations that are helping that funding to flow through.
How are we doing for time, Vicky? Are we done? Do we have time for questions? Okay. One question. Who's it gonna?
Better be a good one.
Should I just shout? It's a really There it goes. It's a basically simple question, but simple questions don't have simple answers. How much? You know, you can get too much, you can get not enough. My sense is that we want more funding, but we also want different ways of funding. And, you know, I'm someone who would happily donate to some organization or other, but I wouldn't know how much is needed or whether it's really needed or not. Is there a way of establishing targets of various kinds so that, you know, your ordinary donor gets a sense of where it's going and why it's going in the direction it's going?
Oh, Lou, you're in trouble. You are going to have everyone on you. Yeah, I think that
I think we have to get better at telling our story, though, right? I don't think we as the industry don't tell our story very well about the work we do. You know, if I could have probably 5 more people in my newsroom, that'd be fantastic, right? I'm sure I could find work for them to do. But I think we don't do enough of that, talking about what we do, where the money goes, how we spend it, and the results that we get from that. So I think that's probably the first part, is we have to do a better job at telling our story.
Are you asking me for a number? I think what we need is, again, like every organization is going to have a different number of different needs, right? And they can establish that differently, right? I think the problem is, again, is like if we have too much project funding, it forces us to grow at a rate that is not necessarily where we are, right? And so I think what is the how much is, I'm not sure the question is how much for me. It's really how many people do we need, right? What do we need? In our case, if all the women on my board would be my staff, I'd be at a whole other level. But there are like 4 really senior, accomplished women that have been in this industry, well, in their own industries actually for 5-10 years. So like, I don't want to be ageist, but if I could hire people my age and up, I think I'd be much more on a different level, because I'd be hiring senior people who have a lot of experience who could take us to another level. We don't have enough money for that. And so, you know, I think like in any business, you need at least 4 or 5 senior people with senior knowledge and senior, experiences to be able to keep it afloat. I say this all the time. In a startup, not everyone can start up. So the operational side cannot start up. So that's my how much, you know?
Yeah. And I think I would just add, it's not entirely just the amount of money. It's, I think one thing that would make things better is the stability of the money. Like, I would maybe not, but I'd rather have, especially the amount of work that goes into applying for the funds, knowing that you're getting that money for the next 3 years, whether it's $1,000 for the next 3 years or whatever. I think the fact that you were always in the cycle of having to go back and find money again is a huge time waster, and it takes a lot of energy and effort. And so I think that simple shift, whether it's government funding, a lot of the challenges we're seeing are based around the fact that the government funding comes in late, or we don't know when it's coming in. Even after you've applied and been approved for the program, you don't really have that sort of knowledge of when that money is going to show up. So I think even like with the LGI, changing the length of the programs or any of those sort of things, just knowing when the program ends, when it starts, and having that consistency, I think would be even more important than the actual dollar amount.
Yeah, there's a lot of unpredictability in our business, and that's extremely draining, and it's leading us to a lot of burnout. That's not something we talked about, but it's really, really draining to not know if the people who are working for you are going to have a job tomorrow, and if you will have a job, and if the communities you made a promise to, you will be able to serve, you know? So I think what we're looking, all of us, is long-term commitments, you know?
All right, we have one more question.
Yeah. Is this on? No. Hello? Yes? Okay. Before we break for lunch, I also just wanted to build on what the previous gentleman asked. I didn't get your name or who you're here with, but I think he asked a really important question, is if we've done the work to inspire people about what we're trying to do and build, then the next question is how much? Like, what are we trying to do here? And I think this could also be a really excellent next phase for any research or reports that people are doing. I know that like Rideau Hall Foundation, I think, has partnered with Public Policy Forum. There's been a lot of reports on the problems of and how we can tell we're in a sick media ecosystem, but we haven't been able to tell like what are the signs of a healthy media ecosystem. Are we trying to go for a number of working journalists per capita? How will we be able to know that we're on a better track? Because when we do identify partners who want to help, I think how much is a very reasonable question to ask, and it's actually the next step in like moving forward, pressing forward, if we will, and trying to make things better. So I don't have the answer, but that's going to stick in my mind about what are some next things, what are the next reports, what are the next bits of research that we could be doing to understand how much.
But Lou, if you have $1 million, I can spend it.
Can I just do a little quick follow-up to that? I think that's really interesting because we did do a report last year about like identifying the problem, which we all know that there are many problems, and sort of putting our finger on that problem. And then we did another follow-up report after the election about how those problems are really are magnified during like national things like an election, right? Like those problems are really sort of like put in a spotlight where there are communities that don't have access to local news, that don't even know who's running because there isn't anyone reporting on their communities. So I think we're going to do another report, probably coming out of a few things like this in January, February of 2026. And I do think that that's really interesting to look at. Is like, what is enough? And like, is it ever going to be enough? And like what will enough evolve into? And like where are the solutions kind of coming from? Are they coming from conversations like this? Are they coming from actual communities? Are they coming from government? Are they coming from corporations? And how do we get to a point where we're like able to decide that we are in a healthy kind of ecosystem again, and what does that look like? So I find that really interesting, and if people want to talk more about that, I would love to, and just reach out, because I think that's really an interesting question.
All right, that's all the time we have. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, everyone, and yeah, a round of applause.
That was great.
Hello? Sorry, guys, before you head off into lunch, we just got one more speaker, and then you hear from me in a bit, and then our food will be ready.
Hi, everybody. Oh, I need my mic on. Okay. And can I get my slides on, too? Okay. And I'm just going to check, does this work? Oh, yeah, it works. Okay, my name is Will. I'm from Peterborough Currents, and I'm going to tell you how and why we built our City Council vote tracker. Peterborough Currents is a nonprofit local news website that serves Peterborough, Ontario. We do in-depth and community-centered reporting, published mostly on our news website and email newsletter. This story starts in the 2022 municipal election, when I personally was trying to figure out who I should vote for and if the incumbents in my ward, you can see them there, they were Kemia Capo and Dean Pappas, deserved my vote. And I wanted to find out, okay, how had they been voting at City Council over the past term, and did the way that they were voting reflect my values, and did they deserve my vote again? I was a local journalist at the time, and I had been for a couple of years, but even for me, this proved really difficult. At the time, Peterborough didn't even record the results of all of its City Council votes, which shocked me. And even the recorded votes that did exist were in meeting minutes that were buried in menus within menus within menus on the city website. And when news articles shared vote results, they were often very hard to search years after the fact. So I ended up voting in this election without actually getting this information for myself. And I thought to myself, oh man, this is a problem. And this is a gap in Peterborough's information ecosystem that maybe I can help fill. So I got to work experimenting with ways of doing this. Peterborough does now record all of its city council votes. That's good. So the information existed, but I needed to find a way to share it in a way that was visually pleasing, user-friendly, searchable, sortable, all of those things. I mucked around in Google Sheets for a long time trying to figure this out. I don't have really strong programming skills, so it was a struggle for me. I knew the information existed, and I knew that it should be easy to build something. But it actually took me a couple of years, and it was only in January of this year that this really broke open for me in a great way when I discovered two tools, Airtable and Softer, to help me do it. I won't go into what these tools are exactly because I don't have time. Airtable is basically like a spreadsheet on steroids is how I like to describe it. That's sort of the back end where I've been entering all the data on the city council votes. And then Softer describes itself as a no-code app builder. And it's kind of like drag and drop content types, and the content blocks are pulling data from my Airtable spreadsheet. These are both just like commercially available tools on the internet. You pay a monthly subscription, and then you can use them. And once I figured this out, I spent about a month staying up late trying to build my database, and in February, we were able to launch it. We launched a pilot version that just included votes pertaining to the 2025 municipal budget in Peterborough. I needed a way to limit myself to make the project more manageable at first. And in our community, Peterborough Currents is really well known for our coverage of the municipal budget, so this was a natural fit. Readers loved this. Anna, who is a donor of Peterborough Current, says it was the most useful tool she's ever seen for understanding her own local politics. In the day after we launched the vote tracker, we raised $2,500 in one-time donations, which is a big amount of money for Peterborough Currents in our budget, so that was really exciting. One of the things that really warms my heart was learning that this tool started being used in grade 10 civics classrooms to teach students about municipal governance, which I thought was really neat. So what's next for our vote tracker? There's still a little bit of tweaks we have to do to like how the data is structured in the back end to make it really a really useful tool going forward. So that's what we have to do. The vote tracker is still online, and I encourage you to go kind of fool around with it and see what it's like. We haven't been able to make it into a permanent thing yet. One of the reasons is because this year Currents ran out of money. The main sort of chunk of funding that was powering our work expired. And so that forced us to lay our staff off. I laid myself off. And so now we're kind of in a period of retrenchment where we try to find the funding to kind of rebuild and start again. I'm hoping that we can have this tool and all of our journalism, back up and running in time for the next municipal election. But I'm not sure if it's going to happen. I hope so. A couple of takeaways from this project. Sometimes I have information that I want to share with my audience, and the news article itself is not the right mode of communication to do it. And I think this was a good example of information that citizens needed and wanted, but that I couldn't really share in a news article. I had to find some other way of sharing it, and this was the answer. One other takeaway, if you deliver value to your audience, the fundraising pitch really makes itself done for you. We didn't do a lot of like proactive fundraising outreach around this. The money just came at us. When people saw the value of this, they were immediately sort of like self-motivated to support it. And lastly, let your own curiosity and information needs guide your work. This all started because I personally, as a voter in my municipality, needed to know what are the voting records of my city councillor. That was an information need that I had personally. So just trust your own curiosity, and if you have an information need as a citizen, you can count on probably your audience has a similar information need that you should seek to fulfill. You can scan the QR code to take a look at the vote tracker, and maybe someone has questions. I don't know. Yes? Okay, so there has been interest. I had a lot of news outlets reach out to me to say, oh man, can I build this? And maybe because I'm not a good business person, I said, yeah, I just kind of gave them the tools. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm killing you. But also I turned down, the interest was coming at me at the same time that we were having this funding collapse that put me into like a personal crisis that I was struggling with at the time. So there is a lot of interest that I have not followed up on.
Great stuff, Will. Question, how did you choose the topics to report on? I know like at Toronto City Council where we work, there's like 1,000 votes a year or more than
Yes.
that. And a lot of it is just administrative,
yes,
bureaucratic votes. Like how did you decide on the things that mattered to people?
So my first constraint was votes related only to the 2025 municipal budget. And that is a problem we'll have to solve going forward if we relaunch it, is which votes to include. And yeah, I think we should use our own journalistic instinct on choosing what matters to the community, but also just listen to the community. And if someone emails us and says, oh man, that vote really galled me, can you add it to the tracker? We can do it that way too. Okay, Vicky, what's next?
Me, I'm next.
Okay.
Thank you, Will. All right. So I promise you lunch is on the way. But first you have to listen to me talk for a minute. I'm Vicky Mocham. I'm the communications director for Press Forward. Thank you all for coming. Oh, that's so nice.
we have a lot of creative ideas, lots of really wonderful thoughts in the room, and we like to harness that because I think we work better when we work collectively. That's the mission behind Press Forward, is to get publishers to think collectively, act collectively, lobby collectively, and we're going to do that together in this room with a fun, creative idea. So on your tables, there are some Post-it notes and some markers. I have some more that I can get you a hold of. But we're going to ask you 3 big questions, and these are 3 big questions that we call in an exercise called a gallery walk. You essentially walk around and see what other beautiful, thoughtful, creative ideas other people are creating, and then you come up with some yourself. So we've got 3 questions that are posted up onto the walls. There's a question here, and there are 2 outside. It's nice to be inside, but it's also a beautiful day. And I say this not lightly. It's a beautiful day in Ottawa in October. So, let's enjoy that for a little bit. But yeah, if you want to grab those markers and those pens, we're going to ask you to sort of get into 3 questions. And the questions are as follows. So the first question is about kind of the partnerships and collaborations conversations we had earlier. The question is, which unlikely or unexplored allies could indie publishers tap, and how might these connections lead to strategic wins? So, this is a chance to blue sky it, really think through, who haven't we looked at, who haven't we met, who haven't we connected with, and how could that contribute to the work that we do? The next question, which you'll find just outside, seems to be falling off, I'll fix that, is how can small, local, and independent media organizations capitalize on the fact that Canadians feel they are the most trustworthy sources of information? And the data point that backs this question is that local newspapers at 86% and local radio also at 86% are the most trusted sources of news, followed by national newspapers at 71% and local online news sites at 71%. Now, in smaller communities, trust is slightly higher in communities that are under 10,000 in population. So these are, you guys are, for the publishers in the room, you're highly, highly trusted, and how can we capitalize on that? And then the last question, I think, is a lot of fun, and you cannot say the Press Forward Summit, except to me, is what's exciting in your corner of the journalism world that you want everyone to know about? And so that's an opportunity to just share something cool you've seen, whether it's that incredible vote tracker that I think almost immediately visually you understood exactly what was happening, to something that you've seen that maybe we haven't talked about from this stage just yet. And then while you do that thinking, we'll get lunch set up. So in the next 10 minutes, lunch will be ready. We'll roll right into lunch, and then we'll come back here at 1:30, and we'll talk about what you found out and what you guys have been discussing. So this is your chance to just kind of get out there, connect with each other. If you're going outside, grab some water. If you need sunscreen, I have some. It's called Black Girl Sunscreen, but I promise you the metamorphosis is harmless. You'll be fine. It'll be great. And if you need anything else, or if you have any questions about the questions itself, feel free to ask me. Some of our partners helped inform those questions, and they're in the room as well, so I can point you in the right direction. And for now, enjoy. I've got more Post-its and markers at the back. Thank you.
kinds of issues, lean in Canada to help to ensure that we have a resilient information ecosystem that we can all see as a healthy ecosystem, leaning into what healthy looks like and really working towards strength and building up strength from the ground up as opposed to the crisis narrative. Let's go to the strategic building narrative. So that's one piece. But the other piece, and it's related, is we are deeply concerned with disinformation. Overseas, we do work on disinformation in places like Mali that are currently run by the Wagner Group and are environments that are very, very corrupted politically. We see elements of that creeping into our public discourse. And while a lot of these debates that we're looking at are originally Canadian debates, they are massively amplified and fanned by disinformation activity online. So that, for example, remember when the woods were shut down in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia in the summer? And all of a sudden it seemed like there was this huge public conversation around how this wasn't fair, this wasn't right, lots of vitriol, lots of anger about people being denied access to the woods. In a previous era where we had journalism covering these kinds of stories, the kinds of cranks who are doing stunts like deliberately going into the woods and starting fires would not have gotten attention from an assignment editor. Now, those people start posting online, and a bot army massively amplifies what they're saying in order to get us all at one another's throats. That's disinformation at work. And so one of the things that we have tried, we worked through COVID with Susanna and Grant LaFleche and Jeff Leo and Craig Silverman and Marcus Kolga and others on training to help people differentiate between disinformation and misinformation and malinformation and real information online related to COVID. We then did this across Africa and the Middle East. And I feel that there is a really, really strong need to ensure that that kind of knowledge is built into the Canadian ecosystem. The model, as somebody said earlier today, is the Nordics and the Baltic countries who live right on the corner with Russia and have been contending with massive information manipulation operations for generations, and that this kind of media literacy paired with civic education is taught from K to 12. That's actually what we need in Canada, but in the interim, this kind of work where we're really identifying and debunking disinformation, that's something that Canadian media can use its platform to help do, I think is very, very important. So.
Thanks, Rachel. We'll pick up on that thread in a few minutes. Let's go to Emily.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Thorne. I'm a vice president at a public affairs agency called Crestview. We primarily work with clients from the not-for-profit sector all the way up to kind of the big corporations on their public advocacy goals, engaging with government on public policy, and obviously working with media as a channel to manage reputation, tell the story, of whatever that organization may be. I've been doing this for about 15 years or so across many different sectors, largely kind of in a federal government space. And so, yeah, I think that so much of, there are many public policy issues, I think, that are so relevant to independent media and media writ large. One that I think maybe picks up a little bit on what you're talking about around media literacy, but more on kind of the growth of journalism as a viable career and an important and critical sector, I think is figuring out ways to set policy that grows that base of young people who want to become journalists, so that we do have a thriving and credible media ecosystem into the future, in the same way that government throw money behind skills development for construction workers, for healthcare workers, for many different critical fields that absolutely need it, given kind of the labor situation that we're in right now. I think, you know, if we're making big asks, like, I would love to see journalism kind of in the same tier as that, because I do think that it, you know, having credible journalism in a democracy is so foundational, and there needs to be overinvestment, you know, yesterday in that future, but the next best time to start is now.
I'm going to start my questions with, I guess, building on this morning's funding panel. I think that's where a lot of the policy interventions have been to support the Canadian industry. But I think a lot of these programs, whether we're talking about LJI and its quotas, or even the Online News Act not supporting freelancers. A lot of us, I think, employ freelancers, and they're not recognized anywhere in that. Like, what's like, why is that? Like, why are these programs that are in place that are supposed to support the industry not recognizing the very things that we actually need? And how do we, as a small independent media sector, get more involved in that and hopefully begin to influence that process a little bit more? Anybody?
I'm happy to take that. I think it's really important for you guys to be raising your voices. I think that there's been some really helpful feedback. There are some folks from Canadian Identity in the room, but there's also folks who have done a lot of work to help to build some of these policy interventions. And now is a time to be taking in some of this feedback. What's working, what's not, how well is LJI supporting those of you who have LJI in your newsrooms? How well is it not? Why are freelancers not included? Is there other ways, other ways that we could do this kind of work? And looking at some of the programming that JHR has done overseas, our model has always been to let the news organization drive both the capacity building, like they identify what skills training they need, and we work with them to design training programs that help to really build their capacity, whatever it is. It might be HR management, it might be strategic planning, it might be business development, it might be investigative reporting, but working with them so that they are driving the strategic planning of what they're doing, and that then our training paired with some funding helps them to grow, and that the funding can then be catalyzed into other forms of revenue from within the sector. And so that allows the flexibility, if it makes sense amidst the business plan, to hire freelancers, for example. Right now we have a very successful program with the Walrus that is entirely oriented towards providing funding for the Walrus to be able to hire freelancers to do a number of stories on, in this case, the experience of coming to Canada. That's the focus of that particular project. But I think that it would be helpful in this moment where people are talking about LJI and where it's going. It's been going for a few years. Now's the time to monitor and evaluate it, to use the NGO speak. Is it delivering on what it's supposed to be doing? And if not, you guys are the beneficiaries. You are the ones who should be in the driver's seat of designing the new policy interventions that will then ensure that they are fit for purpose for the kinds of news organizations that you are leading. So that would be my response.
I have a quick thought. I mean, much the same as you're talking about advocacy, I do want to just highlight, and I'm biased because this is kind of what I do for work every day, but of course, there are Canadian heritage, Canadian identity, kind of the institutional public service developers and implementers of programs that we're talking about here that absolutely need to be engaged with, and that's where all of the data is important. But I really can't underscore enough the importance of the continual political level advocacy that is required in order for the priority to continue to be set at the departmental level. And so it is so frustrating and it's relentless, and you need to do it continually and often have to start from square one because there is so much turnover at the political level. But that is, I think, kind of an oft overlooked part of advocacy, specifically for a sector like journalism, because obviously there's ethical questions around this, right? But there are great associations and representatives of the sector that I think do a good job on this. But I mean, when a PM Carney comes into power, he doesn't come with all of the same perspectives as our last prime minister and that government. And so I think there needs to, whatever happens in the future, there needs to be a continual reminding, even at a kind of like 101 level, why this is important, why and how it aligns with their priorities as a government. If that's not happening, there's not going to be money that's guaranteed to continue to flow, and there's just risk to the continuation of those kinds of programs.
I guess the reality is like GR is expensive, right? And I can see how the big outlets can't afford GR support. Like, do you have any advice for, most of us are struggling just to produce journalism, right? So how does that happen?
No, I absolutely do. And I think that this is something that's not unique to journalism as a sector or kind of independent publishers who are small businesses in their own right. This is the same for basically any kind of small business or disparate sector, right? if you don't have large conglomerate power behind you and super wealthy people to have doors open for them, yes, you can go in individually, and that's always going to be powerful and I think really important. You can lock arms with each other to have teams to go in and have a collection of voices saying the same thing. But really, the most powerful influencing force for any politician is kind of that citizenry voice and perspective. And so mobilizing your readership, who also happen to be voters and constituents, to advocate on your behalf to their elected officials to carry this forward is, I think, a really powerful way and something that you already have built in, capability to do given your access to those communities. And so there are lots of ways to do that. But I think it's an untapped way of doing advocacy across many sectors. But certainly in your case, I have many clients who don't have access to kind of the subscriber lists that you guys do, and would be very jealous of that kind of access to public. So it's another channel that often is overlooked and doesn't necessarily need to cost as much as typical government relations.
I'll just jump in. We're in the same boat. It takes time. It takes money. We had some policy objectives that we had to move forward, and like you suggested, we worked with other like-minded partners. So our status as a 911H, basically a must-carry service. We banded together with some folks that are competitors, but all had aligned policy objectives. Ultimately, we had 5 of us working together, so it meant more people spending their time meeting with MPs, taking meetings with senators, appearing on committees, and ultimately it was successful. So again, there is a time factor, which is everyone's always in short supply. There's a money factor for sure, but when you team up, you'd be amazed what you can accomplish.
Great. I'm going to pick up on the demand side of the equation that you were alluding to earlier, Rachel. Like, how do people get news in 2025? Do they want news anymore? Do they trust it? And I guess from your global work, what countries are actually doing that really well, and what specifically are they doing, or what are the governments doing to encourage that?
Thanks for the question. So one of the things that I've been seized with since starting to look in more detail at some of the challenges in Canada is this question around journalism as a public good. Brent Jolly brought this up yesterday in the Senate roundtable conversation. We've seen it in the Baltic states, where we work with independent Russian and Belarusian journalists in exile, and Estonia and Finland in particular have done an enormous amount of work where they do this. They pair media literacy training with civic education from K to 12. And so essentially kids of the age of 5 and up are being taught that because they are part of a democracy, they need to have a news habit. They need to be consuming some form of information that tells them something about the people who are governing their community, state, municipality, you name it. And that really reinforcing that point about the importance of having a news habit as part of the public good of being a Canadian citizen. I think Randy Kitt used the metaphor of a national park, but the idea that informing yourself is table stakes to being part of Canadian democracy, and that is something that we all start to learn from the age of 5 on. In the absence of, so that is a whole of government response, that is engaging the provincial education ministries, that would be engaging education system basically from soup to nuts in order to start to bring in some of that training. But that infrastructure already exists. We're already teaching kids important things. There was a huge whole-scale change in terms of the way that, for example, kids now learn about Canadian history and Truth and Reconciliation. Let's see a similar kind of leaning into journalism as a public good, why you need to have a news habit, and where you need to go to get it. Because that is the sort of awareness that then drives more audiences for the incredible work that you guys do. And I do feel that that is crucial in a scenario where we've been really focusing on shoring up the supply side, and we need to do more of that, no question. Everybody needs more money. We need to figure out how much. We need to figure out what's healthy. We need to figure out how to then build in the capacity building piece to then create more money from other sources, not just government, but philanthropy and the private sector. And there's a moment of engagement happening in this country that's really exciting to see, where I can see all of those good things coming into fruition in the coming 5 years. But we also need to be working with the Canadian public so that they understand that existing on a diet of TikTok videos about Taylor Swift, while fun, is not going to enable them to navigate some of these bigger questions and the responsibilities that come with being part of a democracy, and that is the work of education.
Yeah, I went to a parent-teacher night last year for he was in grade 5 last year, I guess 10-year-old, and the teacher had a whole rack of books on media literacy. I was like, hallelujah, like, we need more of this.
It's there, but it's something that I think needs to become more part of the public discourse. And to pick up on Emily's point, you guys can all play a role in that, and Press Forward can play a role in that. Starting to talk about the importance of the news habit. As part of healthy habits, you have healthy habits when it comes to exercise. This is exercising your brain. This is making sure that your brain is sufficiently informed so that so that this country is not going to turn into Florida, where the public, where the citizenry and legislators are so misinformed at this point that they cancel public vaccines. And that's what we don't want, and what we want to drive towards is something more like Estonia, which is best in class, which is where they have a resilient society where when they see a fight breaking out about being locked out of the woods, an Estonian citizen will look at that and go, I'm not going to wait on that. That's Russian disinformation. I can see that coming a mile away, and they don't weigh in.
How long did that initiative take to germinate in Estonia, do you think?
That's a couple of generations. I mean, this is long-term planning. This is not going to happen overnight, but to your point, it didn't happen yesterday, but it can start happening today. So.
Okay, I want to turn to the issue of AI. We heard a lot this morning about AI and how it's disrupting kind of the news ecosystem or the industry altogether. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on what might be a government role in terms of ensuring that AI is used and AI is advanced responsibly. Any thoughts on that?
I can start with an AI story. There's good AI and there's bad AI. On September 15th, it was the first day that the House of Commons was back. First sitting day for the House in 8 or 9 months. First time Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney be facing off in question period. And as an AI function, our YouTube advertisements were overrun that day with deepfakes of Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, and François-Philippe Champagne pitching crypto scams. Obviously, this is a huge issue for us from a reputation perspective and a trust perspective. Made even worse because some of the AI deepfakes were purporting to be CPAC's own airwaves that they're standing on. And we were kind of surprised how much trouble it was to get these off the platforms. Our team sprung into action. We were working with YouTube. But this was a sophisticated group of people, and 1 minute you quash 1 or 2 of these ads, and an hour later there's 2 more, and so over the course of days, I think we managed to get 8 of these squashed. But part of the challenge is, this is the tip of the iceberg for AI, right? If they're doing this today, what's going to be happening 6 months, a couple of years from now? And so, regulation-wise, what regulations need to come into place? I asked the question, what role does a Google or a YouTube have to try and keep these things off their platform? Because, forgive me, they're a much more sophisticated operation than we are. But it's a huge cause for concern.
So part of this is related to the whole question around duty of care of what's on the platforms, which we haven't spent a lot of time talking about today, but is fundamental to getting all of these problems right, and separating out the sewage. And deepfakes, I think, can be categorically seen as a form of sewage that can be fairly clearly identified, including using AI to identify AI. And I do think that it's high time for government regulators across the world, including in the United States, although it's not going to start there, to start making it, okay, you want to make money off of our citizenry, you need to protect our citizenry from some of this crap that's on your platforms, and that requires enforcing within this polity a duty of care. It's very challenging because there are conversations around the question of freedom of speech, but I think we can all categorically say that AI has manipulated speech. This is not an abuse of freedom of speech at this point. This is an abuse of tools that are being used to manipulate speech and manipulate public perceptions of events, to your point. And so that's one. But on the flip side, on the positive side, one of the things that I was fortunate enough to spend time doing when I was on my fellowship was learning of ways, new and exciting ways, where news organizations are adopting AI tools of different kinds, because as we've said in the morning, not all AI is the same, for really interesting outcomes. And I'll give you an example of Le Monde. Le Monde started an English language news service, basically translating and slightly culturally adapting what they already produce to earn themselves 120,000 new paying subscribers in the English language. And I'm sitting there in the land of two solitudes and thinking, oh my God, we need to be doing this. Canadian news organizations, this is a huge opportunity to figure out ways to bridge that divide. And that's a translation tool. That's not, you know, something sort of nefarious where information goes into the chatbot and doesn't reappear. That's simply translation in order to build greater understanding across that one very basic linguistic divide that we navigate in Canada. But we also navigate many more through the diaspora communities, and therefore there are other applications for these kinds of translation tools that I think we can start to experiment with as both breaking down barriers within Canada, but also potential revenue generators. Where government can play a role, coming back to, after sort of realizing that, it's like, oh, there's, I then took a course called Rise of the Machines, which was taught by the Dean of Science at Harvard. And at the beginning of the course, he said, most of what I'm about to teach you will have changed within the 4 months that you're taking this course, but it's still worth trying to get your brain around, you know, understanding the impact of these chatbots and these LLMs. And so, you know, it's worth taking this course. Took the course and realized in the process, you know, the one thing that these LLMs need in order to be successful and not hallucinate is human verified, fact-checked information. That is what all of you guys who are publishers and journalists in this room are in the business of providing. And there are some news outlets in the United States, such as the Atlantic magazine, that have figured that out and negotiated very, very strong revenue-sharing deals with OpenAI and others on a go-forward basis where they include access to IP, royalties from IP generated from the reuse of their materials in the deal. So I described this to the leader of a large newspaper the other day, and that editor looked at me and said, but how do I get into the room to negotiate these deals? And if the leader of one of the largest newspapers in this country is not able to get into the room to negotiate a deal like that for licensing fees from AI chatbots, God help the rest of us. And so I think government does have a role to play with organizations like Press Forward and others convening with some of these organizations. Again, if you're going to make money off of Canada, you need to have a revenue sharing deal with these news organizations.
I'll just say I'm very happy to hear about that kind of revenue sharing situation with OpenAI in particular, because I was just saying to Jeremy before the panel, actually, like in the PR space, forever clients are always like, what's the value of investment in earned media versus any other channel of communication? And of late, the big answer has been, well, GPT and other AI models largely are still pulling from traditional media, independent or otherwise, to feed into, you know, the answers that they're spitting out on the other end, which is very satisfactory for a client who's wondering, you know, how do I skip SEO and just like go straight to ChatGPT? It's like, well, land a good story and a credible news organization. That's one way to help drive it. But then it opens up a whole can of other worms around, has that content been pulled into the AI models ethically? Has there been compensation for the IP and so forth? So to the extent that government in Canada or governments can work together internationally, because this topic truly has no borders, and the companies that are going to be changing the game are, you know, hopefully some will be born and kind of generated in Canada, but largely they're going to be coming into Canada from elsewhere. To the extent that they can, on the very aggressively now, I think, set the foundation for those kinds of revenue sharing partnerships, I think is deeply, deeply important in the way that the sector will grow. Yeah.
I've been thinking about the Online News Act recently as a pre-AI piece of legislation, right? Because none of the stuff we've been talking about this morning, the potential loss of traffic to all of our websites, because the Google search engine is simply just giving the summarized results, without linking back to us. That should have been part of the Online News Act in terms of lost revenue that we need to be compensated for. So I think it speaks to the fact that it's really hard for government policy to keep up with some of these things, right? Even with AI that's happening now. So I don't know, when is the Online News Act up for review? 5 years?
It's I believe it's 5 years.
Yeah. Well, I hope by then maybe the compensation will be 10 times the value that we're getting now, because I think that's probably going to be what's going to happen to a lot of traffic with AI search engines. Anyways, at this point, maybe where's Vicky? How much time do we have? Can we? Sorry? Oh, lots of time. Okay. I'm sure you guys all have your own policy ideas or thoughts on things that could be done better to advance the interests of our industry. So maybe at this point, if folks want to raise their hands and ask questions either of the panel or have a conversation among ourselves here. Yep.
Hi. Is this working? Okay. Hi. I am, amongst other things, the community director of the Canadian Journalism Collective, so I know really well C18. And I can tell you exactly why the freelancers weren't included, because I was part of the founding board and we tried really, really hard. And so I won't get into the deeds, but we tried. And my thinking about this is like a lot of other areas in life, is that the politicians who make the policy aren't journalists. So they don't really understand. And the arguments we had for freelancers is that there were all other pressure from like unions and labor, and thinking that freelancers is a way to maintain journalism in a certain precarity. And to me, this is a total disconnect of how journalism works, because I presided the Freelance Association in Quebec for 5 years, and I can tell you that 75% of freelancers in Quebec choose to be so. So, it is also a choice, and we have to make a case for, not just for freelancers, but for our industry in general. I co-founded Pivot and Ricochet, so I know the struggle. And I wonder how we can really make understand our reality to people who don't know it, who've never been in a newsroom. So I'm open to suggestions.
I mean, I would just say that this is kind of the fundamental struggle of any group or organization or sector trying to do advocacy to government, even if they're talking to a minister who very specifically owns their mandate. These are not subject matter experts. They get briefings that have gone through 1,700 hoops of review and approval on the department side. And most of them don't read those things anyway, right? And they all bring their own personal anecdotal perspective to the policy issues, their passion projects, et cetera, or their past work life. But that doesn't mean that they have, a fact-based or, community-informed perspective of the issues that they're ultimately legislating around. And so it is a super frustrating endeavor for any advocacy group going in to have this kind of conversation, because it can feel insulting that you have to start at such a basic level of education with these folks in very significant positions of power, but it is such a critical baseline in order to then have the kind of productive conversation you want to have and get the policy outcomes that you're driving towards. So despite the outcome of it, I mean, that battle that you put up is kind of a thing that needs to continue and a first and not the last, certainly kind of like foundational pillar in that effort of seeing freelancers being integrated in future policy.
Maybe I can just jump in here. When I was first starting with Journalists for Human Rights, it was a $1 million and change organization, and I was told by the person outgoing, you need to make a case for Canada to support media development globally. because Canada didn't see the value, and the GAC did not see the value, Global Affairs Canada, in supporting media development. They wanted to support hospitals, they wanted to support wells, they wanted to support schools, but they did not see the value of supporting journalism. I was lucky in that we had some pro bono support from Crestview, who helped us a lot in terms of figuring out how to do some of this government advocacy. Later, fast forward, and we just secured $20 million in Canadian government support for media development overseas. The Canadian government got the memo, but it took an enormous amount of advocacy coming to Ottawa to share why this work was important, why it mattered, but also pulling in key validators, both folks from within the media sector and organizations that were outside of the media sector but benefited from what the media sector does. And in this case, I was making the global argument. You guys can make the local argument. The Canadian Medical Association has put significant money behind supporting health reporting in this country. For example, doctors enjoy 80% trust levels, according to the Edelman Trust Barometer. They are an important validator that you guys can engage in order to go to Ottawa with the message that we don't want Florida, and that we, the journalists, are the ones standing between you, the politicians, and outcomes like Florida, for example. But also this organization, Press Forward. I remember when JHR was partially involved in getting JHR going, getting Press Forward going. My insight at that time was there needs to be platforms and fora for folks who are part of the independent media scene to have access to the rooms like the one that Jeanette and Vicky secured yesterday, the conversation with Senator Cardozo. That's fundamentally important. And so working with your friendly Press Forward board and helping them by paying member fees so that they have money to do the work that they are doing on your behalf, in order to facilitate many more of these kinds of conversations, as well as, to Emily's point, using your own platforms and as opportunities to run PSAs on why what you do matters and how it serves Canadian communities. Because, whenever anyone is told, oh, journalism is good for you, they tune out. But when they see a journalist doing work that protects them, whether it's the Narwhal's work on the Greenbelt, there's so many good examples from within this room. So little case studies that show Canadians how journalism protects and makes Canadian society better. That can go a long way as well to telling that story. And then you get the politician's attention, and then you drive the conversation. You say, this is what we need. We need freelancers, and this is why. And they start to play along.
Over here.
A news story. Was there a news story about CPAC's? It's on? Okay. Is it on? Here we go. I was interested in the story that you told about the pushback that CPAC got. And I would like, maybe there was a news story about this and I didn't see it, but I'd like to know how should we say, balanced that pushback was, whether it came from certain directions. It would be interesting to know what the nature of that pushback was.
Yeah, sure. So there wasn't a news story, and the issue with the frozen feed impacted two broadcasters. We didn't have a resource where that feed was taking place, so we bought the feed from another broadcaster. So it impacted both us and the other broadcaster. Most of the blowback mostly was online. So, in the Twitter sphere, with people, taking shots of what's going on and so on. But there was I'm convinced, an organized email campaign of folks coming to us. I mean, it's not uncommon for us to get, sporadic emails, 5, 6 emails about an issue or a topic. We got an inundation of emails. And again, a lot of them, looking and sounding the same. So, my guess is that someone out there has, spun this up, and you got a bunch of people rallied together to, jump on this cause and, accuse us of being, state censorship, when we're not even remotely, controlled by the state.
Did you identify any political parties with
that? We did. You could probably guess. We did not, and I'm not going to. But no, I mean, you can guess, what side of the spectrum these were coming from.
But just to jump on that point for one moment, this speaks to the importance of ensuring that we're having these conversations in public, and we're talking about these things and understanding them as disinformation. And I was fortunate enough to be at a Globe event a little while ago talking to a bunch of ad buyers who are all concerned about their ads showing up next to controversial content related to Trump or Gaza. And I'm like, you're putting your risk frame in the wrong direction. Why are you buying ads on social media when there's no duty of care on what else goes on social media? You could be funding propaganda that has specific goals of destroying our democracy. You could be funding child pornography. You could be funding a guy murdering his sister and live streaming it on Facebook, which is an incident that we encountered in our Syria program at one point. So, change your risk register and look, buy ads with reliable media rather than a situation where you have absolutely no idea what you're actually financing because there's no duty of care.
Well, and this is where I think there's an interesting kind of independent media angle here, because I know that there are many different business models in the room. I unfortunately didn't get to town until about midway through the day, so I missed the morning sessions. But as far as advertising goes, I mean, yes, change your risk register, but it's for businesses who are looking to advertise. They're really just trying to find the easiest, quickest, and highest engagement channel to reach their target demographic. And that just happens to be social media right now because it's so easy and because there are metrics, which I personally don't put any faith in, but there are numbers on a page on a screen that they can say, hey, look, we're reaching the people we want to talk to. Where this matters for media, if you want to, advertise with us, because, despite the content of the editorial side of things, communicating around what communities are actually your readership, audience, viewership, et cetera, is kind of the single decision maker, in large part for many organizations, corporations, even nonprofits looking to advertise. And so I know that the sales and marketing department is compared to what you guys do, not the coolest part of any independent media outlet, but figuring out a way to, again, beating the same drum with politicians on the advocacy side, with potential sponsors, partners, advertisers, being relentless about who are the people that are your community, that you engage, that read your paper or watch your program, because that is going to be the key business driver for them at the end of the day.
Great. Brandy?
I just wanted to pick up on something you said, Ty, about the revenue that we could potentially be getting from tech giants and AI. And it was my understanding that with Bill C-18, the tech giants tried to kind of sneak in that AI, that compensation would be built into this agreement, and it wasn't. It was taken out, which I think is a good thing, obviously. But I think it also means that, and this is just my understanding, that Bill C-18, there'll have to be a separate agreement. None of the AI stuff will fall under Bill C-18. So if that's important to us, I think it's, as members of the CJC, we need to engage our board representatives to let them know that that's important to us, and maybe as Press Forward, we need to do that as well. So I think that is probably a number one public policy thing that could affect our budgets and our ability to produce news. I think this second one that I've heard kind of talks of, which is also related to Bill C-18, is the fact that Meta can't keep news off its platform. So they have tried. People find the workarounds, there's screenshots, there's link sharing, so I think that there's a strong argument to be made that we can take them to court in some way and maybe force an exemption where we would see revenue similar to what we're seeing with Google. So I think that is another one that could have a huge impact on our bottom line and our budgets. So I think that those are two really important public policy things that we should be doing. And then the third one I think is at a provincial level, and it's trying to engage our provincial governments in provincial tax credits as well, because we've seen it work so well in Quebec. So I would just say those are kind of my top three things that we could be motivating ourselves around.
We should double down on our policy committee at Press Forward. There's a lot to work on. Yeah.
Left it on. Okay, there. Following up a bit on what Ty said, this is maybe dealing in a little more mundane issues. Happy to be corrected, but I believe we're still operating under the 1991 Broadcasting Act. Privacy legislation in this country is hopelessly out of date. Copyright legislation is hopelessly out of date. Access to information is a joke. We now have, I don't know what, this may be the third, fourth, fifth government that's come in that's going to update and make privacy, make access to information better. We'll see what happens. Does anyone have any idea when anything may happen on any of these issues that seem kind of fundamental?
I think part of that is making these points more part of the public conversation through your platforms, through the platforms of the people in this room, and through partnerships with bigger media as well, because these are issues that affect all journalists. Like the business around access to information is a joke, and CJFE did some good work on this a few years ago, but that has sort of fallen off the radar because of other issues. These are, to Emily's point, you guys can help to shape the public narrative on the issues that also concern you, and that does not mean that you're bad journalists. It means that you are floating concerns that are relevant to all Canadians, because it's about the health of the information ecosystem and whether or not people can, for example, in that instance, access information. I mean, how many of you in this room have received those ridiculous redacted packages where everything's blacked out, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. And that is sort of standard, it seems, or has been allowed to become standard. And so maybe some, photographs of what those documents look like, and this is your access to information regime at work, and just sort of a little infographic. But this is where, again, not to put too much work on Press Forward, pay up your membership dues, but this is where, organizations like Press Forward, like the Canadian Journalism Foundation, these organizations, we can make common cause and then all share, like what Randy Kitt and Unifor have been doing with their fact check campaign, some of these points, so that we are also getting our issues out in a way where politicians have to respond, to your point.
I think, just like put simply, if the public is not demanding it, the government will not do it.
Doesn't do it.
And so everyone here understands the importance of reforming the ATIP system and the value that brings to public good. But that can't be kind of an intra-industry discussion, because that's taking public out of the equation for the government stakeholder who's ultimately going to make the change, right? And so today, if a government official perceives this ATIP issue as being, journalists just want an easier system to get info to make me look bad, or my department, and make my job harder, or threaten my reelection, then they're going to be very disinclined to make any meaningful change. But if their constituencies are telling them, I want to know what you're up to, and I demand transparency of you via this ecosystem of journalism and the ATIP system, then that's much more compelling, because it also threatens their job, but in a way that they can make a change that potentially is good for everybody.
And speaking selfishly, anything we can do to speed up C11 and the modernization of the Broadcasting Act is, so long overdue.
But to Emily's point, it has to be structured in a narrative where Canadians see the benefit for them. Like, ultimately, the journalism is serving Canadians and protecting Canadians, because people, when they think that journalists are protecting one another, they tune out, especially in this environment.
Vicky, how much time do we have left for questions? 2 minutes. Okay, real quick one here, and I know, Andrea, you've had your hand up for a while. Okay.
Grassroots.
Yeah.
It has to be grassroots mobilization, right? Is the only counterweight to that.
My question's about, is this on?
Yep.
Okay. My question's about duty of care. It seems there's a fair amount of unhappiness with the major platforms, Meta and Google and so on. And I would think having parliamentary committees hold hearings on this matter and giving all the stakeholders in Canada who have some legitimate gripes to be able to come in and air them and be cross-examined and so on, would be a great, easy way to raise the profile of these issues And since they're broadcast on CPAC, they could be shared coast to coast. That may be one avenue if you had an
Don't show up.
ambitious chairman and a critic who could agree that, hey, this is a good way for us to build our own profile, and it's something that everybody can relate to. We can talk to it in caucus, we can go back to the constituency and tell them about how we're really taking on these evil empires. Do you think that would be a useful strategy?
Yeah, if they showed up.
Yeah.
They have a habit of not showing up.
I mean, I think yes, but not as kind of the final solution, right? That is a great forum to kind of spark the interest and capture the content that's needed to do the momentum building around engaging the public on this topic. So I see that very much as the kind of mid or end point of a government engagement to convince an ambitious chair and a critic to take up that effort in the first place. But from a public engagement point of view, that is really kind of should be the fuel to the bigger movement around demanding all of the things that we want to see: transparency, funding, building up of the sector and maintenance of that for the purpose of democracy and a whole litany of other reasons. So yes, I think it can, but those things have a risk of being just a flash in the pan. So, I mean, if we, there was a version of that kind of with the grocery CEOs a year and a half ago or whatnot. And yeah, it got some engagement, but unless there's kind of a, people or a group behind it kind of trying to build on that momentum, it peters out.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. This has been an incredible panel. Can I get a really loud round of applause for our panelists here? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I know I've slightly introduced myself earlier today, but my name is Adam Rayburn. I am a board member of Press Forward and the owner of a company called Moose Media, which has a publication called energeticcity.ca and our radio station. So I was invited to give a little presentation on some sales success that we've had in the recent path that I think is emblematic of the changes that we've made as we shift going forward. So, put it bluntly, so British Columbia, Fort St. John, if you go to Vancouver, drive 12 hours straight north and you will find us. We're really closer to the Yukon than we are anywhere else. And our area that we cover is one of the largest federal ridings in Canada. It takes about 10 hours to drive from one end of our riding to the other, and there was only about 70,000 people in it. So we started with the radio station Moose FM in 2003. It was a low-power, still is, a low-power commercial FM radio station. At the time, one of the first ones to be awarded that type of license from the CRTC. And in 2008, we started the website, which was energeticcity.ca. Since that time, we've gone on to expand and grow what we do in kind of response to what we've seen in the changes of the ever-changing media landscape. So, how have we changed? For us, it started in 2013. When we talk about events here, it tends to be a lot about public policy type events, and those are really important ones. We have struggled with trying to launch those in our community. So what we started with at first was more the fun, community-minded events. So we do a block party every year. We close down 3 blocks of the downtown core, bring in street performers, and it's not only a fun thing for us to get the community engaged with who we are, it became a new revenue stream for us because there was a lot of organizations that maybe wouldn't do traditional advertising, but were interested in sponsoring and being part of events. We've since then done, we do 20 to 30 different events a year. So we'll host job fairs, free movies in the park, a wedding show, all kinds of different events to engage with the community. In 2018, we started to offer digital services, and it starts simple with, we're working with local businesses to run advertising campaigns on whether it be Google search, Facebook. We have a team that does just manages social media campaigns. Sorry, not campaigns, but manages social media profiles for our businesses. And so now it's kind of grown from that, and why we kind of did a new rebrand, which is why we have the company called Moose Media now, because we're trying to encompass all of the work that we do, which could cover anything in advertising. That's really our goal, to be there as a service for local businesses to help them with their advertising. So for us, the reason for this change has been mostly about trying to find new ways to provide services to the local business community so we can grow our revenue, so we can grow the journalism that we provide. As I said, our region's quite large, so one of the major issues is every single newspaper in our area has closed, like in many council meetings, school district meetings. There's not even a single reporter attending those meetings anymore, and it's because of the small population and geography being the other issue. The next closest town to us is over an hour away, so it takes time and energy to go and cover these things. So for us, the big reason for our push with revenue increases is to sustain and grow our newsroom. And as I kind of already mentioned, increase local coverage. So give you an example of what we've been able to do over the last few years. Since 2019, we had 11 full-time staff, and now we're at 18. We have increased our sales in radio every single year, and our digital sales up by 33%. This year, working with a team that I know ended up being a sponsor of this event, we did a seminar it was the beginning of June. We invited over 600 local businesses and talked to them about marketing and gave them a whole presentation about how they can market their business. And over the course of that program, or over the course of that seminar, at the end, of course, we did offer, hey, look, we are here to help you as well, too, and pitch the whole idea of being a local organization that's here in the community that they can work with. And so for us, it turned into 30 new clients and over $300,000 in new annual revenue that's just started to be built out now and works into the next problem, which I've been working on for many years, which is always cash flow. Cash flow is always fun running any kind of business, but it was a great example of, we saw earlier this year that we were concerned that our ad revenue or advertising revenue overall was kind of, just humming along, staying consistent, but we weren't seeing any growth in order to continue, and so that's why we brought in Mad Ads. So that's basically a quick little thing as to what we do in the different work that we've done at Moose Media. So any questions? Thank you. Yes, Jeanette. Yeah, basically. If your math is, yep. If your math is mathing on that one, basically. Yeah, go ahead. How many people do you need to service those clients? So we have 18 staff. So there's a couple different models. So initially we had a different company that we partnered with to provide the service. Now we've got a team of 3 people that provide that work in-house. And that includes a graphic designer, someone that's managing all of the Google ad campaigns or campaigns anywhere, and then the social media. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. Oh, yeah, Vicky.
More of like a brainstorm out loud question. How could this apply to people whose business media isn't more directly commercial? Like for the nonprofits in the room, how do they take what you've done and put it into their cycle?
I think that for me, so sales, how I was always told, so I don't really come from a background in journalism. I went to BCIT in Burnaby for radio and broadcasting, a little bit of journalism, but broadcasting mostly. To me, sales is always relationships. And I think it was mentioned this morning, right? How do we build relationships with those that are potential funders to us in whatever shape or form that your organization gets revenue? And that's probably the biggest thing. So having help to get in the door to meet some of these people, or just participating if you're an organization that's maybe more community-based, chamber events, going to all these other business types of events, building relationships with the community that you're going to be hopefully asking for either contributions, donations, or advertising revenue. I think that's a really important part, is just building relationships. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a coffee break for the next 15 minutes.
lightning talks in between. Yeah. Gallery walk. Yes.
Nice to meet you in person. Nice to see you. Rita Ryan. You as well. Is there anywhere in particular you want me sitting here? Sitting here? Not bad. Thank you for asking. You have a good memory. Yeah. That last round of the year. So, yeah.
So people seem to have been introducing themselves rather than moderating.
Sure. Totally fine. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah.
But also.
Sure. Yeah. The new ones making our debut. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Hosted by like they're holding it at the Lieutenant Pump.
Yeah, okay.
Between
Cool.
like
Okay.
like around.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Where's home for you? Toronto, yeah.
What about you?
Edmonton. Yeah, yeah. This is good. Westerners and Easterners.
Big fan of the Oilers?
Yeah, you know, I used to be their, I was their in-game host for 7 years, like the Jumbotron guy. So it was kind of a complicated relationship because I was a born and raised Calgary kid.
Calgary Flames.
I grew up as a huge Flames fan. Hated the Oilers. Hated them. Hated Wayne Gretzky. Hated, of course, because they always beat us. And then I moved to Edmonton for a TV job. And then the Oilers offered me that job. And so then I became their biggest fan, right? Like I became the guy, right? I'd go out and I'd have the little pewter lapel pin with the Oilers logo. And I mean, it was part of the team in a way. Every time my buddies from Calgary would come up, they would be like, "What's going on here?" My closet, literally my closet to this day is like Flames jerseys and Oilers jerseys. Like it's so messed up.
Oh wow!
But I say to people, I'm like,
it's not allowed.
I know it feels like it's not allowed, but it's complicated.
Throw in a Leafs jersey there.
Throw in a Leafs jersey, But yeah, it's pretty funny. So I have two sons. They're big Oilers fans. So.
Okay, hello. Stop developing relationships and having really great conversations. It's time for the next platform or the next facilitated talk. Ooh, that was so fast. Okay, so we are down to the last two panels of the day. I think there's another lightning talk maybe in between. But this one is about platforms and news creators. So I was reflecting on something that Matthew said earlier in the day, that there's some perennial topics that we as publishers always talk about when we get together at these things. And one of them is definitely like the platforms and how we interact with them. It's kind of like in the very early days of Facebook, the relationship status is complicated. There can be a lot to be gained. Social media platforms in particular have become key distribution channels for all of us, and people have developed their entire strategies for their whole organizations around the platforms. But we all know that can be kind of a tough bargain. They can change the rules on you, pull out the rug from you at any moment, and it gives you a less direct relationship with your audience. Something new that we're talking about this year is kind of the rise of news influencers, which has been very interesting in like specifically vertical video spaces like TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Instagram. In some ways, I find that really encouraging because it puts a lie to the notion that people, and especially young people, don't care about news. We can see that they very much do care about news if it's presented in a way that speaks to them, and that these news creators are gaining huge audiences. The question for news publishers is, what do we do with that phenomenon? Do we find ways to work with news creators? Do we become news creators ourselves? And what does this do or harm our underlying businesses? So I'm coming at this as your moderator, as a increasingly kind of cranky elder millennial that is just kind of exasperated by the next trend of something which I have to learn and I don't want to. And also as the person who keeps a very close look at our spreadsheets and our bottom line, and I'm always, of course, interested in being very, very thoughtful with the kinds of things that we invest our money and our time into. And I feel like it's kind of a responsibility of mine to make sure that if we're spending money as an organization, spending time, that it's going to come back to help the sustainability of the organization. So this panel, I'm glad that you guys all want to listen to, but this is really a business coaching conversation for me. And I'm joined by my business coaches who are a bit further along than me in working with these new vertical video platforms and influencers. So I'll ask each panelist to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marina Valmont. I'm the executive producer of Naked News, a company that's been around for 26 years and is based in Toronto. We have international correspondents all over the world, including Hong Kong, Romania, Australia. And one of my roles of my job is to work with influencers, so it's very much based in talent relations. Our Instagram has 250,000 following. Our TikTok has 350,000 followers. And collaborating with influencers has definitely helped expand our reach.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ryan Jesperson. I'm the founder of Relay out of Alberta. I host a daily modern talk show called Real Talk, which is streamed live on YouTube and 7 different social media platforms, and then released as a podcast as well. I have a background in mainstream media. I was a television host on a show called Breakfast Television for 7 years. I was a terrestrial talk radio host on 630 CHED out of Edmonton for 6 years. And we founded Relay, established Real Talk coming up on 5 years ago. In November of this year, it'll be 5 years. We've just bagged our 1,000th episode. We follow kind of an interesting revenue model, most of it traditional. But this has been a learning exercise for us, and so I'm happy to talk today about our journey of how we launched, bootstrapped, grassroots, relatively modest, 7 weeks after I was fired, and then how the show and how our company has grown over the last 4.5 years. We just welcomed the Prime Minister Carney to our downtown Edmonton studio, making him the second sitting Prime Minister to visit our Edmonton studio. We do work with who we're calling today news influencers. Perhaps we are news influencers ourselves. I can leave that up to the audience to determine. I'm happy to share details and to take your questions. Glad to be here.
Hi. Well, I'm Leila. I already introduced myself in the previous panel, so I don't need to do it, right? So I'm Leila. I'm the founding editor of La Converse. We started doing vertical video. Well, we've started doing video quite a while ago, but this year we actually worked with Isaac Peltz, which should have been on this panel, and there's a missing chair. But Isaac Peltz is a news influencer, and I asked them to come in our newsroom to learn how to do this type of journalism. And ever since, our numbers have really changed, and I think we went over 1 million views together in the past 6 months on TikTok and Instagram. So, yeah, it's been a very successful year.
And when you started sort of making content specifically for these platforms, did you set out with something saying, here's a goal that we're trying to reach, or if we see this kind of evidence of an engagement, then we know that we're successful? Or did you just start playing around and seeing what would happen?
Well, Naked News had to come up with a safe for work brand. So we came up with the Bikini Report, and we post 2 times a day, every single day, multi-platform. So that's YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Our goal with that was to reach a whole new audience and engage with them and engage with the fans.
Yeah, we knew when we first started, like our decision right out of the gates was how are we going to get something up as quickly as possible and starting from scratch. So I was fired. If you Google my name, it's not all flattering, but I'm on the right side of history, everyone. But I was employed at a very conservative radio station, employed by Chorus. I don't know if anybody's checked Chorus stock lately, but it's not doing well. But Alberta's then Premier, Jason Kenney, and I had a few high-profile dust-ups, and it ultimately wound with the Premier's office gaming my immediate dismissal for cause. So I was fired with 0 severance. And sort of thrust into the world. We have a little bit of time for story time. Let me tell you this. So I get fired. I'll tell all. If you know, I will tell all the stories.
Tea.
Yeah. So I was fired September 25th of 2020. So like in COVID, they had set up a radio. Basically, I was broadcasting out of my garage. Not your average garage. Neon lights, beer fridge, dartboard. So I was fired over the phone. And it obviously hits you square between the eyes when that happens. And I said, well, what's the severance? And they said, well, you're fired with cause, and so there's 0 severance. And then the guy says, but we will pay you for today. Oh. So that was the spirit of when I was canned. But we had to figure out very quickly, could I still wanted to do a talk show. It's a huge leap of faith. You obviously don't know if you're going to have an audience. I knew that I had to do it quickly because my firing was on the front page of the Edmonton Journal. It was news in Alberta, and I thought if we can get this lightning in a bottle, if we can harness this momentum, we can launch with something. I had endorsements, some existing endorsements with some companies, a car dealership, a grocery store, a solar company that had indicated to me that whatever I was going to do, that they would be with me. So I did have some existing support. Went out and leased a space and met with a couple producers and hired a guy, literally paying his first invoice like with my credit card, literally paying heart in my throat kind of a situation, right? But we needed to know right away, like, how can we get to our audience? Like, you're talking building a website from scratch, building streaming from scratch. Our first, we had a partnership with I'm already getting controversial. I'm not meaning to. This is all these Mac users in the room. I'm a Mac user, but we had a big Mac dealership or a store, a retail store that wanted to support us and gave us these big iMacs. And we realized, like, in our first 2 weeks that they couldn't handle what we were throwing at them streaming wise. So we had to blow that up and build new CPUs from scratch. I mean, the whole, like, there's a million stories. I'll tell them all at the bar tonight, if anyone cares. But so I guess my point is, like, we knew we were also on the clock because the then mayor of Edmonton, Don Iveson is his name, had a personal relationship with him. And he told me off the record, he said, listen, I'm going to announce that I'm not going to be seeking re-election, which is a big deal in Edmonton. He was chair of Canadian Municipalities, high-profile mayor. He said, but I'm making that announcement on November 23rd. And he said, and if you can be scaled up and rolling by then, I will make the announcement exclusively on your show. It would be my first show. And I would scoop my former employer, which is enough motivation for anybody. So we had 7 weeks to build a website, figure out how to stream. And like, I had a very privileged situation before, right? I had producers, I had salespeople, I had marketing team. Like, I was just the teeth in the hair. I would show up, I'd host the show, I didn't have to worry about it. Now all of a sudden I'm like HR and like hiring people and figuring, And so when I look back at our first few episodes or even our first few months, maybe with any business venture, but it's a little bit embarrassing at kind of how Bush League it was. One of my friends wrote in, he's a lighting tech. He wrote in and he said, your show looks like it's radio guys trying to do TV. So we had to figure out everything. But the product that we were putting out was basically like a sort of a 75-minute episode on YouTube that would also stream live on the audio app Mixler, and then we would push out the podcast, and that was it. And what everybody in this room already knows, and what we quickly realized is like, you need bite-sized chunks. You need to have a presence on TikTok. You need to have a presence on Instagram. You need to have constant, release information, et cetera, content created. So we have evolved over that. I would say now when it comes to like our, how people find us, how people connect with us. I had a moment just a few months ago. This is a first for me. I'm walking past a parking lot in Edmonton, and there's this car like lowered BMW, looks super, like a bit of a drug dealer vibe, BMW tinted out, and the window goes down. This girl leans out, and she's like, "Yo!" She's like, "My boyfriend loves you." And I kind of look over, and all of a sudden the driver's door opens, and the guy gets out, and he starts walking towards me, and he goes, "I love you on TikTok." And I kind of like stopped in my tracks, and I should have played it cooler, but I said, "That's the first time anyone's ever said that to me." Like, "You love me on TikTok." I was like, "Do you ever catch our episodes on YouTube?" "No." "Do you ever listen to our podcast?" "Didn't know you had a podcast." I'm like, oh my, okay, so there's a breakdown there. But it was amazing for me to realize that how important it was, like everybody in this room knows, for us to connect with people and meet people where they're at. At risk of taking the entire 45 minutes myself talking, I will say one more thing, which was interesting. We really launched kind of with this ethos of wanting to drive people to where we were, mostly, and I look back, realizing for ego reasons and for glamour reasons, because all of your front-facing numbers are what you want to be the highest, right? You want your YouTube episodes to have high views. You want your TikToks, you want your Reels and your Shorts to have high views. No one can see the podcast numbers. For us, our podcast numbers are our highest for what it's worth. But I was trying to, all of our marketing, all of our strategy was trying to drive people to YouTube, Mixler, and then the podcast. We made a decision last December, so like 10 months ago, that we were going to invest in like Restream software and push it out to all of our, so now we're on like live on LinkedIn, we're live on X, we're live on Facebook, all of the platforms. And the first week that we did that, our live tuning was up 600%, and it has stayed there. So for us, that was a huge awakening of getting, of sort of eschewing our own stubbornness of trying to drive people. I can't tell you how many times I heard someone say, and people even like personal friends that are like, "I haven't seen your show in forever." They're like, I'm just like not on YouTube, or I just never go on YouTube. But people do show up to work and go on LinkedIn, or people are on X through the day, or people are wherever. So we pivoted 10 months ago, which is like 4 years into our existence. Took us too long, I'll acknowledge. And it's paid huge dividends.
Congratulations.
What was the question?
I talked for like 20 minutes. Sorry.
I was just asking kind of like, how are you, when you started doing stuff with platforms, did you have, or like with vertical video and doing influencing on your own or working with others, did you have a goal set out in mind, or did you come at it with a more experimental spirit?
Well, when La Converse launched, we started up as a pop-up newsletter, right? And so immediately I just knew that the communities we serve were on Instagram, especially like we're BIPOC-led, we serve a lot of youth. And so we started off like looking a bit more like Humans of New York. So I'd send a reporter out to a protest, and I said, ask them why they're here and why it's important, and they would take a photo and put a little text. I guess at the time I didn't consider vertical video because it required a lot more training, and like, I assumed I really needed a videographer. We didn't have the funds for that. So I would start off a lot of youngsters, I would get them to start like that. So it would be a way for them to kind of test their skills and et cetera, et cetera. So we did a Converse school where the students at UCO, actually in Gatineau, where the students, their stories were only on Instagram, and so they would just report, and there's a 400-word limitation. So we started off with that. People would recognize us, would be like, "Hey, I follow you on Instagram, I know who you are," because of that. And then Metaban came, and we lost that page. And so we would also like kind of like segment our stories there, right? So we are like, okay, how are we gonna do this? We used to do a little bit of TikTok videos through protests and events, but we had a videographer do it. And then we needed to find a way to be on TikTok, which worked. For us, like the again, like the communities we serve are there. They're not necessarily going to read our newsletter. And that's something I've told you, right? I think people who read newsletters are journalism geeks. They're probably the people in this room. But I don't actually think that the communities we serve will actually go read the newsletters. Like, I don't read newsletters. I'll see it. I'll see what you did because I want to see what my competition does. And I'm interested in seeing what other publishers are doing. But I'm not going to sit there and read your newsletter for 15 minutes every day. I don't have that kind of time. I have 2 kids. You know, I'm running a publication, my life is busy, I don't have time. So even if I don't do it, what do you think that people who are not journalists are going to do? They're not going to read. And that's something we know now. People just don't read anymore. People will not sit down and read your 15-minute story. Probably I will read it, you will read it. People our age, old millennials or young millennials will do it, but Gen Z will probably not do it. Maybe they will, but we're not sure of that. And so, yeah, I was at a conference with Chris and Gab at Progressive Publics. I know that Andre's going to be happy I mentioned that. But I met Isaac, and Isaac was like, yeah, we need to do videos. And they were telling us how they were doing it. But I was like, I'm not cool enough to be in a video. I'm really not that cool. So I don't want to be like, I didn't know how to do it. Look at my daughter. I'm like, what am I going to do? Like, hey, guys, this is Leila. Watch. It's like, I'm just going to a conference. Peace. I can't do it. I know I'm going to look ridiculous. So Isaac did a video with a few publishers and us, and like it was just like they were really good at it. And so I was like, can you please come to my newsroom and teach my staff how to do this? My staff is younger, they're much cooler than me, and so they learned that, so they just taught them how to do it. We did it with the Converse School kids, and because they master the codes of influencers, because that's what they consume. That's how they actually talk. Like, even like they talk to each other in influencer codes today, right? So like, I see the way my daughter, like the Rizzler, Skibbity, all those things, I you know, and so, anyway, so like young people express themselves in a way that's very influencer. Like if you look at their stories and all of that. And so they master the codes. We mastered the journalism, so we just needed to get them to, I didn't even need to teach them anything. Isaac came, they were like, this is what you need to do, and they rocked it. And so now, every story they would do a video about it, our team, that says like, from walking or whatever they do, and it's very casual, it's with their phone, and they're like, hi, it's Jen, I reported about this, you should check it out, go read it. So it drives people to read our stories. And then we just started doing a lot more of it. So now whenever there's an event, we hired a reporter that is social media reporting that only does that. And then we'll do TikTok videos specifically for vertical. And that's really changed the way we do our stories and the way that we connect to community. People know us a lot more now. Our new page kind of surpassed our old page. So yeah, we made a new page. Hopefully Meta won't block it. But now it could look like content creation, right?
Very cool.
So yeah.
Okay, so here's where the business coaching and grumpy rant will come from me. So yeah, we've seen vertical video platforms take off. Publishers have started making content on there. Stuff goes like viral. You get tons of comments. People notice you on the street. Cool, yeah, awesome. How many of those people, this is where I get stuck. Because we're all encouraged, we hear it all the time, and it's true, you have to meet people where they're at. But if you're playing and having your meetings in someone else's sandbox, and okay, this is a terrible metaphor, the owner of the sandbox is the one that's making all the money, because now you're just making original content for another content business. They're showing an ad right after your stuff. We don't get any of that. It's the same thing over and over again with these platforms. Is that an okay bargain for our businesses? Are you seeing like real beneficial financial or like audience results with making content on these platforms?
So I don't see a lot of financial conversion, but what the benefit is branding. You want people to know who you are and what you stand for, authenticity, and without having a presence on social media, who are you? No one will really get to know that if you don't put yourself out there. So it may not equal earnings, but the branding potential is very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, so this is something that we wrestle with a lot, because when it comes to even just the allocation of our production resources through the day, it's almost 50-50. I would say that, you know, about half of the day is spent, you know, putting an episode together. Nothing for us is ever going to be more important than our episode. Number one, I think based on our mandate and what we put out there, which is Alberta's talk show of record. And number two, because that's how we make our money. Like, we still follow a fairly traditional advertising role. We have some sponsored content in our episodes. We have traditional ad breaks, like 30-second live reads that I'll do during the show, and then lots of sponsor placement through the show as well. So the episode is the most important. I think that, like, our you know, our influencer content, or if we want to call it our social media content, ideally has to drive people back to the episode. And sometimes we'll see proof of it, like just with insights on the links on Bitly. Like, you know, like if a big, you know, let me give you an example. So we borrowed and credited Midas Touch. The podcast had an interview with Charlie Angus, with the New Democrat MP, former New Democrat MP. And Angus just like went off on Donald Trump, and it was a phenomenal interview. We requested an interview with Angus. He didn't get back to us in the period of time that I needed. And so we borrowed from their interview. I shot a top and a tail. We credited Midas Touch, put it out on YouTube, and it was our biggest short ever. I think like 2.75 million views, I think, coming up on 3 million views. Went to bed visiting my parents in Calgary on a Friday, woke up on a Saturday morning, and our YouTube channel had gone from, you know, 27,000 to 34,000 subscribers overnight. Like, it was just, I thought something was wrong. I thought there was a glitch. That would be an example of how, like, well executed social content, in that case the YouTube short that did really well on TikTok as well, could drive our subscriber base. It's a free subscription on YouTube, obviously, but then now there's more people getting notifications when we're live streaming on YouTube. Ostensibly, there's going to be more people tuning into the show. In theory, our numbers are going to boost, our advertisers are going to be happy, yada, yada, yada. But when it comes to, like, you know, do we make, like, you know, $900 a week on our TikToks? Absolutely not. Another thing that I think, and I think you're 100% right about being in the public eye, being in the public awareness, you know, I have these compliments turned insults that happen all the time. These underhanded compliments. People will come up to me and be like, "Oh my gosh, it's nice to meet you. I love your show." And I go, "Thank you so much." And then they go, "What are you doing now?" And I'm like, "Oh, you like loved my radio show." And I'm like, these people that say they love the show. I mean, and I'm like, I feel like we are grinding to try to be in the public's awareness. That we pay for advertising, we get billboards, we do these 11x17 poster campaigns, we do all the things. But still, like, people's attention spans are short. There's so much information out there. And so, like you said, I think anything that we can do to remind people what we're doing and to create interest, not trying to put the gist of an entire interview into a short, but maybe the best 20 seconds of it that'll drive, and then a convenient link to drive people to the full episode. That's how we utilize it. Final thing I'll say is that we have started including and monetizing in the sense of, like, these are our big contracts with our sponsors, motion graphics that will integrate into our shorts. So when it, like, you can see it if you guys check out our, you can check out Real Talk RJ or me, Ryan Jesperson, on Instagram. We had, for example, the Edmonton mayoral debate on our show yesterday. You'll see in that, I think it's a 75 or 90-second reel, you'll see Mercedes pop up with animation across the bottom. Then you'll see California Closets pop up across the bottom. And then you'll see Pathways Alliance, which is the oil sands consortium. So that's another way that we're working those into our sponsorship agreements so that they have representation in the episode as well as in the highlights.
I think my question back to you is, like, why are you concerned that people will not go to your website? Because, like, do people give you money because they go on your website?
Yeah, well, our strategy, I mean, now it feels like kind of an old school strategy.
Yeah,
which is people are coming to our website. We have actually a really high amount of direct traffic. And then people get on our newsletter and they join, they become a loyal reader. We become part of their daily habit. And then eventually we'll ask people to join our membership program, and about 2% of our regular readers join our membership program.
Right. And so that may work For us, that's not the main source of revenue anyways. So my goal is not to make money. We need money, but that's not my end goal, right? Like my goal is to make sure that people have access to information, that democracy is important. And so, Rachel mentioned it before, like the whole kids learn about Taylor Swift and they don't care about news. Well, they care about news when we deliver it. They care about news when Rachel Gilmore delivers it. They care about news when Isaac Peltz does it. And so they do care about journalism. It's just not being delivered to them in a way that fits their interests. News today, generally, legacy media is outdated. And we need to adapt it to the formats of the public we serve. So we do rap journalism too, but that's another conversation. So I think like if we care about democracy, Allison's not there anymore, but we got the Democracy Fund for the elections and we did a lot of verticals which helped people vote because we told them about what is happening. We covered it from various perspectives. And that's a way to, make sure that people know about La Converse. And then the other one is audience community. We're building community by being on those platforms, which is where our community is. And then when we have high numbers of views, when you go to a funder, they're going to ask you for the number of newsletter subscribers. Today, I don't think the number of newsletter subscribers is a relevant data anymore. I do think that, again, truthfully, I don't think young people read newsletters. I really don't. And I don't think that the communities we serve read newsletters also. I think it's like professional yuppies and up that read newsletters, and they're probably journalism community geeks and alike. So like probably, what do you call it? Civil society that reads civil society that reads newsletters. But I don't think like the 18-year-olds in Montreal North don't give a shit about my newsletter. The university students probably don't. The marginalized communities we serve, like they're not reading my newsletter. They're following my TikTok. And people reach out to me and they're like, Layla, I've been seeing your TikToks. It's awesome. Thank you so much for that work. Can we talk? So then they give me a tip on an investigative story. And then when I go to a funder and I show them that the fact that we were at 900 followers on TikTok 6 months ago, we're at 5,000 today. That's huge. And literally, like a video we posted on the weekend is now at 400 views. It's not about the number, it's about the impact. It's about that people are more informed. We just did a video that was released yesterday. We spent a whole week on it just to debunk the police justice system so that people know, because there's a young 15-year-old kid that was killed by the police last week in Montreal, Nouran. And we just explained to people, how does the justice system work for police when police kill people? And we explained that whole thing to people so that communities, when that happens, they know what to expect. That's essential. Nobody's doing that. And I could write a huge investigative piece on it. It's not going to get to the people that it needs to get. It's going to get to, we talked about this, preaching to the converted. My whole goal when I launched La Converse was, when we said dialogue journalism, it's I don't want to preach to the converted. So if I want my journalism to reach the people that my journalism is intended to, I need to talk their language.
I also see it as like, and I'm sure you do too, but like serving different audiences, right? Like I don't look at it as like the audience in the sense that newsletters are exhausting, but I do think like we dialed back. I used to do it every single Sunday, and then it was too much. It was because I was doing it, and it was like taking away from family time.
Well, we
it was
still
like,
do
it was
it.
like practical stuff, the reasons why, and we started getting like quite a bit of feedback. I was always really proud of like our open ratio, like more than 70% of the ones that were going out were getting opened, which I thought was like pretty good. But then when we stopped doing it, people were reaching out being like, we really miss it. Like we kind of want it. And I was like, that's that segment of the audience. And then we have like our, we'll release content that's kind of like bespoke for LinkedIn. That's obviously like going to be very different than what we're putting on TikTok. And it does take a ton more effort. But when you get these insights, and these days, like I remember when our sales people would go out and sell my radio show, and we were always really proud of our ratings and happy about it, but you always knew that there was a little bit of bullshit to it all, right? like these ratings and like the Nielsen ratings in the States and the PPMs in Canada and all this, and it's like this is all, you know, it's not realistic. Whereas like on YouTube or on, you know, through Podbean or Spotify, you're like, this is the number of views. Like this is how many downloads exactly of this episode, right? And to look at that and see that, you know, our YouTube demographic, for example, skews more male. It skews a little bit older. Our podcast demo is more female. For what it makes no sense to me, but it is. It's a little bit younger. Obviously, the TikTok audience is much younger than that. So I also try to look at it from holistic is the wrong word, but I sort of try to look at it as like it's much like Canada with provinces and territories, one nation. Yeah. But you know what I mean? And so we try to, like with some of our highlights or content, try to serve those different audiences.
Got it. How much time do we have? 5 minutes. Okay. I did have another question, but if there are any questions or discussion from the floor, I'd gladly open it up. I have Kelly here.
I just had a question because I know, like, I used to live in northern Alberta, and I remember when you started, and you kind of would get into it. Like, I remember during the insurrection, like, the whole like city council was put in it because he supported the American insurrection. And that goes back to my question I asked this morning: is that like Alberta, Saskatchewan, where I am, it's kind of like the audiences are divisive sometimes. So sometimes, for me, if I use the word climate change, I get like death threats, and I'm like you mentioned Rachel Gilmore, and she just was recently like slaughtered with all kinds of death threats, right? So I'm just wondering, when you put your face out there, that's something I'm very reluctant to do. Like, I'm an old school print reporter, so I just feel like I like hiding because I get enough threats as it is. I've had like Hells Angels and stuff come into my office back in the day, so I'm like, so I'm just wondering like how you protect yourself and your staff when your face is everywhere.
You don't have to be the face.
Yeah, but then you're putting someone else at risk.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I was just asking about safety because, especially in places like Alberta and Saskatchewan, and just with Rachel Gilmore, she was threatened a lot. And I'm just wondering whether it's your face or somebody else's face. Like, I recognize you could probably use B-roll, but then you're losing that personal connection. So I'm just wondering, how do you manage your own safety or, you know, people getting into it with you, you know?
I've had a few stalker situations, so I use a stage name and I never show my location. I never share it unless it's for an event I'm attending.
Yeah. We turn off the comments when it's a very sensitive topic. But yeah, if the reporter is not comfortable discussing a certain issue, we will not have them do it. And then we also, you know, sometimes, like I've talked about this with Anna Sophia, like I'm getting worried about safety in general. Just I think we should have a heavier door, and like, you know, I don't have a solution for it, to be very honest with you, but I do think that like you need to put people that are comfortable doing this work, and they don't have to do face cam. So like what we've done, like in the case of the 2 recent stories we did on Nuhan, it was not the reporter telling you like Rachel Gilmore style, you know, this is what happened. We actually interviewed experts and community members about this. And that's also another way to do it more safely. You know, you don't always have to copy per se. I think like there's a style of influencer codes. Like what La Converse has done is we've used the codes of influencers, but we've adapted it to our journalism. But I'm not sure I would want necessarily to copy what Rachel does, right? Like I think what she does is fantastic. Everybody has to adapt what they do to their context. And you're right, like in Quebec, it's a very hostile environment for women of color. And so you have to be careful about how you do this, but it's always thinking about like, you know, how can you turn around and do it? I'm not necessarily going to ask a person to do something that's going to put them in a vulnerable position. But when it does happen, we will just turn off the comments. And the truth is, I don't have a perfect answer for online harassment. I'd love to have one, but I think it's something we're discovering. The more you write about issues, the more you will get online harassment. And I don't think we talked about it at the CAJ this year in Calgary. It was a great conversation. Newsrooms need to have policies for online harassment, and we don't, truthfully. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to plug my show shamelessly, first of all, and let you know on Monday, September 29th, our most recent Monday, Rachel was on with me, with my colleague Supriya Dwivedi, talking about this exact thing, if you want to get insights from her directly. The threats that she faced in particular after Andrew Scheer amplified her comments following the Charlie Kirk assassination were brutal. yeah, I would say there's wisdom in what you were talking about. I don't think you have to be the face of it. I have zero tolerance for threats. I have a contact with the Edmonton Police Service. I'm probably only in touch with her once every 18 months or maybe once every 36 months. But I don't ever hesitate to pass along what I believe to be a credible threat. I've been confronted a couple times in public, once with a broken bottle. It was terrifying. It's not great. We should not stand for it. It's not okay. I agree that the temperature is hotter than ever before. And like you, I don't feel like I have an adequate answer for you except to say that I think it's something you need to be aware of. You need to protect yourself, and whether that's turning off the comments or not location sharing like you. I'm in a tough spot too because I'm a professional event host, right? And so I advertise, and the people that hire me advertise where I will be and when I will be there. And the odd time, it leads to an inconvenience. But generally speaking, I would just suggest look after yourself. You know what you believe to be a credible threat. Don't hesitate to pass it along to police, and don't put yourself in situations where you're uncomfortable. I feel like I didn't really give you an actual answer, but that's all I can offer.
Maybe there isn't one right now. Yeah. Vicky, we're fresh out? Okay. Well, man, there's so many things I wanted to get into and talk about. I would love to talk about what news organizations could learn from creators who are building big audiences on these apps, and how do we work in collaboration and sometimes competition with these creators. But maybe we can talk about that more over beers tonight. Thank you so much to this great panel. Thank you so much. Give them a hand.
All right, there's not enough.
No, I think there's one right there.
There's one right there in that chair. Oh, yeah, I know. Like, next time, can we arrange our things around the aliens? It's really stressful right now. Baseball. The Toronto Blue Jays are facing the New York Yankees. It's playoffs. This is the first time in a decade.
Maybe stand up and get a quick group
Oh,
photo.
yeah, sure.
Maybe I should have done that for all panelists.
But you remember. Hello, Matt.
Well, how are you?
Doing okay.
Good. Oh.
I joked about this building in the bylaws.
You joked about this building which?
In the bio I sent for the panel, but I don't know if they'll read my joke.
To introduce you or to introduce yourself, I noticed there's been sort of a trend of having people introduce themselves. Is that preferable?
I don't care.
Whatever you like.
Whatever you like. Whichever is.
You do you?
I think they're off and they it just seems faster, right? Like
Sure,
to
yeah.
go through
No, whichever
everybody's
is better.
affiliation and then get to
Sure, whatever you want, yeah.
Test.
Are your students here?
I have one.
I didn't make one naked, like,
good, okay.
clothing joke. It's gonna like, that for sure it's coming.
Amanda, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Okay. Oh, Because I was going to
to move over.
Do you want to move over? I just feel like you're.
Okay, test, test, test. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started here with our next panel on what is a good journalism job anyway, which is always a great question. I wanted to start by thanking you all for being here and for doing the tireless work that you do to make independent media happen. It's really exciting to see the growth of this organization. I think it's so important for our industry to have representation because obviously our outlets are not well represented by organizations like News Media Canada that represent a different type of outlet entirely. So it's lovely to see you all in here and to see the growth that this organization has taken. And I want to thank Vicky and Jeanette and Brent and everyone involved in organizing this conference and all of the sponsors for making it possible. My name is Ethan Cox. I'm a senior editor with Ricochet Media, and I'm here because about a dozen years ago, I and some other folks had a crazy idea to build our own outlet. And Gabrielle was here, but she's somewhere around. She was also one of those co-founders at the time. And among other issues, we wanted to address the trend towards unpaid work in the journalism job market. And we started Ricochet out of frustration with the industry we had inherited and a desire to reshape it in a form that made sense for us. I don't think any of us would have imagined that a decade later we'd be talking about AI replacing our work as we were this morning. But despite how much has changed, one thing remains true. The declining quality of journalism jobs means inexorably a decline in the quality of the news that's served to the public. So what is a good journalism job? We've put together a really wonderful panel for you today that will tackle that question. To my left here, we have Randy Kitt, the media director for Unifor. Next to him, we have Amanda Sino, the operations director at The Breach. And next to her, we have Megan Gilmore, a reporter with Canadian Affairs, and Matthew Pearson, an associate professor here at Carleton. So thank you all for being on this panel, and welcome. Randy, I want to start with you. You deal a lot with the nuts and bolts of employment, which I can certainly relate to as a former union organizer. We've lost so many jobs across this industry over the past decade that some might say any job in journalism is a miracle. How do you define what a good journalism job looks like?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a tough one. I think it starts with being paid. And and then we go from there, right? And there's, do we have benefits? Mental health benefits, I think, are crucial at this stage and juncture that people can access that. Is there a pension? Probably not for a lot of folks, but for some folks. And those are the basic things that people want. But I think that when we start talking about what the union provides folks, it's a say in their workplace, really, because you get a group of folks together and they bargain with an employer, and it's really what your needs are in relation to what the employer can give you back. And I think every one of those situations is different, and every employer has different resources, and you scale to those resources. And I think that there's lots of studies that show that when employees have a say in their workplace, especially when times are tough, that they will rise to the challenge and work harder, work better, if there's a real need in the organization to help it out. And you guys are a classic example of that for the industry. And I think if you give employees a say in their workplace, they will rise to the occasion and make the workplace better.
Great, thank you so much. Now, Amanda, you're in a management role with a newish independent outlet, and you know that the nature of our industry and how funding is allocated means that it can sometimes be impossible to offer a truly stable job. How do you navigate that gap between what you can offer and what journalists might be hoping for?
Is this? Yeah. Yeah, so as you mentioned, the Breach is about 4 years old. We have about 7 staff full and part-time. And although some of our funding is based on our membership, the other half is, coming from funding opportunities, funders, things that we can't really count on. And as has been touched on at many different points today, a lot of the funding coming from the government, it's retroactive. So you got to keep the cash flow going so that people can keep having jobs. And so one of the things that we're thinking about is like, how do we create jobs that can kind of make sense in what we can all call suboptimal conditions, where we don't have the kind of, guaranteed cash flow. And so one of the things, which is not revolutionary, but is a level of transparency around your funding with your own staff as it's going along. So how can we tell the team what's going on, what's in the pipeline, and what are our odds? How much are we waiting for membership money that's coming in? How much are we waiting for those funds? And what does that mean for them concretely? And the purpose of this is also not to be overly transparent to the point that, we're passing on anxiety about the funding and their positions. That's not the goal. The goal is to give them the agency that they need to make the decisions for themselves about whether they can continue in those conditions or not. If it's about a salary increase, we're like, okay, we're waiting to close this fiscal year so that we know how much we actually made on membership, so we know how much we can increase salaries this year. This is when we'll have an answer for you. Folks are all coming from really different perspectives and really, really different needs. So if we tell them, then they can have agency. So how are we essentially having them be active participants, thank you, in their, in their needs and the agency that they are having over their role. The other thing too is like being aware of like what are some of the options, right? So it's really simple things, but the breach is based in Quebec, but we work with folks all around. So if you're a Quebec-based employer, you have to pay Quebec taxes on your out of your paycheck, which are the highest in Canada. And so for some folks, it's not, they actually we give them the tools essentially to make the decision. Do you prefer to be an employee or do you prefer to be a contractor so you don't have to deal with getting that money reimbursed at the end of the year? So how are we making that more of an open and ongoing conversation? So that people can let us know what they need.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And I think we're hearing, we heard earlier about the need for outlets to collaborate more, the desire for outlets to collaborate more. And I think that's what you're both sort of saying is that there needs to be more transparency in communication. And instead of sort of a traditional capitalist model where there's the bosses and the workers and your two very different teams, that openness and that collaboration is what allows everybody to get through in very difficult circumstances. Now, moving on, Megan, I know that you work at a news startup where you get a paycheck and a few benefits and not much else.
I'm happy for that, by the way. If my boss is watching,
she's not complaining. She's not complaining. Before that, you freelanced for around a decade and worked at a community newspaper. So I wanted to ask you about what makes a good life for you and how does your work fit into that?
Yeah, so one of the things that we were talking about as a panel when we were getting ready for this is, this is a very important question. What makes a good job? People's relationship to their work is a key indicator of like overall well-being. It's really important for your self-concept, all these types of things. And this comment is really addressed to, if there are a few journalism students here. I'm a Carleton grad, go Ravens go. I think sometimes underlying this question, this very important question of what makes a good journalism job anyways, is this assumption that your job is able to provide for you all the things you need for a good life. And I think journalists in particular were really susceptible to that belief because we say, I am defending democracy. You need to hand over your hard-earned cash to me because I am going to defend you in a war against democracy, right? There's a lot of idealistic language that we use to describe ourselves. And then sometimes I think we say, hey, my job can do all these things that maybe your job isn't made to do. Like maybe your job is not going to be there for you when you're having a bad day personally. Like yes, you should get mental health supports at work. I'm a big proponent of that. You should also, if you're a journalist, make friends outside of your job who can be there for you, right? Like you need to have a life outside of this industry and an identity outside of just what the numbers are Because like full disclosure, I go behind our website multiple times a day to check the stats. And the stats, I mean my stats, actually. I just really care about mine. And yeah, there are definitely moments where I'm like, I responded way too much to that number. Like, too much of my feeling about myself as a person just rode on that number. And I do think it's something that we as individuals and then as an industry need to really consider. How much are we putting on our jobs? And so if there are some journalism students out here, I'm very grateful for the decade or so I've had in this industry. But go make some friends, get away from your computer for a few minutes, invest in the life of a child, do something beyond your job that can give you meaning.
Thanks, Megan. That's a great answer, and I think an issue that we're facing more and more, right? That more and more young journalists coming into this industry are judging themselves and their success by numbers, by metrics that can be really fickle. So I think that's a great point. Matthew, first of all, thank you for having us. I believe this is your house.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, thank you very much. Like any good academic, I believe you come bearing data, and you'll be shocked to know. A few years ago, you co-authored the Taking Care report on mental health, well-being, and trauma among Canadian media workers. You've also spoken to a lot of freelancers about the issues they're facing. What are some of the things that journalists and students who will soon be journalists are looking for from employers?
I will happily tell you about that. I think one of the things that maybe picks up on what Megan was saying is, I think the answer to what is a good journalism job anyways begins with a job where you feel some agency to do the kind of work that you wanted to do when you set out to be a journalist to begin with. And I think that holds true for all of the jobs I've had, including this job teaching. And I think in terms of some of the things folks are looking for, a big one is culture. What is it like to work at this place, either as a full-time employee or a contributing person or freelancer? What are the benefits, financial and otherwise? That includes Randy's point about salaries. Is there access to mentorship? Is there an opportunity for me in this organization to get to have a mentor? Included in that is this idea of feedback. Am I receiving intentional feedback about my work? I think that's particularly important for freelancers who sort of submit something. Maybe they hear back, maybe they don't hear back for a while. It gets published eventually, but maybe they don't benefit from the same contact that an editor might have with someone who's working in the spot. And then lastly, I think also thinking about professional development and how we can think about professional development in a time where we might not be able to afford benefits for everyone, but can we send them on a course? Can we help them do something that they're interested in that will help them do the work they want to do? I'll get to the data later.
Okay, great. Well, we'll put a pin in that. Yeah, it makes me think as well that one of the reasons why so many of us are in this industry is because of meaning. We derive meaning from the work we do, and that's perhaps the biggest intangible, but it's so often the counterweight to bad pay, to poor benefits, to all of these other things. And I guess, Matthew, when you're talking to students, when you're talking to people that are coming into the field, and they're weighing options, and they're saying, on one hand, I can go, say, get a PR job, and I'm going to get a nice competitive salary, I'm going to have a pension, I'm going to have benefits, I'm going to have all of these things that my parents had, but maybe I'm going to be lacking that meaning in my life, or I can go down this much harder route of trying to make a go of it in journalism and having real meaning to the work that I do, but missing out on a lot of other things. How would you advise a student that's asking you about how to balance those things?
Oh, that's a hard question. I mean, I think I would probably share what Megan has said. It's like, what kind of life do you want to have? I think that certainly I would ask people, what is the thing that's going to excite you every day? I think I would also encourage people to think about other places that they could go in order to be a journalist. You don't have to stay in Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal. There are so many jobs out there if you would like to maybe have a bit of an adventure. And I think that, go back to the first part of your question, please, Ethan.
Oh, I was just asking about how to balance between meaning and tangible things.
I guess it's also helping people understand, like, I think, and some of my colleagues do this well, like how to negotiate and support and like defend themselves or ask for more that might help them get pay that they might think is commensurate to what they're working in.
Well, that leads really well into the next question that I wanted to talk about, which is that I think many of us have been taught we need to stand up for ourselves. We need to ask for what we're worth. We need to demand it. And that works really well in some contexts, but in other contexts, the people that we're making that demand of just don't have it to give to us. And so I guess one thing, and I'll just throw it out to the panel and whoever wants to jump on this, but how, when you're going into those negotiations, how do you draw a line where you say, this is what I require, when sometimes those editors, those employers that you're negotiating with, they don't have it to give?
Well, as the professional negotiator on the panel, I mean, I negotiate with all sorts of companies, right? And not just media companies, but factories and sugar factories or box plants or gas stations. And so every one of those employers brings something different to the table, and those employees bring something. So you have to have a baseline of, is this business profitable, first of all? What kind of profit are they generating? I've been in negotiations that's taken like 4 hours, a whole collective agreement. You get the CEO of the company, he walks in, you have your list of demands. Yes, no, I can do that. I'll have to check back on that and call the benefit provider. Yes, no, yes, and you're done. And you're like, cool. They brought the person who can do the negotiating, and then there's other companies that you just fiddle for years, and you just have no idea. They're not transparent about the finances. You don't really know what's happening, and so you push and push and push until you don't get. If you're not in a union situation, and then and I've been in those situations. It's sort of the polite persistence is what I call it. Is a real, you're sort of bargaining with. It's like from the weak position is what I'd call it. You're bargaining, but polite persistence. You make the good arguments, right? And you take the high road all the time. And if you sort of follow that path, and you do the right thing, and then the polite persistence, like I would in the early days when I wasn't in a union. And I wanted something, I'd just go every Monday morning, I'd walk into my boss's office and say, hey, how's that training opportunity coming that I wanted, right? Oh, it's coming, and she'd always make but when the training opportunity did come, like 6 months later, she's like, oh, I better give it to Randy, because otherwise it's gonna be a pain. So that sort of polite persistence kind of works, but also you have to know your limits, right? If you ask for too much, and you don't have the information, it's gonna, you're going to end up at an impasse in a different way. So.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to something that a few of you mentioned earlier in terms of transparency, and like the more that you include people in the realities and the struggles, then the more that they're going to understand. So Amanda, maybe as somebody that's more on the employer side of that equation, what do you like when you have, and I'm sure you've experienced this, I've experienced this, a lot of us have experienced this, good freelance journalists who are like, I deserve to be paid X, and it's like, well, yeah, I absolutely agree that you do. We don't have X. How do you handle those conversations when you're just not able? Somebody's making a good argument, they're being politely persistent, but you just don't have it to give.
Yeah, I think maybe in my role, I work less directly with freelancers, more with people who are on contracts. So like kind of similar, but people who are not on the team yet, maybe would like to be, and there's difficult conversations. I think that one of the things I try to do, as everyone does as much as they can in their own imperfection, but one I think is really relationship building and building trust-based relationships early on from go. And I think that it's hard to I think especially in newsrooms where there's like a lot of people and there's not a lot of people, where there's a small team, but there's a lot going on. It's kind of hard to know where to bring your concerns. It's been what I've seen so far. I've been in this role for just over a year, and I came from the like direct community service sector before that. So I have a very different experience before. And what I see is that people were kind of like, sometimes I was seeing things come up and they were just like, I'm not sure, where do I bring this? Do I bring it to the editor-in-chief? Do I bring it, Amanda, what's your job? And I'm like, everything is my job except for the writing. I don't know. So making it like early on being like, okay, tell me like, what is it that you hope for in this role? What is it that you want? Where would you like to go with us? And everybody has really different experiences, and building that and reinforcing it over time. I feel like it's really important to try as much as you can to do check-ins that are just regular check-ins and not there's nothing wrong. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing on the agenda. How are you doing? How are you feeling about the job? How is this experience doing that? Kind of just hearing from people, especially for us, we're in a virtual newsroom. Everybody is in different places. And so if you're building that up over time, that reflects that people can come and bring things to you and they feel safer to do that, then you can hear from them. And then when it's like a negotiation or like not negotiation, but essentially trying to preempt that. If I know that what this person actually really needs is access to insurance, more than many other things, and I'm looking at what we're doing, and I'm like, actually, yes, we can do that. We don't need you to be full-time to put you on our insurance. That's something that we have, and so that's another point that I have, which is just kind of being creative and like looking between the lines of what's in the rigid structure. Like, is it true that you really can only put people on your insurance who are working 35 hours a week? Or can you give offer it to people who are at 20 hours? Like I'd mentioned before about contractors. Some people don't want to deal with the tax burden of figuring out their hours. That works better for them. For us, it means we actually can't get money back from like CJC and government funding. But okay, that's like part of the discussion. It's like really building that reflex so that it's not coming in crisis. And then when you're knowing what they need, being clear about that. As a nonprofit, like, our finances are in our annual report. There's not like a huge like, oh, is one person making 8 times the salary? No, it's impossible. It's right there. So I think that also helps like reinforce and like letting people know then where can they go, like you were saying, like can they grow in the organization and being honest, and then being able, kind of like to your point, if you asked every day and then the opportunity came up and they gave it to you, then it happened. The follow through was there. If you do this trust building exercise, the opportunity comes and then you don't give it to them, then you're really not moving anything forward in terms of like how you're creating your team and trying to support them in this work.
Thanks. That's a great answer. And I think creativity is such an important thing for all of us, right? In every aspect of what we do, that's sort of the watchword. So Megan, Matthew, did either of you want to jump in on this before we move on?
So as the working journalist on the panel, I can't obviously speak for all my colleagues. I can speak for me. I would agree with everything that has just been said, particularly around the building of trust. So I have not worked in the same building with my colleagues since 2019. I had a freelance gig where I was co-hosting a morning radio show and TV show, and then also like hosting some other audio programs, and I was in a studio. Then a little thing called COVID happened, so then everything went virtual, and the company that I currently work for, we're all virtual from across the country. And one of the things that I've had to learn is I was really fortunate to make a good friend with one of my former colleagues at this job, and having somebody there that I could actually articulate and say, actually, I feel like crap today. Like, I feel awful, not like physically, but like mentally, or like stuff is going on. Because when you're in a virtual environment, the pressure is you just go on Zoom, and what do we all say? Yeah, I'm good. Like, nobody says how they're actually doing. I write about death all the time. Like, it's the main thing. If you look at my work, I write a lot about dying. That feels awful. Like, I'm just going to be honest. It's not a fun gig. People are like, what do you do? I'm like, I write about hi, how are you? How about those Blue Jays? I'd really like to know, actually. But when you're in this virtual, removed environment, I've definitely felt this pressure to just say, oh, no, it's good all the time. And your employees are still real people with flesh and blood who live real lives. in real buildings, and most of us are working from home where the fire alarm goes off in the middle of the interview. And I'm a big believer that trust is earned. It is not just automatically given because you happen to be the person at the top of that organizational chart. So particularly in this environment that's so digital and so driven by numbers and clicks, and today's journalists have access to more information about who's interacting with their pieces than people of a few generations ago. When I got my first job in the early 2010s, working in Whitehorse, Yukon, highly agree with Matthew's view, get out of the media bubble of Canada at least once in your life. I didn't know. I didn't know who was reading, how many people were reading my stuff, and that was really freeing. That's not the case anymore. There's a lot of anxiety around that. So I think particularly in this environment, if you are in an employee situation, it's so important to build that trust with your workers because there's a lot more anxiety woven into the fabric of how we're doing our jobs.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and we actually try and avoid handing out view numbers to journalists because of the effect that it tends to have on people. Like if they really want to, or like post facto, but when journalists are like, oh, I really want, to know 3 times in the first day, like how did it do? I'm not sure that's always, good. So just brief Blue Jays interlude before we get to you, Matthew, because I've just checked. I know that Megan and Randy are very concerned. This is 1-0 Blue Jays in the top of the second.
I can't believe I have to follow the Blue Jays.
Yeah, Matthew.
Just picking up on the point about creativity, I had a few thoughts. One, a friend of mine worked for a small consulting company a number of years ago, and the company was too small to offer benefits. But what it did do was offer an amount of money that people could spend on lifestyle activities that they could get reimbursed. So we might not have benefits, but yeah, we can afford $250 per employee. And if you use that for a gym membership or toward running shoes or a bicycle, that is a way that we can support people doing things that isn't the traditional, Canada Life benefits plan. Also, I think where benefits exist, employers should really be encouraging people to use all of them. I've said this before at CAJ conferences. If I wish CAJ was a concert. Yes. On this stage, but if an employer has insurance benefits and they cover things like mental health or even massage therapy, that there is some database in the newsroom that says, here's 8 massage therapists within a kilometer distance of our newsroom for you to use your benefits at. Here's a list of therapists that are good that we have vetted that you could go to and use your benefits. And the last thing that I would say that I think is particularly relevant for Press Forward is, are there opportunities for training that can go across organizations? So if we all have small little organizations, can we hire one trainer that will do a workshop on whatever the topic is? My colleague Trish Odette-Longo does a great workshop on data security. Is that the kind of thing that Press Forward could do and offer its members? And that way no news organization is out of pocket for a training fee, but rather it's shared.
That's great. That's some really interesting thoughts. Did you want to add something?
Just one thing, as you were saying about going back to creativity and not having benefits and doing that. I think what I've seen just being kind of relatively new to this sector is that not that the other nonprofit community sector has been doing amazing. I mean, it's also a sector where that's really chronically underfunded. But there's some ideas that I'm like, wow, why aren't people doing that? That's also really common. We just happen to have really good access for insurance. So I'm just everybody gets the insurance if we can do it. But close your office over the holidays for 2 weeks. I think a lot of folks do that, but close your office for 2 weeks in the summertime, having flexible hours. There's a lot of things where you can and that's I think where speaking and checking in with people helps also access needs when you have to pick up your children or have other care responsibilities. And I think the other thing I did want to make sure I mentioned was around burnout leave. And I think what I've seen is that when I brought that up first in the newsroom, I was do people need to go on? And there was what's that? And I was like, when you go on sick leave so that you can take care of yourself. And they're like, I don't understand. And I was like, all right, this is the process how to do it. I think people are not talking about it. It's really common in the rest of the nonprofit sector. I've been on burnout leave. I think it's there's a bit of a stigma. People don't want to do it, which is fine. I get it. But I think for me, one thing I've modeled a lot in those conversations and check-in, and I'm like, yeah, I took 3 months of burnout leave. I was running an organization for too long and it was slowly killing me. I was not okay. I needed to take time. I highly recommend it. If you feel like you're even close to doing that, you should take time off. And being there to be like, you need it, you got it, what do you need? And like you were saying, being prepared to support them. If you didn't do it yourself, how can you understand? Like when you go take burnout leave, you won't get your pay for at least 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks won't come through. What's their like making sure that they're well equipped so that they can be supported. And if you don't know yourself, talking to other people, I feel like there's a bit of a gap where it's like, unless you've been doing the work, you don't know that there's a lot of that. So get that information out.
And just picking up on that, I mean, that's also leadership. I mean, we saw in that Taking Care report, if I may mention it for a moment, that, people talked about not taking breaks, having poor diets, having poor exercise, having poor time with friends, and the benefit, the value of seeing newsroom leadership or the people in charge doing those things. Like, yeah, I'm not on my phone over the weekend. There's no need for me to do that unless there's an emergency. And so, sort of setting those standards where people take lunch breaks, people take their vacation allotments, people take days off. I was really inspired when the unmarked graves were located in Kamloops. Indigenews closed for I think this summer because they put their staff's mental health and well-being needs and needs to be in community higher than we could be the leaders on this story. They said, well, I think that we're gonna take a pause and make sure that people are okay, and that's brilliant in my mind.
Yeah, and you might not have enough money to do everything you want, but everybody has the ability to do. I think what a lot of you are getting at is showing journalists, freelancers that you're pulling in the same direction. You're working with limited resources on a common cause, and I think that's what gets a lot of people through. Randy, I know you wanted to say something. Megan, I saw you also chomping at the bit. I do have some more questions, but Megan, did you have something you wanted to add?
Sure. I'm just gonna add, this is like a quick wish list, and this is very much coming from somebody who works at a digital media company. No one asks me how late I worked till. So you may want to get into the habit of actually asking your employees, how long are you working? Because back in the day when we all showed up, like we filled out a time card. And I remember my first job, my editor sitting me down and saying, you have too much overtime. And then he explained the rules to me. It was you get time off in lieu or they would pay me out. And so if you're a staff, you do your calculation, decide what you would like. I think we need to bring that back. Like you need to actually know how many hours are people working and what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. And when they are overtime, there needs to be a way of compensating them for their work.
Great. Randy?
I don't know if I'm going to jump on your next question, but I just wanted to touch on something Matthew said earlier, and I think we've all been saying it here, is the culture that you define as an employer. And, my very first jobs in journalism were, like, I was in some really toxic workplaces, and it was just like, that's just how it was. I just got yelled at every day by certain people, and you just had to put up with it. And that was sort of the deal. And I ended up, I think it was at the CAJ conference a couple of years ago, I did a toxic workplace seminar. And, all of the examples were from a couple newsrooms that I'd worked in. But it was like, curl your toes kind of stories and, things I can't even repeat. But they were on the screen for people to see, and it's very eye-opening for folks. And so if you can just avoid that and avoid, and of course you're always preaching to the converted, right? Everyone's here, yeah, I'm not like that. But yeah, if you notice it creep up or personalities, it's important. And along with that support, those are the employers. Like some of the issues that I've with journalists that I've had to deal with are employers that don't support their employees in the times of crisis, right? So when you hear and you got arrested and then the employer just got you a lawyer or you got One of the examples was I had all through Christmas, like 2 years ago, I was dealing with an issue where a journalist was asked to reveal their sources. So the police came and said, we need you to reveal the sources. The journalist was absolutely not into that. And the company was like, yeah, we're fine with it. And there was a fight over the tapes. And, and so, we got, CAJ involved, CGFE involved, and we got other lawyers involved, but it'd just be really cool if the employer was if you knew your employer had your back. That makes a good journalism job when we're all in it for the common good, but I know when I'm doing my job, you got my back, and that starts with the culture that Matthew was talking about, I think.
Yeah, and I think that applies to turning sources over to the police. It also applies, unfortunately, increasingly to situations where journalists get arrested in the field doing their job, which is something that we've unfortunately dealt with on several occasions. And it is something that I think makes a big difference, that I hear when these type of things happen from colleagues at big legacy outlets who are like, I'm not sure my outlet would be standing up for me if this was me. And that is something that I think small outlets can distinguish themselves, is going to the mat for sources, for journalists, and it comes back to, again, just being on the same team, right? And not being willing to throw anybody under the bus. I had a couple more questions, but we do have 10 minutes left. Thank you, Vicky. And so I don't want to cut into our opportunity for questions from the audience. So let's open the floor to questions. Who would like to ask a question? Jeff. Vicky, you have a mic there, eh? Wonderful. Thank you, Vicky.
I had a question about incentives around sort of like, I guess it would be management and employees. Have you ever or know of any organization that's done anything like profit sharing or other sort of like incentivization of, management wants, let's say, more member signups, right? And journalists want to produce good journalism. Have you ever, I guess, experienced that or know other organizations that have done a bit of that?
Incentives can be a really good tool to use. With the organizations I bargain with, I try to stay away from that because it adds a level of uncertainty, and you have to have a real trust with that employer. In a bargaining sense, if we're going to put an incentive, Bell, for instance, would have they would say, the profit sharing at Bell, you had no idea what those numbers were, and so if you don't trust it, again, I think the folks in this room, if you're going to your employer, and that's the thing that if you have a real understanding, Amanda seems to, have a really good relationship with those employees. If you can trust your boss and trust your workers, then I think an incentive program is an absolutely amazing idea, and it really is just based on that trust.
It comes back to there has to be transparency, right? If profits and revenue are a black box, then something like that's never going to be credible. But again, it comes to what Amanda's saying about building that relationship of trust with journalists and management. Thank you, Jeff. That's a great question. I think that's something that we're probably going to see more and more of as we try to get creative and address the realities of the industry. I see a question at the back.
Thanks, guys. Ty with the Local. We're about 6 years old. About 3 years ago, our board made us do a full salary review at the Local to make sure our salaries are industry competitive, quote unquote. And we did that. We brought up all the salaries, so we felt that everything was now in line with what a competitive rate is in the industry. This year, we have new board members, and many of them come from other industries. And they're looking at our salary scale, and they're like, man, this is so low compared to the industries that they're used to working in. And I guess that speaks to kind of the nature of journalism jobs and pay scales. But having said that, the board has asked me to do another salary review with the goal of setting the bar even higher, that we're among the leaders in the industry. So it's a bit self-serving, but I'm going to put it out there. I've been asked to do this salary review. I have no idea where to start, So if anybody wants to share their salary scale with me, I'm willing to reciprocate, and maybe through that process, we can all reach some level of competitiveness or industry leadership.
And let's just remember that in Canada, your right to discuss your salary and working conditions with anybody you want is constitutionally protected. Leela? I know that as a former union organizer.
And as a former freelancer, I can tell you we discuss this all the time amongst ourselves. So it gets out there.
Yeah, well, similar to what Ty was sharing, I think that what's very much missing for especially independent media, and we talked about this, well, since we've arrived, HR policies, right? Like, I know that like when I started La Converse, like we didn't really have HR policy as in year 5, and like now we're building process and HR policies, and like, you know, a lot of times there's care, but there's no accountability. And so that's been really hard. So I wrote in the Slack, BTW, I'm watching all of you, and I said, who can share their HR policies? And nobody responded. So
I'll share it with you.
Wait,
I'm not
there's
in
a
that
Slack?
Slack.
Yes,
I'm not in the
there's a
Slack either, but I'll share it with you.
And I think it would be really nice that we share that with each other, like code of conduct, HR policies, like all of the things. And you mentioned overtime, like we're having trouble with that because a lot of entry-level reporters like are maybe doing overtime. And as an old millennial, like overtime was part of the learning curve, right? So there's a lot of like considerations, and like we're not CBC, so we don't got the money to pay overtime, and there's a lot of considerations we need to take into account, especially when you're underfunded. So I just wanted to raise that. It's not really a question, I'm just putting up a call that Press Forward should maybe consider giving services or, you know, sharing some knowledge about structure and process and HR policy. And it would be great if we could all gather and share these things together. And it costs a lot of money to have this expertise. Some of the expertise we're finding is not adapted to journalism. And, you know, a lot of the people I'm talking to don't really get journalism. So I do find that while there may be similarities, I'm not really sure it's fully like adapted to our professional context, similar to what you're mentioning, Ty. So that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and it's so important to have models to follow, right? Rather than trying to come up with these things from scratch. Anna Sophia, I saw you had your hand up. Sorry, Vicky, I'm sending you. While we wait in this interregnum, I have another Blue Jays update. It is 2-0 Blue Jays in the top of the third.
Thank you. Well, my point is going to kind of contradict the last part of Leila's point, but it is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel for all of these policies, right? I think, Amanda, you've talked a bunch about stuff from the nonprofit sector that you've brought into your leadership at the Breach. And there are tons of organizations in the nonprofit and charity sector in Canada that have policies, that have at least models that maybe Press Forward or a group of all of you can adapt. And I know the industry has its own particularities, so does every industry. So I think there's lots of stuff out there, and yeah, that's my comment. And part question is, I love the question. That's the title of this panel, and I'm wondering, like, what is a good publisher job anyway? Right? You've talked a lot about journalists, which is great. I'm leaving wondering what about the publisher piece and what's needed to support the publishers in this room and beyond.
One question I had posed when we were having the pre-discussion was like, who is a good journalism employer for you? Which I think is really correlated to that as well. Like how, I think those are all really good questions, but really to jump on the other pieces, I've found like since kind of entering this field, like journalism, nonprofit, like when I first started, I was trying to find bylaws for journalism nonprofits, and I was like, who are we asking? Where are we looking? It was really hard to do. And then I came in and I was immediately trying to create our new HR policy, and it was the same thing. So I just took what I knew, and I think it's imperfect, and I'm really happy to share that, but I feel like things are a little bit siloed. And maybe people don't know, maybe I'm completely wrong, which is okay, but it feels really hard to like ask and be like, it seems to me like the field it's very iterative. It's being creative right now. And so like, how can we be sharing more of that information, I think is really key without having like an eye towards like competitiveness. Like if everybody has good HR policies, that benefits everybody. Like nobody wants to be the lowest common denominator on HR policies. Like that's not a good look, you know? So like how can we be stronger together in that?
And just quickly on that point, I think also audiences reward collaboration so much in this sector. And I think we've seen that over and over again when we collaborate with other outlets. The audiences of all of those outlets love to see that. And so there's this instinct to be competitive that comes for a lot of people growing up being trained in legacy newsrooms where that was absolutely the way things were. But in our sector, I think collaboration is something that is seen really positively. It works out well for us when we do it, and it's really appreciated by our audiences. Matthew, did you have something you wanted to add?
To the question about, for what's a good publishing job, I think some of the same things applies. What is the culture? Is there mentorship? Do you have other publishers that you can lean on to go through things like, I'm having this HR challenge, I'm having this growth challenge? Are you able to get feedback? Some people are aware of like a 360 evaluation where it's like your employees, your board, other people that are stakeholders all review your leadership, and you get kind of like a global perspective on how you're doing. Is there professional development for you? Like, I think that's just as important as professional development for the people who are working for you.
Great, thank you. One more or done? Done? Okay. We're done. Thank you all so much for coming. Really appreciate all of the questions, and I want to give a big thank you to every member of this wonderful panel who have brought so much. I really appreciate you all giving your time so freely to this. I think we've all learned a lot. So let's have a big round of applause for the panel. All right, let's go watch some Blue Jays.
One more speaker.
Oh, Brent, sorry, I lied.
I mean, you can go, Ethan. It's fine.
Stepping all over you, Brent. I'm sorry.
No problem. I'm used to it. Actually, is this?
Does it not work?
Yeah. Is that on? There we go. Good. Okay, so it is 10:02 or so. I've been given 10 minutes. I'm going to take 5 so that you can get out of here and relax. And the game's on. So I've been given the unenviable task of trying to summarize the last 7 hours in about 5 or 6 minutes. So I have an idea, but I will get to that in a minute. First of all, I just want to thank everybody here today for coming. We really appreciate your time. These are really critical discussions at a very critical time, thinking through what the future is of independent media in Canada. I was thinking a lot about Brandy's intervention yesterday with Senator Cardozo when he was talking about the framing of his latest study about, the tale of woe and how everything is in trouble and, oh my God, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And I think if there's any lessons that we can take away from today, that there is hope and there are things that are working, and that we just have to really focus on those things as well and make sure we're supporting those who are doing great work. I want to thank a couple people and organizations as well, because without them, this whole entire conversation today wouldn't have happened at all. So I'd like to first of all thank Matthew Pearson for hosting us at his house, the Carleton School of Journalism and Communication. Absolutely. The In Spirit Foundation, thank you so much for your contribution. I don't see the Rideau Hall folks any longer, but sending vibes their way. Lion Publishers, Unifor, thanks Randy. Canadian Journalism Foundation as well for all their work and all the good food and eats today. Also want to shout out IndieGraph, the Public Policy Forum, and Mad Ads Interactive, who also sponsored a couple journalism students. We also have a couple really important volunteers here today, and I really want to make sure that their work and hard work and effort is acknowledged. So can we give a hand, please, to Adriti? And we've also got Georgia, and I'm not sure where Georgia is, but she's here somewhere. So tomorrow is going to be an interesting activity. We're going to have a bit of a members meeting. We're going to take away all of the details and pieces and questions that came up today and trying to turn it into a little bit of sense, kind of, well, what do we do now? And I don't know, I was thinking a little bit over the course of the day. It sounds like we had some some discussion. That was totally planned, by the way. Some discussions on two different planes. One on the very practical and pragmatic, how to support each other, how to do this, suing Facebook, making sure AI regulations are included in future legislation, which is great, and also some of the other more theoretical things that sort of will serve as a bit of an amuse-bouche for our buffet of ideas and discussions tomorrow. I think the best way to reflect on what we've had and talked about today is to continue to ask some questions, because I don't think we have the answers necessarily, but we need to work together to work through it and to come to that. So I'm going to take a bit more of a Socratic approach, if you will, to how to do the summary. First of all, I think, Alan started off today talking about how do we save journalism. I think that's really critical. How do we focus on the craft that's there and the values that are embedded in the work that we do? How do we work together to sustain ourselves? This is something that Eric mentioned, resonated with me. We're in a time of crisis and opportunity. Andre talked about that. So what does that mean for us now? How do we respond? Jan talked about what is our story, and this is something I think that you'll hear time and time again. How do we explain it, what it is we do? Why should people care? And how do we frame that so that we actually are able to find ways to sustain ourselves? How do we pay for it all? And how do we maintain and build productive and healthy relationships with our audiences and each other? These are all really big questions, and they're kind of overarching metaphors for what we're all kind of experiencing right now. And I think what I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and what we can also share with others who are present today but won't be able to attend tomorrow, is, well, what are our underlying concerns? And how do we accomplish those and really hammer those home? So there's definitely more to come, but I think what we need, obviously, is to think about where do we go from here, and how do we connect some of the thoughts and ideas that we've expressed and shared today with action to ultimately make them a reality.